Chapter 23:30. It looks like you do not understand me. Get out of my way. Chu Chaoyun did not even consider Shi's suggestion, directly rejecting it. Are you sure? Shi's face sank as he said coldly, this time, I will not give you a chance to escape. Chu Chaoyun retorted indifferently, is that so? If the two of us fight at full power, whether you are willing or not, Jianghu will die for sure. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon dies before the restriction on him is broken, the inheritance key might be destroyed as a result. Are you sure? Given the two's strength, if they fought at full power, they would not be able to control it. He would definitely not be able to control it in the end, and it would definitely affect the unconscious Jianghu. The result went without saying. Are you threatening me? Shi's expression turned extremely sullen. Although he did not want to admit it, what Chu Chaoyun said was indeed very likely. Am I? I am just stating the truth. Or do you really think that we are the same kind of person? Chu Chaoyun revealed a faint smile as he looked at Shi calmly. Shi's gaze was deep. He discovered that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun, not knowing how to describe him. While Shi was said to value relationships, he was not like Xiao Chen, who would unconditionally protect the people important to him. If it were Xiao Chen, he would absolutely not use Jianghu's death to force Shi. While Xiao Chen placed his own interests above all else, he rejected working with Shi, a decision that would maximize his own benefits. Xiao Chen's words were filled with contradictions. Xiao Chen wanted to protect the persistence in his heart but had no choice but to compromise with reality. This was the best portrayal of Xiao Chen. With the epoch changing, such a person was the most pitiful. Living like you is really tiring. She revealed a pitiful expression as he said indifferently, I do not need to force you. Whether you are willing or not, time will slowly force you to make a choice. I just need to wait patiently. Right after she spoke, he turned illusory, slowly vanishing from Chu Chaoyun's sight. Chu Chaoyun's smile froze. Then, he revealed unprecedented grief, the helplessness of having his disguise seen through. The scene of Xiao Chen drawing his saber after learning the truth in Black Wind Ridge appeared in his mind again. That saber strike destroyed the sinister wind that lingered in Black Wind Ridge for 10,000 years, venting all the dissatisfaction in his heart. That saber strike displayed the determination in Xiao Chen's heart, even if he faced a change in fortuitous encounters. He would also draw his saber without hesitation. No matter how difficult it was, he would press forward and face it head-on. He would never retreat. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chu Chaoyun remained impassive as he continued forward with Jianghu on his back. There were ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts everywhere in the Immortal Palace. Yuanzhen and the others, who were searching for the wings of time, did not have a smooth journey. They stumbled along the way. However, these people were either outstanding talents among outstanding talents, demonic geniuses, or peak great perfection sovereign emperors. No matter how strong the ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts were, they could not compare to the immortal corpses outside. The group of people advanced madly, each using their trump cards, continuously advancing into the depths of the Immortal Palace. Damn it! We can't catch up to him. After Xiao Sua, Lin Feng, and Hao Kai crossed the Sea of Fire, they could not see Chu Chaoyun at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes and did his best to recall something. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, I know where he is. Oh. Xiao Sua and Hao Kai revealed suspicious gazes as they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said after some thought, it should be the great hall that Jianghu and I first appeared in. Now that I think about it, that should be the core region of the ethereal Immortal Palace. However, there were immortal birds and ferocious beasts everywhere at that time. I did not dare to linger, so I charged out with him. Xiao Sua thought for a while before saying, if you had not left back then, you might have obtained the wings of time already. I did not see the wings of time. At that time, I also did not expect this to be the ethereal Immortal Palace, Lin Feng answered honestly. At that time, he had been confused, not knowing how he got to this place. Hao Kai said after some thought, "Let's not talk about this for now. Bring us over. Follow me." Along the way, the ground was littered with the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and primordial beasts. The blood hadn't dried yet, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The speed of the three of them was not considered fast. On one hand, Lin Feng needed time to recall. On the other hand, he would occasionally encounter immortal birds and ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai were around. One had inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable will, and the other was a great perfection six-veined sovereign emperor. With the three of them working together, there were almost no immortal birds or ferocious beasts that they could not defeat. Just like that, they killed their way over. After an hour, Lin Feng pointed to the exit in front of them and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be the hall in front. Let's go and take a look." They passed through the passageway and entered the hall. In an instant, his eyes lit up. The spacious circular hall had a towering dome, and above the dome was a moving galaxy, sun, and moon. The sky was filled with dazzling stars. The floor of the hall was made of pure white immortal jade. It was seamless and emitted a dazzling light like white snow. Suddenly entering such a bright hall, Xiao Suo and the other two were not used to it. "This is the place," Lin Feng said softly as he sized up the hall. Although Lin Feng had been here once before, he had not been able to stay for long before the immortal birds and ferocious beasts surging over from all directions scared him into fleeing. Now that he was here again, he could not help looking around curiously. A vast star chart hung above the core hall. Stars flickered, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the entire hall, making it look dreamy. When one entered, one's emotions, physical body, and soul naturally turned ethereal, feeling somewhat unreal. An even more dazzling five-colored divine stone was placed on a stone pillar in the center of the hall. Red, orange, yellow, green, and blue flickered with light, changing endlessly. The interior of the five-colored divine sense was an azure liquid that looked like ripples from space-time fluctuations. Xiao Suo immediately said, "It turns out that the space-time fluctuations we sensed in the outside world came from this five-colored divine sense. Could it be that the wings of time are sealed in there?" Hao Kai showed a grave expression as he thought of a possibility. "That's very possible," Xiao Suo said softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and discovered that there were many passageways in the hall. It wouldn't be long before the others arrived. There were immortal birds and ferocious beasts in the ethereal immortal palace as well as maze-like winding corridors. If not for Lin Feng having been here once before, he could not have arrived before the others. However, he would not have been much faster. What should we do now? To think that Chu Chaoyun is not here. Xiao Suo glanced at the five-colored divine stone and ignored it. He felt somewhat depressed that he could not find Chu Chaoyun. Let's wait first. Since he is here for the wings of time, he will definitely come. Someone is coming. Hao Kai, who was speaking, frowned slightly. The three quickly raised their guard and retreated to the edge of the hall. Whoosh! A Buddhist light flooded the dreamy hall. It was Yuanzhen, who had rushed in first, flying in while seated on a lotus platform. Upon closer inspection, Yuanzhen's lotus platform was stained with blood. Clearly, Yuanzhen had killed many people along the way before finally reaching this step. The wings of time. The instant Yuanzhen looked at the five-colored divine stone, he immediately sensed the space-time ripples in it. His expression changed slightly. Yuanzhen immediately concluded that the wings of time were sealed in the five-colored divine stone. Dong! 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 Just as Yuanzhen was about to make a move, the Silver Dragon King, Qin Ming, and Sikong Shu rushed in from another passageway, covered in blood. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the five-colored divine stone, and a frenzied flame immediately blazed in his eyes. The wings of time. I finally found it. After so much effort, I finally found it. Qin Ming revealed boundless joy on his face. When he glanced around and saw Yuan Zhen, heavy murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Humph. On the lotus platform, Yuan Zhen showed a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with mockery. Before the two sides could fight, Wen Renyu and Dao Yan, Yan Cangming and Zhen Yuan, Shi, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing all came out from different passageways. Looking around, nearly all the holders of the ethereal immortal palace keys had charged over with their companions. This was the final place where the wings of time were hidden. Murderous intent gathered in Xiao Suo's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not see Chu Chaoyun's figure. Damn it! Where is this ungrateful fellow hiding? However, Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others showed cautious gazes as they watched the others. At a crucial moment, they might get killed by the others if they were not careful. The wings of time were right before them. Everyone wanted to obtain them. However, there was only one wings of time in the end. No matter who wanted to monopolize it, they would face a situation where everyone would attack them. No one dared to act rashly. The atmosphere slowly turned strange. At some point in time, Qin Ming's group slowly closed the distance between Wen Renyu and Dao Yan. Yan Cangming, Zhen Yuan, and she slowly moved closer. Everyone could foresee that a battle of life and death would soon break out. Before life and death, it was human instinct to stick together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The two sides happened to be the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. The Buddhist sect's Yuanzhen remained neutral, not leaning on anyone. On the other hand, Xiao Suo's group of three was ignored. They had an inseparable connection to Xiao Chen. Clearly, neither the righteous Dao nor the demonic Dao could tolerate Xiao Chen's existence, which implicated Xiao Suo's group of three. Yuanzhen, the hidden spirit temple, has always been a righteous Dao sect. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation by not siding with us? Qin Ming asked coldly as he looked at Yuanzhen on the lotus platform. As Qin Ming spoke, Shi and Yan Cangming also looked at Yuanzhen. Clearly, neither the righteous Dao nor the demonic Dao would allow a strong existence to watch from the sidelines. If Yuanzhen still did not express his stance, the righteous Dao and demonic Dao might work together to finish him off, not giving him a chance to take advantage of the situation. Facing Qin Ming's overbearing attitude, Yuanzhen said indifferently, "Buddha is not Buddha, demon is not demon. This humble monk does not want to get involved in the karma of your two factions." The moment Yuanzhen said that, the righteous Dao and demonic Dao glared at each other. Whoosh! However, just as the righteous Dao and demonic Dao prepared to work together to finish off Yuanzhen, the five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar suddenly soared into the air. When everyone looked up, they saw a person descend from the starry sky. Jianghu's eyes were tightly shut as he faced the ground. His chest gave off a complicated light as he slowly descended. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in Jianghu's body. As the light spread out, it slowly dissolved. One descended from the sky, and the other soared into the air. Jianghu slowly approached the five-colored divine stone. Everyone showed some confusion on their faces. Only she showed a cold smile. He had long expected that Chu Chaoyun would undo the restriction left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon at the crucial moment. Whether Chu Chaoyun was willing or not, he had to make a decision. It was not up to him. Chapter 23:31. In the starry sky above, Jianghu descended with his eyes closed. The restriction on his chest slowly unraveled. The five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar below seemed to sense it. It soared into the air and slowly merged with Jianghu. If nothing unexpected happened, this five-colored divine stone would soon merge with Jianghu. No one knew what would happen after the merger. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone's seal would be undone. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone would merge with Jianghu and obtain the wings of time. Perhaps Jianghu would die, and the five-element spiritual sense would explode, and the wings of time would appear. Everything was possible, but it was also possible that none of it would happen. A faint smile appeared on Shi's face as he quietly watched the two slowly approach, not moving at all. Yan Cangming and Zhen Yuan, who stood beside Shi, showed grave expressions. Damn it! What is this Shi thinking? Even now, they are not doing anything. Wouldn't everything be over if Jianghu managed to get his hands on the wings of time? Yan Cangming sent a voice projection to Zhen Yuan, showing the anxiety and conflict in his heart. Zhen Yuan's expression was equally unsightly. He replied, "This fellow must know something that we do not. We cannot let Jianghu merge with the five-element divine stone. Otherwise, we will be too passive." Yan Cangming entered deep thought. Then, he turned his head and said, "Lord Shi, this situation is somewhat strange. Are we just going to watch the five-element divine stone merge with Jianghu?" She smiled faintly and said, "Yan Cangming, do you want to make a move? I have no objections. This is indeed somewhat strange. It would be good for you to test it out." Seeing Shi smile, Yan Cangming felt that this person was unfathomable in the depths of his heart. Yan Cangming cursed Shi countless times in his heart. However, Yan Cangming had no choice. He could not be as calm as Shi, watching the five-element divine stone merge with Jianghu. If Jianghu really gained control of the wings of time, Yan Cangming, as the hope of the flood dragon race, would not be able to accept such a result. Damn it! Yan Cangming roared as he clenched his teeth. Then, he soared into the air and attacked Jianghu. On the other side, another figure leaped up at nearly the same time as Yan Cangming. It was Qin Ming, the dragon god crown prince Qin Ming. Like Yan Cangming, Qin Ming could not accept that a heaven dragon's descendant grasped the wings of time. If that really happened, he would feel even worse than Yan Cangming. No matter how strange the situation in front of him was, or if someone was secretly plotting something. But the two of them had no choice. Even if they knew they were trapped, they had no choice but to jump in. Xiao. One was a golden divine dragon, and the other was a flood dragon human that had fallen from a mixed-blood dragon. Their gazes clashed in midair. Both of them could see the deep-seated hatred and disgust in each other's eyes, but both of them had the same goal and attacked Jianghu at the same time. Touch of Death. 9 Heavens Dragon. The two each executed a killing move. A black flame burned on Yan Cangming's body. The flame seemed to be alive, flowing like water. When driven by Yan Cangming's Death Dao domain, it was like the Grim Reaper swinging his scythe to harvest life mercilessly at Jianghu. Qin Ming executed the Emperor Dragon Fist to its limits. He clenched his fist and merged with the Golden Emperor Dragon. Boom! The two's killer moves manifested a terrifying momentum that was swift and decisive. Almost before anyone could react, they landed on Jianghu's body at the same time, erupting a shockwave that was a mixture of black and yellow. Shockwaves emanated from Jianghu's body, but something weird happened. Jianghu was unscathed. Not only that, but the restriction on Jianghu's chest seemed to dissolve even faster. Damn it! How can it be like this? Yan Cangming and Qin Ming revealed horrified expressions. Even great perfection sovereign emperors could not endure their killing moves. However, Jianghu seemed fine, only stopping Yan Cangming's descent. If you want to kill Jianghu, you have to ask for our permission first. Xiao Suo and Hao Kai reacted, but they did not have time to think. They soared into the air and guarded Jianghu, one on the left and one on the right, staring at Qin Ming and Jianghu. You are seeking death. Qin Ming and Yan Cangming were enraged, not hiding the murderous intent on their faces at all. The four immediately started a chaotic battle in the air. Under the illumination of the resplendent light, it was incredibly intense. Whoosh! When Lin Feng saw the situation, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to carry Jianghu away. However, Zhen Yuan blocked him with his saber. Damn it! The two immediately started fighting, turning the battle in the air even more chaotic. Whoosh! Without any warning, the five-colored divine stone below flashed with light and headed for Yuan Zhen, who was on the lotus platform. To think that Yuan Zhen wanted to take advantage of the chaos to take away the five-colored divine stone. Damn Baldy! Stay here. Wenren Yu and Dao Yan surrounded Yuan Zhen. Shi's expression changed slightly. After some thought, he said, "Attack. We absolutely cannot let Yuan Zhen bring the five-colored divine stone out of this place." Ming Xian and Yang Qing's figures flashed as they worked with Wenren Yu and Dao Yan to surround Yuan Zhen. The core region of the ethereal immortal palace immediately turned chaotic. The various factions fought each other in a chaotic mess. Amid the chaotic battle, all the attacks that landed on Jianghu's body made the restriction on his heart melt even faster. When she saw this, a smile widened on his face. He looked meaningfully at the starry sky in the sky. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who were staring at Shi, felt that something was wrong. However, they did not know what was wrong. At the same time, at the bottom of Immortal Burial Lake, the instant Xiaochen was pulled into the lake, he found himself unable to move. He could not circulate his divine energy or soul energy. He could only watch as his life force slowly flowed away at the bottom of the lake. Life and death hung by a thread. Life on the surface, death below. A chill invaded Xiaochen's entire body, making him feel like death was slowly approaching. However, he remained calm in the depths of his heart, not showing any fear of death. Slowly, all the light in the lake vanished. Only darkness remained at the bottom of the lake, cold and silent. Boundless loneliness and desolation surged like the tide, stirring restlessly in Xiaochen's heart. Xiaochen felt somewhat confused. He did not know where this boundless loneliness that lasted for tens of thousands of years came from. After some time, when this loneliness filled Xiaochen's heart, a beam of light suddenly appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of him, and he saw a beautiful figure. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was swimming toward him quickly. How fast! However, Xiaochen's first reaction was not that she was beautiful but that she was very fast. The beautiful figure moved like light, arriving before Xiaochen in the blink of an eye and cupping his face. She gently kissed him. This kiss penetrated his heart. Then, the beautiful figure entered his soul pool in the blink of an eye. This was clearly his soul pool. However, Xiaochen felt like he had become a bystander. That beautiful figure floated into his soul pool. Her red lips parted as she muttered, "Sky Dome, Sky Dome, Sky Dome." The voice of the Sky Dome reverberated continuously in his soul pool, causing Xiaochen's soul energy to surge like waves. She showed an anxious expression, a flustered look in her eyes. She seemed to be searching for something as she continuously ran through the vast and boundless soul pool. Xiaochen felt shocked, somewhat surprised that his soul pool was actually so vast. There were many remote places that his mind had never been to. As the beautiful figure ran, Xiaochen saw many things that he had never seen before. This broadened his horizons. What is she searching for? Could there be a secret that even I do not know hidden in my soul pool? Xiaochen felt curious. He had seen his previous life in the three-life mirror. He knew that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation. However, he did not know much about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. He only knew that although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was an Immortal Lord, he was much stronger than Xiaochen's ancestor, the top Immortal Lord of the Immortal Epoch. That is. Suddenly, huge waves stirred in Xiaochen's heart. To think that there was a grave in the boundless depths of his soul pool. When the beautiful figure saw the grave, she could no longer suppress her emotions. She fell to the ground and caressed the wordless stone steel, tears flowing endlessly. Without a doubt, this beautiful figure was definitely the Immortal Epoch's Shi Wangmu. However, Why was she crying endlessly before this grave? Many doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. Many questions lingered in his heart. Xiao Chen thought back to the scene he saw in the three-life mirror, the meeting between the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the Qing Emperor before his death. This filled him with doubts and fear. Who was buried in this grave? Chapter 23-32. However, just as Xiao Chen prepared to stand up and fight again, he suddenly discovered that Shi Wangmu, who was standing on the grave mound, was looking at the sky with some despair. You must have many questions and questions in your heart. Just ask. Back then, when he created this immortal burial lake for me, he said that he would appear before me one day. He left this remnant soul of mine to wait for you to appear. It was easy to change a person's appearance. However, it was hard to duplicate a person's aura. Xiao Chen revealed a self-mocking smile. Then, he said helplessly, if everything in life is fixed and arranged, would just be someone else's shadow. What is the point of knowing these questions and secrets? There is no point, there is really no point. Xiao Chen slammed his palm on the ground and leaped up like a fish. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu, who was on the grave mound. The scene that Xiao Chen saw in the three-life mirror had already explained everything. From the moment he swallowed that immortal pill, he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the reincarnation of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, he still had to face the Sky Dome Immortal Lord head-on. However, his mental state was extraordinary. Normally, he could maintain a good balance. Or rather, he had already merged with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord perfectly. Shi Wangmu's expression changed slightly. How much suffering and responsibility did this youth before her endure in his short life? The two fought endlessly. Shi Wangmu used her supreme immortal skills to fight against Xiao Chen's demonified cultivation technique and martial technique. Shi Wangmu, who was in front of the stone stele, stood up and spoke softly. He once said that he would come. However, what she saw was only a grave. What appeared before her was his reincarnation. You repulsive woman. Scram. I am not some dog's hit Sky Dome Immortal Lord. I am Xiao Chen. I will never be someone else's pawn in my life. Shock flashed on Shi Wangmu's face. Then, Xiao Chen knocked her back and sent her flying. The demonified Xiao Chen on the ground slowly regained his clarity, and the overwhelming demonic flame on his body slowly faded away. I don't want to ask. I don't want to know anything. Please leave my soul pool and send me out of Immortal Burial Lake. I, Xiao Chen, still have friends. I do not know if they are alive or dead. I am very worried about them. With a blood-curdling screech, the demonized Xiao Chen was severely injured. It was as if he didn't want to hurt him, afraid that he would accidentally kill him. He was a celestial and demonic being, cultivating both immortal and martial arts. Deep in his heart, there had always been a terrifying demonic intent. You have 1,000, 10,000 reasons to become a demon, but you can't become a demon because of him. If you do, I will really look down on you. You must remember, you can be firmament, but firmament will never be Xiao Chen. You have all the possibilities. He is just a pitiful person that no one can protect. Without these, what would he, Xiao Chen, be? He was nothing, not even a fart. Demonic thoughts filled his heart, expanding Xiao Chen's negative emotions infinitely. Shi Wangmu revealed a mocking expression as she said indifferently, he could not even protect himself, turning into a wasteland with only a lone grave left. In the end, it was all for naught. It was pitiful and lamentable. Why do you need to live in this person's shadow? Why do you feel inferior, unable to even protect your heart? Xiao Chen could not guess the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purpose in reincarnating into the martial epoch. However, he did not want to know, either. I once saw him sweep through the demons. Even when the 8 desolate demonic sovereigns worked together, they could not last more than 100 moves against him. I once saw him ascend the Spirit Mountain alone, not daring to show himself despite the gods and Buddhas filling the sky. I once saw him go to the Kunlun realm and the heavenly court in a rage for a beauty, shattering the clouds. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, 3,000 immortal kings, and 8 immortal ancestors could only watch as he carried the beauty away. Shi Wangmu's words were like a blow to the head, pulling back the disheartened Xiaochen. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thoughts in the depths of Xiaochen's heart broke free like a wild horse, slowly slipping out of his control. Shi Wangmu's words elicited a bitter smile on Xiaochen's face. What is this? The demonized Xiaochen burst out with startling strength, driving all the soul energy in his soul pool. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Xiaochen felt. Then, he clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. An uncontrollable obsession raged in Xiaochen's body like a flood. He felt like he was about to lose control of his heart, showing a ferocious and pained expression. Xiaochen felt startled. He did not know what kind of existence this Shi Wangmu was now. Her strength was somewhat incredible. It was like some kind of force had forcefully pulled her out and solidified her in his soul pool. Xiaochen's hatred for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord turned into boundless hatred. He even felt a boundless murderous intent toward Shi Wangmu before him. The tears in Xiaochen's eyes had already dried up, leaving only boundless loneliness and unchanging grief. The demonic thoughts were a ferocious beast, a ferocious tiger in the heart. Once released, even Xiaochen would fear it. Running away was a sign of the weak. There were no openings. The immortal was Xiaochen, the demon was Xiaochen, and the Buddha was Xiaochen. Everything was him. Only his heart did not change. Now, Xiaochen finally understood that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, a pawn that used the Qing Emperor's karma to reincarnate into the martial epoch. In this soul pool, Xiaochen brought out strength that far surpassed his main bodies. Unexpectedly, he forced Shi Wangmu back step by step. Shi Wangmu snorted coldly in her heart. With a flip of her hand, she sent out a god-killing seal. Her gorgeous clothes fluttered, and her long hair fluttered. Her beautiful appearance was like a rose carved from ice, bursting out with a horrifying aura. When Xiaochen discovered this opening, he immediately laughed maniacally. He showed no mercy, launching an even more unbridled attack. If someone had planted a seed of karma in Xiaochen's life long before the martial epoch started, he would have died. The demonized Xiaochen had broken the shackles that Xiaochen had placed on himself, standing upright and rushing forward. There was no need to guess what the Qing Emperor's final wish was. It was to bring back the glory and flourishing age of the Blue Dragon bloodline. The person before Xiaochen perfectly overlapped with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord from back then, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord who did not even spare a glance at the immortal ancestor. Come out. Shi Wangmu wore large, gorgeous clothes that looked like thousands of fresh flowers spread out. She knelt before the grave and caressed the wordless stone stele. Back then, the Qing Emperor made a deal with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord successfully reincarnated into the martial epoch. However, he also had to inherit the karma of the Blue Dragon bloodline, completing the Qing Emperor's unfulfilled final wish. At first, Xiaochen did not hold much of an advantage. However, he slowly discovered that Shi Wangmu had many concerns. Xiaochen did his best to calm the fluctuations in his heart, doing his best to remain calm. Shi Wangmu calmed her emotions and said after some thought, "I cannot exist for long. If you turn around and leave now, you might never be able to resolve the doubts in your heart. Are you sure you don't want to know anything?" The name of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook the 3 realms. Everyone knew him. He was the leader of the 3,000 immortal lords, fully deserving of being the strongest person in the immortal world. However, so what? In the end, he was just a pitiful worm. Before the epoch changed, he could not even protect his loved ones, friends, or lovers. That's right. It's me. It's me, the white-robed bladesman, Xiaochen. You want to suppress me? It's not that simple. Die. Tell me, then. What exactly is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiao Chen, will complete it for him. Not only could the Sky Dome Immortal Lord not resolve the problem, but it also gave the demonic thought an opportunity to push the matter to a situation that he did not want to see. This Xiao Chen was insufferably arrogant, becoming increasingly arrogant. Boom! Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, Xiao Chen, who was originally just a bystander and could not even control his spiritual sense. Plop! Xiao Chen turned berserk. His eyes turned pitch black, and the demonic flames covering his entire body surged into the sky. Right now, Xiao Chen's heart was crumbling. He felt that he had lived his life in vain. Even Shi Wangmu felt immense pressure, unable to suppress the demonic thought in his body. Seeing the obsession and persistence in Xiao Chen's eyes, Shi Wangmu's body trembled. This is too similar. Seeing the increasingly berserk expression on Xiao Chen's face, Shi Wangmu stepped forward and placed her hand on his forehead. At this moment, there was no obsession or resentment in his eyes, only calmness and ease. Bang! Xiao Chen's heart and morals, which he had been holding onto until now, were a huge joke. Xiao Chen faced the karma that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. He faced the weakness and inferiority complex that he feared being mentioned in the depths of his heart. Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. She clearly looked at Xiao Chen, but she gave off an aloof feeling, a noble and cold arrogance that one could only look up to. Pa! Just as Xiao Chen was feeling confused, wondering why there was a grave in his soul pool, Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. When the god-killing seal landed, all of Xiao Chen's attacks were easily broken. However, Shi Wangmu's words and this strange grave shook Xiao Chen's indomitable heart. He. Are you afraid? In the end, this is my, Xiao Chen's, soul pool. It is not a place for an old and smelly woman like you to be stunned. If you still do not scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 23:33. Tell me, then. What is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiao Chen, will complete it for him. After saying this, Xiao Chen knew that the demonic thought in his heart had already vanished. Deep in his heart, he knew everything that had happened when he was demonized. However, the demonic thought was too deep. After demonizing, one's way of thinking would completely change. After demonizing, one would abandon their long-held heart and break the shackles. Their strength would soar by leaps and bounds. However, the increase in strength would only be temporary. The negative emotions would linger for a long time, forming new shackles. In the martial Tao, many experts demonized. Most of them could not break the shackles for a long time. Their obsession was too deep, and they took risks out of desperation, losing to power. While it looked like their strength soared for a short time, in reality, it became a subsidiary of power, falling into the abyss forever. However, it was not that no one in history had entered the Tao through the demonic path. After demonizing, they found another way to control the demonic thought, such as the Buddhist sects Kasyapa Buddha. In the past, Xiao Chen had faced the danger of demonizing many times. However, he managed to keep his heart at the very last moment. However, when he saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's grave and learned that he was just a pawn of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, his mental state fluctuated too much. He felt like he was living in someone else's shadow. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thought found an opening. Fortunately, Shi Wangmu woke him up at the crucial moment. This experience of demonizing gave him a new understanding of his heart, removing the greatest weakness in the depths of his heart. To others, Xiao Chen's talent was outstanding. He was calm and collected, even more horrifying than a demonic genius. However, Xiao Chen always hid a secret in his heart that no one could tell others. Xiao Chen was not a person of this world. He came from the distant earth. Originally, he was just a somewhat introverted shut-in. Sometimes, he doubted all his current glory and strength. Was it just because of that miraculous, immortal pill? Without that immortal pill, would he not have been able to achieve his current accomplishments, unable to become the white-robed bladesman in the eyes of others? This was the ultimate weakness that troubled Xiao Chen's heart of the martial Dao. He did not even dare to think about it. He had already forgotten about it for a long time. However, just because he didn't think about it didn't mean that it didn't exist. The truth was the truth. Hence, when Xiao Chen saw the grave of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and heard what Shi Wangmu said, he had such a huge reaction. They would lose all hope and feel inferior. It was like the fear and embarrassment of a person with a dishonorable past who had been exposed in public after succeeding. But now, Xiao Chen had a new understanding of his heart, and the biggest flaw in his mental state had been fixed. "Thank you, Queen Mother," Xiao Chen said sincerely as he looked at Shi Wangmu's grave. She looked like a phoenix that descended from the heavens. If not for the other party, Xiao Chen would still be deceiving himself, not daring to face the karma left by the Sky Dome realm. Shi Wangmu said calmly, "Humans are all like that. Most of the time, it is just that they cannot overcome themselves. Once you get past it, you'll realize that what you're afraid of is actually just that. It's not that scary." "I understand." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. His eyes were like limpid autumn water, rippling with faint ripples, looking peaceful and peaceful. He gave off a feeling of tranquility and otherworldliness. It was like he had been reborn. Shi Wangmu looked at Xiao Chen in a daze. Then, she sighed softly and said, "He did indeed have a very deep obsession. I believe that even in death, he would not have forgiven himself." "What obsession?" "He once had the chance to become the new epic master. However, because of his conceit, he failed miserably." "Who did he lose to?" Shi Wangmu shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know that after that battle, he changed completely. He did not say a word as the epic changed. He sank into despair and helplessness. Given his character, if he lost, he would have ended it with death, not living an ignoble existence. However, not only did he survive, but he even set up a trap, carrying the karma of others to the martial epoch. He definitely felt dissatisfied." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like Shi Wangmu was not clear about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's trap. Although he did not say it, I can roughly guess that he swept through the three realms. Even the Immortal Epic's epic master was not a match for him. He definitely felt dissatisfied with how he lost in the end. Shi Wangmu voiced her guess based on her understanding of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Shi Wangmu is a proud person. Shi Wangmu's guess should be close to the mark. Putting this matter aside for now, Xiao Chen asked, "What was the message that he wanted you to bring me?" Whoosh! An item appeared in the Queen Mother's hand. It was a gloomy ball of light. When Xiao Chen looked at the outline of the ball of light, he vaguely felt that it was an extremely ancient talisman script containing some supreme law. It should have once shone with light, writing the laws of the world, containing the Tao and principles that everyone had to abide by. What is this? Although this item was already dim, Xiao Chen could still feel its unfathomable power and strange law energy. This is the Epic Heart. More accurately, it is the Immortal Epic Heart. Back then, the Immortal Epic's epic master used his supreme might to write the character, Immortal. Hence, the Immortal Epic began, giving birth to thousands of laws and principles. It was the character, Immortal, the heart of the Immortal Epic. The Immortal Epic started because of it. Shi Wangmu slowly explained the origins of this item, shocking Xiao Chen. To think that the once glorious and vast Immortal Epic started because of this item. I'm very curious. How exactly did the new epic start? What kind of person truly had the qualifications to establish a new great era? Why was it that after the great era before the great era was destroyed? Why did the Immortal Epic appear after the end of the previous epoch and not some other epoch? While Xiao Chen felt shocked in his heart, his doubts also filled his heart. He looked at Shi Wangmu in confusion. Shi Wangmu said after some thought, after the epoch is destroyed, everyone can condense a new epoch heart. Using one's own understanding to start a new epoch, one can spread out in the end, continuously perfecting one's Tao and principles. There will always be only one epoch heart. That one will be the true master of the new epoch. Shao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. So, that is the case. Everyone can condense a new epoch heart. However, the epoch hearts that they condense have their own merits, with some strong and some weak. There will be competition between experts, just like 100 clans contending for supremacy. The victor will rule the new epoch. The laws of the world will materialize according to the Tao and principles in that victor's heart. He told me to hand this immortal epoch heart to you after I meet you. Shi Wangmu stretched out her hand and gently raised the immortal epoch heart. Then, the immortal epoch heart slowly flew towards Shao Chen. Shao Chen carefully put away the immortal epoch heart. However, he could not understand what the Sky Dome Immortal Lord meant. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord wanted to restore the immortal epoch to its glory and decline? The entire immortal epoch's birth, glory, and decline are all within it. In the future, if you want to start a new epoch, it should be of help to you. When Shi Wangmu saw Shao Chen's confused expression, she explained softly. Very well, I'll accept it. Can you send me off? Shao Chen carefully put away the immortal epoch heart. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu. He's still worried about Shao Sua, Hao Kai, and the others. He did not know how they were or what the ethereal immortal palace was like. The commotion caused by this succession race was already uncontrollable. Shao Chen needed to leave early. If he stayed late, he might miss the crucial moment. Shi Wangmu said indifferently, I'm afraid not. Why? When Shao Chen heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. Right now, his physical body was lacking life force. Right now, the life force of his physical body was slowly fading. If he still did not leave, he might die here. Shi Wangmu gently drifted down and landed beside Shao Chen. Then, she walked forward. As Shao Chen watched Shi Wangmu leave, he hesitated for a moment before following. Shi Wangmu revealed a reminiscing expression on her face. She muttered to herself, I did not want my physical body to be destroyed when the epoch changed. I did not want to end up like the other immortals, dying for no reason, growing old and wrinkled, living like an old woman. So, there was this immortal burial lake? I would rather die at the bottom of the lake, as long as my appearance remains and my physical body remains immortal. When Shao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat sorrowful. It was hard to imagine that a beautiful person like Shi Wangmu would have a wrinkled face and grow old. Indeed. So, I begged him to create an immortal burial lake for me. When I learned that the epoch changing could not be avoided, I jumped in without hesitation. Shi Wangmu revealed a gentle smile on her face. She said, he told me to leave a strand of my soul intact. He said that he would come back again. At that time, if I can get out, it will be a fortuitous encounter. If I cannot, he will stay behind and accompany me, dying at the bottom of the lake with me. As Shao Chen looked at the smile on Shi Wangmu's face, he felt some pity in his heart. At this moment, the other party was not the aloof Shi Wangmu, who looked like a model of phoenixes. She was just a passionate young girl. Back then, when she jumped into Immortal Burial Lake, she definitely had such a smile on her face. However, because of a promise, she left with a smile from the bottom of her heart and jumped into Immortal Burial Lake without hesitation. However, in the end, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord still lied to her. He did not come. The one who came was Shao Chen. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was left with only a lonely grave. Hence, Shi Wangmu sat before the grave, crying endlessly. She had waited for many years. However, all she got was a grave and the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's lie. As the saying went, getting out is a fortuitous encounter. That was the fortuitous encounter left for Shao Chen. If Shi Wangmu could not get out, the one who stayed behind to accompany her would be Xiao Chen. From the start to the end, it was not the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Chapter 23-34. Shi Wangmu's words sounded like she was talking to herself. However, in reality, she also answered the doubts in Xiao Chen's heart. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord had left the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake for Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen could comprehend it, he could obtain this fortuitous encounter. If he could not, he would stay behind and become a living corpse to accompany Shi Wangmu. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chen asked, "Senior, do you know what the mysteries of this Immortal Burial Lake's fortuitous encounter are?" If Xiao Chen could find some clues, it should be easier to comprehend it. Shi Wangmu said softly, "Life above the lake and death below the lake. Life and death hang on a thin line. However, to me, life can only be found below the lake. There is only death above the lake. The epoch changes, life and death, life and death. Life and death, life and death." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. It turned out that Shi Wangmu already knew what the fortuitous encounter the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left here was. "What will happen to you after I leave?" However, Shi Wangmu felt dispirited, like she was seeking death. Xiao Chen felt very nervous as he looked at Shi Wangmu's back. "Me? I have been waiting for a person for so many years. That person has arrived." Xiao Chen added, "I want to ask, if I obtain the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake, what will you do? Why are you so confident? It is still uncertain whether you can walk out of this Immortal Burial Lake." Shi Wangmu smiled faintly as she turned to look at Xiao Chen. "You already told me earlier that the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake is that so?" Shi Wangmu interrupted Xiao Chen, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile, unfathomable. Xiao Chen did not know whether it was a tacit agreement or a denial. Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, her figure started to drift away. Her expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as she said, "The fortuitous encounter is right before you. Grasp it properly." Boom! As Shi Wangmu's figure vanished, Xiao Chen's consciousness came out of his soul pool and returned to reality. In reality, it was not as relaxing as it was in the soul pool. Immortal Burial Lake was like a boundless abyss. Xiao Chen's physical body continued to sink at the bottom of the dark water. His life force slowly faded. Even worse, he could not use his soul energy or divine energy. Death crept closer and closer, but he could only watch it happen slowly. There was no doubt that it was more despairing than fear. However, this time, Xiao Chen was no longer as flustered as he was at the beginning. He opened his eyes in the dark lake. Her clear eyes shone with a gaze that was even cleaner than the lake water, tranquil and peaceful. The Queen Mother of the West once said, "Live on the surface of the lake, die under the lake." The changing of eras, life and death, his words ended here. It seemed like he didn't say anything, but he had already pointed it out. Epochs changed, life and death, death and life and death. Only the cycle of reincarnation would never end. The opportunity in the Immortal Burial Lake was the essence of the change of epochs, the reincarnation Great Tao. The Queen Mother of the West had actually seen through it long ago. However, she did not say it out loud because she was waiting for someone. That person was not Firmament, but Xiao Chen. She would rather use a lie to deceive herself for the rest of her life, pretending that she did not see through it, pretending that she was still waiting for someone. This was because that person was her most beloved, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Whether you love me or not, whether you lie to me or not, at the very least, in your heart, I was once a person worth trusting. As the epochs changed, how many people did not have a choice? How many people did not mean what they said? How many people cheated and lied? I am already satisfied with your trust. I would rather be misunderstood by you, jumping into Immortal Burial Lake so that my beauty would not be ruined. However, in Queen Mother's heart, from the start to the end, she was only guarding this lake for you. As Xiao Chen expected, the state of cycle circulated smoothly. As the state of cycle slowly circulated, Xiao Chen stopped sinking. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and focused on circulating the state of cycle. The scattered life force returned to his physical body 100 times, 1,000 times faster. A black and white halo appeared behind Xiao Chen, looking like life and death circulating. Mysterious phenomena immediately appeared in the lake, and all sorts of scenes appeared. A figure roamed the great 1,000 realms, searching for treasures of heaven and earth. Even 100,000-year-old immortal herbs were condensed into a drop of dew. This was the dew materialized by the boundless supreme treasures of the world. Many a little makes a mickle. From a depression, to a clear spring, to a circle of water, and finally to the lake in front of them. It turned out that before the immortal epoch ended, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord gathered all the supreme treasures of the world to form this immortal burial lake. After that, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord used the different attributes of these supreme treasures to derive the cycle Great Tao. Finally, it created the terrifying immortal burial lake. Life above the lake, death below the lake. This sentence looked simple, but it already involved the power of laws, close to creating a world. At this moment, after Xiao Chen circulated the state of cycle, he activated the backup plan that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. Xiao Chen's physical body was like the mouth of a deep abyss, frantically devouring the entire immortal burial lake's water. If someone else were here, they would be shocked to discover that the entire immortal burial lake's water level dropped at a visible rate. In merely a few breaths, Xiao Chen absorbed half of the entire immortal burial lake. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen stood in the middle of the lake, his upper body already exposed. The lake water had already dropped to his knees. The black and white ring of light behind him had already turned into a black and white ink world. Boom! When not a single drop of lake water remained, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A spiritual light surged in his clear eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chen's state of cycle finally formed a great Tao. The fortuitous encounter that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind for Xiao Chen surpassed his imagination. Not to mention the cycle Great Tao that Xiao Chen could freely drive from now on, this lake water formed by countless supreme treasures from the immortal epoch would bring him unimaginable benefits. With a thought, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to 3-veined sovereign emperor. With a thought, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to 3-veined sovereign emperor. At some point in time, he had formed a 4th divine vein in his body, breaking through to small perfection and advancing to great perfection sovereign emperor. However, this divine vein seemed somewhat special, different from the other 3 divine veins. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to check it out, loud sounds came from the surroundings. The immortal corpses filling the air suddenly shattered. A strong wind picked up their bones and scattered them into ashes. After Xiao Chen absorbed the immortal burial lake, the originally unkillable immortal corpses turned into ashes. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly tightened, and anxiety appeared on his face. When he looked up, he saw a person standing in the air in front, looking like she would go with the wind. She was a peerless beauty, a beauty that could topple nations. She was as beautiful as an ice lotus, looking very noble. Shi Wangmu. The joy in Xiao Chen's heart scattered. He felt empty as he frantically ran towards Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu seemed to hear Xiao Chen's call. Then, she looked back and smiled as she stretched out her hand. This smile was like a sovereign descending on the world in the spring breeze. However, this smile was very lonely, making one's heart ache like needles pricking one's heart. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and soared into the air. It looked like he was about to touch that jade-white finger. Shi Wangmu's entire body shattered and went with the wind. She was like a short-lived epiphyllum, a smile that could topple nations. Then, she fell and went with the wind. Xiao Chen landed dispiritedly. He closed his eyes and remained silent, unable to speak for a long time. The ancient sages were all lonely. The 10,000 years of mundane affairs were all for naught. Shi Wangmu was a peerless beauty, like an ice lotus blooming at the peak of the Kunlun realm, attracting thousands of immortals. In the end, she scattered like a flower. Before the epoch changed, she was helpless. In the 10,000 years of mundane affairs, how many people, how many things, and how many beautiful dreams all came to naught. Saying that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was unrivaled in the world was just a liar. The might of the three realms could not compare to Shi Wangmu's smile. However, Xiaochen somewhat envied the Sky Dome Immortal Lord for having a confidant like Shi Wangmu. Xiaochen felt very jealous. How many women in the world could see through things like her without saying anything? To be able to be like her, indulging in love until death, even if the other party loved someone else. What was love in the world? It was like drinking. One would not leave until one was drunk. Chapter 23:35. The existence of the immortal burial lake abandoned the complicated seven states. Or rather, it advanced directly from the seven states to the life and death Tao, connecting directly to the essence of reincarnation. That was when Jianghu's chest shone with a blinding radiance as blinding as the sun. Boom! Everyone was shocked, and panic appeared on their faces. They found it difficult to control their bodies. Even the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who had been keeping their guard up against Shi, did not expect Shi to be so horrifying. He thought that these people had left after failing to open the Immortal Palace. This was one of the ultimate grand Daoists. Everything in the world had life and death. After falling to the bottom of the lake, Zhang Xian had no idea what was going on behind him, but from the chaotic situation before him, he had caught a whiff of a scheme. If he still did not make a move, Xiao Sua and the others would be swallowed by Shi's demonic eye. Right now, Xiao Chen had to focus on keeping an eye on Shi and see what he was up to. A thick blood-colored flame burned in his left eye. The blood-colored flame burned through the barriers of countless worlds in the depths of his eye. His eyes burned out of his eye sockets and lingered under his brows, erupting with a terrifying devouring power. Devouring the heavens, devouring the earth, devouring everything. It was not the pure power of life, nor was it the pure power of death. Instead, it was a brand new power of the great Tao that was created by combining the characteristics of the two. From slaughter to death, it was actually a reincarnation cycle, from life to death, and from death to life. Yuanzhen sat on the lotus platform, tightly controlling a five-colored divine stone. Xiao Chen fought 1 against 4, Wen Renyu, Dao Yen, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing. After the saber light passed, the originally distorted space and chaotic scene were forcibly returned to normal by this saber. Just as the five-colored divine stone was about to be devoured by the dazzling radiance in front of Jianghu's chest, from a bystander's point of view, he only needed to pay a little attention to discover all sorts of strange things. The five-colored divine stone that Yuanzhen held tightly to struggled free and flew towards Jianghu's chest. As he stealthily looked over, he could see that those people all had confused expressions on their faces. Xiao Chen soon realized that someone was using Jianghu to set up a trap. He wanted to incite the various factions to fight to remove the restriction that the Heaven Dragon had left in Jianghu's body. Chu Chaoyun. The consequences were unimaginable. Xiao Chen had to pull out the saber. Boom! Xiao Sua, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng guarded him, fighting Qin Ming and Yan Cangming with much difficulty. The wings of time are in the five-colored divine stone in Yuanzhen's hand. No one could avoid it. The so-called reincarnation power was essentially the power produced by the reincarnation cycle of life and death. Even though the Immortal Palace had disintegrated, these people did not stop. After a moment of shock, they continued to fight. In the past, he had condensed the reincarnation intent from the intent of slaughter, despair, and death. The others who were struggling in the demonic eye whirlpool were repelled by the devouring power and sent flying. With a single glance, Zhang Xian recognized that this was the inheritance key that everyone yearned for but could not find. No! Xiao Chen. If there is a next life, I only hope that you don't become infatuated. Just be yourself and be a peerless beauty. Why has the lake dried up? Just at this moment, the misty immortal palace in the sky started to shake. A crisp sound rang out. The resplendent light in front of Jianghu's chest gathered into a key covered in talisman scripts and shot out. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and caught a pure white piece of jade. He could clearly sense the pure spiritual energy contained in it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's visit, the wings of time that everyone expected did not appear. Only 8 words floated quietly in the air. Demonic eye swallowing the heavens. Damn it, what's going on? Crack. Just like how one would not return until they were drunk, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Before the immortal palace completely disintegrated, he withdrew his aura and hid. Hidden in the dark, Xiao Chen frowned heavily, feeling very confused. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu also noticed the dried lake water. Zhen Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. A black dragon image slowly swam in each of his eyes. Xiao Chen felt somewhat heavy. As he looked at the empty sky after Shi Wangmu left, his heart also felt empty. If Shi Wangmu had been talking about Shi Wangmu, perhaps he would have added that he would not return until he was drunk. The inheritance key easily broke the 5-colored divine stone. The newly formed divine vein was completely different from the previous 3 divine veins. It was even clearer and purer. Aside from driving his divine energy and soul energy, it was also for driving his cycle Great Tao. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, the 2 experienced great perfection sovereign emperors, did not participate in the battle. Instead, they kept staring at the mysterious and unfathomable Shi. The 2 agreed that Shi, who had not made a move yet, definitely knew some secrets. This thought immediately flashed in Shi's mind. Never mind, the restriction is about to be undone. I'll go and check it out after I obtain the wings of time. Xiao Chen stopped thinking and looked up. He saw cracks appearing in the ethereal palace that was as perfect as a beautiful piece of jade. Qin Ming and Yan Tsangming attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. They wanted to chase away the 3 and kill Jianghu. Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Zhen Yuan were in a tense stalemate. Saber lights knocked them into the air, causing them to vomit blood. However, what Xiao Chen did not understand the most was this saber light. This slash seemed extremely ordinary, yet everywhere it passed, it swept through everything in its path, and all phenomena collapsed and were easily crushed. As long as Xiao Chen kept an eye on Shi, he would not have to worry about not gaining anything. Xiao Chen frowned heavily as his thoughts raced at lightning speed. Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry, turning chaotic. He gently pushed off with his feet, trying to confuse space and break free. Given the ethereal immortal palace's noble and magnificent appearance, only Shi Wangmu in the immortal epic could possess such a powerful treasure. That was very likely the case. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for the ethereal immortal palace's coincidental appearance at Immortal Burial Lake. Pu Ci. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a name. Shock filled his face as he gaped. The ethereal immortal palace completely disintegrated, and a river of stars flowed continuously in the sky. Countless stars flickered in the sky. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in space, and a blurry figure seemed to emerge from the primal chaos. Could the ethereal immortal palace's disintegration have something to do with Immortal Burial Lake's drying up? Only 3 people could barely stabilize themselves in the whirlpool. Crack. This was especially so for Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Zhen Yuan. As they struggled, they did their best to prevent Shi's demonic eye from swallowing up the inheritance key and the 5-colored divine stone. Without any warning, she appeared above Jianghu and landed a palm strike on his back. However, just at this moment, Shi, who had been strolling leisurely with his hands behind his back, suddenly made a move. Shi Wangmu just left, and something happened to the ethereal immortal palace. Could it be that the ethereal immortal palace was Shi Wangmu's temporary residence when she was alive? Chu Chaoyun. Earlier, Xiao Chen had been wondering who was using Jianghu to lay a trap. Then, he was shocked to discover that Chu Chaoyun was not around. He clearly sensed that the potential of Immortal Burial Lake had not been exhausted yet. Naturally, the five-colored divine stone that Yuan Zhen grasped could not escape Xiao Chen's notice. The space-time ripples coming from it would be hard not to notice. After a while, Xiao Chen perked up and checked the changes in his body. She stood in the air and looked at the deep pit left by Immortal Burial Lake. He showed some confusion in his eyes. Someone is laying a trap. On the other side, a Buddhist light shone, and Buddhist chanting rang out endlessly. Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together and chanted endlessly. The colossal figure of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva materialized behind him. Jianghu. After grasping the cycle Great Tao, Xiao Chen gained many comprehensions, many things that he did not understand when he was still in the state of cycle. Seeing Chu Chaoyun appear, rage immediately appeared on Xiao Suo's face. He ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War banner and charged at Chu Chaoyun. Everyone saw Xiao Chen use the inheritance key to open the five-colored divine stone without hesitation. Immediately, some people cried out in dissatisfaction. Clearly, the ethereal Immortal Palace's sudden disintegration caught these people off guard. The three of them, along with Shi, fought in four directions. The others felt the world spin around them, their bodies spinning in a whirlpool. No matter what Xiao Chen thought, the ethereal Immortal Palace disintegrated at a visible rate. The peerless unpolished jades emitted a celestial spiritual light as they rained down in all directions. After indulging in love, they would not return until they were drunk. Even if they were drunk, they would not return. The main reason was that she was too strange, and his strength was unfathomable. The two did not dare to confidently defeat him. One of them stepped aside to check. If she suddenly attacked, they might not be able to stop him. Die. Immediately, everyone thought of a possibility. What was love in the world? However, the gazes of the others were no longer on Chu Chaoyun. Instead, they were focused on the golden key. They saw Jianghu floating in the air with his eyes closed, unconscious. Light continuously poured out of Jianghu's chest as the restrictions in his body rapidly dissolved. The shock waves from the battle of the various sides, be it demonic chi divine energy or spiritual energy divine energy, silently entered Jianghu's body after a series of ripples. Then, they sped up the removal of the restrictions in Jianghu's body. Tears of blood continuously dripped from Shi's eyes. Clearly, it was very taxing for him to fight so many outstanding talents alone. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. The five-colored divine stone instantly melted, and the resplendent space-time power rippled like lake water. The Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Wenrenyu, the other outstanding talents, and the older generation sovereign emperors all felt their breathing turn rushed. When the various outstanding talents on the ground saw Xiao Chen walk out while brandishing his saber, they revealed horrified expressions. The palace shook continuously, showing signs of breaking apart. This startled Xiao Chen. The four sides fought in secret, not daring to relax. The scene in this area turned blurry, and space twisted. Xiao Chen's left eye was like a bottomless hole. Everything in the surroundings flew into his left eye uncontrollably. The chaotic battle continued. As the ethereal Immortal Palace disintegrated, it became even more chaotic. After Xiao Chen consumed the entire Immortal Burial Lake, he easily broke through to Small Perfection Sovereign Emperor and advanced to Four Vein Sovereign Emperor. However, the two did not do anything. Pu Ci. The sound of intense fighting rang out, along with all sorts of familiar shouts. Who would have thought that all of them would enter the Immortal Palace without a single one missing? Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and slowly walked forward from the darkness. Then, he stretched out his hand and collected the inheritance key and the five-colored divine stone. However, these were not what shocked Xiao Chen. What shocked Xiao Chen was that as the ethereal Immortal Palace disintegrated, the inheritance key appeared. The inheritance key. Because Xiao Chen's physical body could not endure it, he stored the potential of Immortal Burial Lake's boundless natural treasures, waiting to be developed. As the four sides wrestled, a saber light carrying the power of reincarnation swept out. One could face death and live to death. One could cycle endlessly, producing the power to tear time and space. Life to death, death to life to life. As long as the world existed, the cycle would not end. The person who arrived was Chu Chaoyun, who had been lying in wait for a long time. Chu Chaoyun saw Shi, who wore the scarlet dragon robes, standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed like the battle before him had nothing to do with him. What surprised Shi was that although the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, every piece of white jade seemed to be connected. Chapter 2336. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. There was nothing. When Xiao Chen used the inheritance key to open the seal on the five-colored divine stone, he did not get the wings of time that everyone expected. Instead, he got a sentence that rendered everyone speechless. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. Even though Xiao Chen had always been calm, he was stunned speechless when he saw these words. He was completely stupefied. He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Everyone schemed, set up, and used all sorts of trump cards, fighting to the death. In the end, all they got was empty words, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's merciless mockery. Shi, who was even more incredulous than Xiao Chen, remained unperturbed, believing that his plan was flawless. Shi's mind went blank as he muttered to himself, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took away the wings of time, he would definitely hide it in the demonic Dao Hall. If it were in the demonic Dao Hall, I would definitely know where exactly went wrong. Chu Chaoyun remained silent, showing a complicated expression as he looked at the 8 words in the air. It was like he saw Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mocking the Holy Lord. A person who died 50,000 years ago toyed with the powerhouses of the various factions. Although there were no faux gods here, in reality, those who could reach this step had the support of a super faction. By standing here, they represented not only themselves but also the terrifying factions behind them. What the heck is going on? Qin Ming bit his lip, confusion filling his face. His father clearly swore that the wings of time were hidden in the ethereal immortal palace. However, why was there nothing after the inheritance key opened the seal? There's no need to think about it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun must have taken away the wings of time. We were all fooled by him, Sikong Shu said with a sullen expression, sounding extremely upset. No one would feel good if they were fooled by a dead man. Crack. Crack. Just at this moment, cracks appeared at the edges of this space, spreading out like a spiderweb. When everyone looked up, the space-time tunnel formed by the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys was shrinking continuously. Oh no! This space-time secret realm is going to shatter. Instantly, everyone started to panic. They were in the middle of a space-time gap. As a mystic realm, it had always been extremely stable. But now, strange things kept happening. First, the misty immortal palace had exploded, and the celestial burial lake had disappeared for no reason. Now, the 5-colored divine stone had also been opened. The important pillar that maintained the space-time mystic realm might no longer exist. If they couldn't get out before the secret realm broke, they might be lost in the space-time reversal forever. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go. The immortal palace was gone, the immortal burial lake was gone, and now the wings of time were also gone. Even the mystic area was about to be destroyed. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely die. He had to leave even if he didn't want to. Zhen Yuan and Yan Cangming stood side by side, appearing somewhat confused. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. Came here? Yan Cangming said somewhat hatefully, feeling very depressed. Zhen Yuan said indifferently, it is still acceptable. Let's go. The outcome of the Crown Prince battle should be out soon. However, the outcome of the Crown Prince battle doesn't seem to have much meaning. Zhen Yuan paused for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "That's true, this was decided from the very start. Let's go. Our original plan will not change." Yes. So. Many figures immediately flashed, flying towards the space-time tunnel in the sky. No matter how dissatisfied they were, being fooled was being fooled. They had to leave. Lord Shi. When Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived beside Shi, they clearly discovered that something was wrong with Shi's condition. Shi's left eye looked like a hole, not daring to look at it directly. His complexion was pale, and he kept muttering to himself. Ming Xian frowned slightly and said, "Lord Shi, we should go. If we still don't, this place will crumble." Shi covered his left eye and slowly stood up. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen, who was taking care of Jianghu. It seemed like she was wondering if the other party's expression was fake or not. "Ming Xian, do you think that Xiao Chen obtained the wings of time in advance? He mysteriously came back to life in Immortal Burial Lake. Even I could not understand that final saber strike." Rumble. As she spoke, the spacetime's secret realm slowly shook, and the cracks widened. Ming Xian said after some thought, perhaps he had some other fortuitous encounter, but the wings of time should not be in his hands. Otherwise, if he had the wings of time, we would not be able to survive. He would have finished us all off. At that time, when the epoch changed, he would not have a single opponent. She remained silent. In his heart, he also leaned toward Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun taking the wings of time. However, it was strange. If Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun had the wings of time, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord back then? There had to be something fishy about this. "Let's go." After looking at the crumbling secret realm, she no longer hesitated. After some thought, he said, "Let's leave first. Our plan is not over yet." "Yes." Before leaving, she gave Xiao Chen a deep look, revealing a complicated look in his right eye. Soon, aside from Xiao Chen, Xiao Sua, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng, who were guarding Jianghu and the others, only Chu Chaoyun remained in this secret realm. Chu Chaoyun wanted to go over from a distance, but he saw Xiao Sua's murderous expression. Chu Chaoyun shook his head and sighed softly before leaving through the space-time tunnel. "Big brother, can he still be saved?" Xiao Sua asked somewhat anxiously. The secret realm looked like it was about to collapse, but Xiao Chen did not show any intention of leaving. It was hard not to feel anxious and worried. However, Xiao Chen remained unmoved, appearing like he did not hear Xiao Sua's words. He entered deep thought. Jianghu's condition was extremely strange. All signs of life were present. However, his divine seal was dim, and his soul showed no fluctuations. He was like a living corpse. After a while, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on his right hand. The inheritance key in his palm flickered with a faint light. Could it be? A thought occurred to Xiao Chen as he looked at Jianghu. Then, he looked at the inheritance key in his hand. Could it be that this inheritance key already merged with Jianghu's soul? I can only gamble. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and slapped the inheritance key back into Jianghu's chest. Boom! In the next moment, Jianghu's chest burst out with resplendent light. The beautiful ethereal immortal palace jades in the sky turned into beams of rainbow light and entered Jianghu's chest. The wandering starry river in the sky and the surrounding stars all followed. Soon, a brand new ethereal immortal palace materialized in Jianghu's chest and merged into his body. This, Xiao Sua, Lin Feng, and the others gaped at this scene incredulously. After Jianghu absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace, his entire body gave off a crystalline, faint light. Like a peerless piece of jade, her entire body, from the inside to the outside, was undergoing a complete transformation. Understanding appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he understood some things. This ethereal immortal palace did not have the wings of time. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was very clear about this. He must have discovered some of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's secrets in the Blue Dragon's old land. The Heaven Dragon had left the inheritance key in Jianghu's body to give him a great fortuitous encounter. All of this was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plot. After learning about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plot, the previous generation Heaven Dragon went with the flow and left this fortuitous encounter for Jianghu. Since the Heaven Dragon had the wings of time 50,000 years ago, why did he not use it against the Holy Lord? Shao Chun could only personally ask the previous generation Heaven Dragon for the answer. Otherwise, he could only seek the answer in the Blue Dragon's old land. It's over. It's going to collapse. Xiao Suo said in some despair as he looked at the edges of the collapsing space. This secret realm was already in tatters. Don't panic. Shao Chun slung Jianghu over his shoulder and said, "Come with me." He drove the cycle Great Dao, and Shao Chun gently pushed off with his feet. Then, he used the power of cycles to reconnect the shattered space. After Shao Chun left, space immediately shattered. Wherever he passed, the space behind him would collapse. He relied on the forceful pull of the reincarnation power. Then, Shao Chun led the four into the air, forcibly stepping out of the passageway just as it was about to close. Lin Feng and the others, who followed behind Shao Chun, felt incredibly mystical. They suddenly discovered that Shao Chun seemed to have undergone a drastic change compared to before he sank to the bottom of the lake. Shao Chun now gave off an indescribable calmness. His eyes were clear and pure, and he gave off a faint otherworldly aura. Previously, this feeling was not obvious. Now, it was very clear. The succession race will end soon, Shao Chun said softly. After exiting the passageway, the group returned to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Shao Chun looked at the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree. Chapter 23:37. At the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, the 9th Prince Wang Yan was currently fighting an intense battle with the 4th Prince Wang Yun. However, the situation did not look good. The Yan imperial sword that Wang Yun refined was the 9th altar. 9 was the limit, containing a vast amount of dragon essence. The other princes, on the other hand, had long since lost the right to participate in the battle for the position of crown prince. They could only watch from the ancient tree. The 8th Prince Wang Feng and the 13th Prince had unwilling expressions on their faces. They were the most popular princes after the first prince. Who would have thought that after the death of the first prince, someone would truly ascend to the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? They were the two brothers whom he looked down on the most. This was especially so for the 4th Prince Wang Yun. He had always been treated like a fool, a complete joke. No one thought that he would be able to pass the first round of the test. But who knew that this fool would turn the tables and stand at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? This was the final battle with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Based on the situation, Shao Chun was suppressing Wang Yan all the way, holding a great advantage. Even though Wang Yan's grasp of the massacre Great Dao was far more exquisite than the other party's Buddhist Dao might, Wang Yan's massacre Great Dao was not as exquisite as the other parties. In terms of martial strength, the 4th prince could not compare to the battle-hardened and experienced Wang Yan. However, there was nothing he could do. The 9th altar contained too much dragon essence. The might of Wang Yun's Yan imperial sword far surpassed Wang Yan's. Wang Yan used force to break technique. He did not need to use too many exquisite killing moves or martial techniques. He could suppress Wang Yan with just the sword in his hand. 9th brother, you still haven't given up? Wang Yun held his Yan imperial sword at the top of the ancient tree, stuck in the vast clouds. The body of the sword overflowed with Buddhist light, and the Buddhist light behind him shone even brighter. It was as if a sky full of Buddhas had appeared, chanting Buddhist mantras incessantly, and the might of one sword seemed to be able to flatten mountains and rivers. Wang Yan's eyes filled with murderous intent. However, his aura was completely drowned out by the other party's vast sovereign might. It seemed as if he was surrounded by a powerful army, and his entire body was filled with killing intent as he fought bravely while bathed in blood. Unfortunately, there was no end to the killing. Even when they were exhausted, they were still unable to break out of the encirclement. It looks like Wang Yan's defeat is only a matter of time. Xiao Suo looked into the distance and sighed softly as he watched the battle at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree. Hao Kai also shook his head slightly. Although the few of them had not interacted with Wang Yan for long, they still admired his character. Seeing that the prince whom he had been escorting was about to lose to someone else, he couldn't help but feel indignant. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, and his emotions did not fluctuate. Along the way, he had done his best to protect Wang Yan. Now, in this final battle, he could only rely on himself. Regardless of the outcome, he only hoped that he would not have any regrets. He could tell that Wang Yan's martial Dao foundation far surpassed the fourth prince, Wang Yun. After all, he had been stationed at the borders all year round and was always at the forefront. Wang Yun, who lived in the capital, couldn't be compared to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's aura was completely suppressed. The dragon essence in the Yen Imperial Sword could not compare to his opponents. If he could come to his senses and use the brocade pouch that he had given him, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. However, it did not matter. The first prince had already been killed. No matter who ascended to the position of crown prince, Xiao Chen could still reluctantly accept it deep down in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Chen had other worries. The succession race in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb had been full of twists and turns. The situation had developed to this point. It was hard not to worry about why the Imperial Ancestral Temple was protecting Shi and the others. Now, Xiao Chen felt somewhat worried about Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the others in the depths of the Imperial Palace. "Big brother, should we continue watching?" Xiao Suo asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Most of the other prince's guests had already left the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. "Let's leave this place first." Xiao Chen and the others thought to themselves, "Give up." Then, they immediately felt a vast, mighty force from the depths of the ground connecting to their physical bodies and souls. The mighty force of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb forcefully sent Xiao Chen and the others out. In the next moment, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the scene before him changed drastically. His entire body suddenly felt incredibly relaxed. The pressure of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb no longer existed. Whoosh! 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 The instant Xiao Chen appeared in the Imperial Palace's drill ground, he immediately felt 10-odd strong, suffocating soul energy scanning his body. This startled Xiao Chen. He had once come into contact with a faux god flame and could clearly sense it. Every strand of soul energy contained a faux god flame. This meant that a significant number of faux gods had arrived in the Yenwu dynasty. The soul energy containing a faux god flame left as quickly as it came, lasting less than 1,000th of a second. Those who were slightly weaker would not be able to sense it. Xiao Chen understood. These faux gods were trying to sense if they had the wings of time or not. Xiao Chen immediately felt a chill down his spine, feeling fortunate. Fortunately, the misty Immortal Palace did not have the wings of time. If he had taken the wings of time and appeared in the Imperial Palace, the misty Immortal Palace would have been destroyed. If Xiao Chen obtained the wings of time and appeared in the Imperial Palace, he would instantly suffer the attacks of at least 10-odd faux gods. At that time, even if he had the cycle Great Dao, he would not be able to escape death. However, it was hard to say. With so many faux gods gathered, the Heavenly Alliance's faux gods would be here as well. If the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon knew that Xiao Chen possessed the wings of time, they would definitely protect him to the death. But no matter what, he would be caught in the center of the dispute, and it would be hard to predict whether he would survive or not. Without batting an eyelid, Xiao Chen handed Jianghu to Xiao Suo and walked toward Ao Jiao and Su Yi. "Your Highness Goddess, I'm glad I didn't fail you," Hao Kai said respectfully when he saw Ao Jiao. "Thank you, Senior Hao Kai. Ao Jiao quickly returned the greeting and said softly. Then, her beautiful eyes turned and landed on Xiaochen. She complained, "Why did you work so hard? You don't know how worried we were about you." Indeed, the competition for the crown prince position was full of twists and turns. There were many times when he was on the brink of life and death. He didn't have the time to think about it, but the onlookers were definitely alarmed and worried. "I'm not dead, don't worry." Feeling Ao Jiao's concern, Xiaochen felt warmth in his heart. Then, he stepped forward and pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks. After Shi Wangmu's matter, Xiaochen understood many things. One should not wait until the people by one's side were no longer around before regretting it. After seeing Ao Jiao, many of the emotions that Xiaochen suppressed in his heart surged out. Ao Jiao's youthful face immediately blushed. She pulled away from Xiaochen's hand and asked, "What are you doing? There are so many people watching." Cough. Cough. "Young Master Xiao, this is our Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. Don't go overboard," Hao Kai said softly as he coughed a few times. Xiaochen withdrew his hand and looked back. Indeed, several gazes were looking at him. Then, Xiaochen saw Shi with a white bandage wrapped around his left eye. He smiled at Xiaochen in a mocking manner. Yan Congming and Zhen Yuan, who fought to the death with Shi earlier, were together with Shi again. There were also several hostile gazes, such as Qin Ming, who gritted his teeth in anger. Naturally, Xiaochen ignored all of them. At this moment, the eliminated princes and the many guests on the drill ground all stared at the light screen. Everyone stared at the light screen, watching the peak battle between Wang Yan and Wang Yun. There was destined to be only one victor in this battle, ascending to the crown prince position. However, Xiaochen had a bad feeling in his heart, regardless of whether he had the wings of time or not. Whether he had the wings of time or not, the Yanwu dynasty gathering so many foe gods was an ominous sign. If he got careless, a battle between foe gods would start. At that time, the consequences would be dire. What worried Xiaochen more were Shi and Yan Congming. One was the Xuewu dynasty's first prince, the leader of the demonic Dao. The other was the underworld god Hall's outstanding talent, representing the factions of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. They were like fire and water with the righteous Dao. Now that the first prince was dead, the two of them, who had lost their protection, still dared to openly remain in the palace. This gave Xiaochen a bad feeling. After some thought, he said, "Everyone, stay closer to me. Something is not quite right." The current calm was like the calm before the storm, making Xiaochen very worried. Xiaochen got Su Yi and the others to stay closer to him. Once there were any changes, he would use the divine universe steel to put everyone in. Su Yi and the others did not suspect anything. After hearing that, they quietly gathered around Xiaochen, surrounding him. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of something. He asked, "Did you see the Yan Emperor appear?" As long as the Yan Emperor was around, Xiaochen could swing his Yan imperial sword. Even foe gods would fear him in this Yanwu dynasty. Su Yi frowned and said, "His Majesty, the Yan Emperor, has not appeared since the start." The moment Su Yi said that, Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He already had a bad feeling. Just at this moment, the surrounding people started discussing. The fourth prince is going to win. On the light screen, Wang Yan, who was surrounded at the top of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, could no longer endure, getting knocked into the air by Wang Yun's sword. Blood spurted out endlessly, a cruel sight to behold. Chapter 2338. At the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, at the start of the fight, Wang Yun, who held the upper hand, finally inflicted heavy injuries on Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. After being sent flying by a single sword strike, the accumulated injuries all erupted at this moment. Wang Yan, who was sent flying, showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Hate. If this Wang Yun was truly stronger than him, he could still accept his loss wholeheartedly. However, Wang Yun was no match for him. In fact, he was much weaker than him. However, he relied on the vast dragon essence contained in the ninth altar to suppress him in terms of the emperor's might. He didn't have any room to display his various martial arts. The other party used force to break technique. I don't care what killing move or martial technique you have. I only need one sword, and the deities and Buddhas in the sky all materialize sovereign might. If Wang Yan could match his opponent's long essence, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 3 moves. However, there were no ifs in this world. In terms of unwillingness, the eliminated 8th prince and 13th prince were even more unwilling. It's a pity. I've already come this far, but I still fell short of success. Wang Yan felt very guilty. He felt that he had let down Xiao Chen and the heavenly book scholar, who had supported him through life and death along the way. I'm sorry to disappoint you. From the very beginning when he faced Wang Yuan, he knew that his chances of winning weren't high, and he had no regrets holding on until now. However, when he thought of Xiao Chen and the others, he was filled with guilt. No. Just as Wang Yan closed his eyes in despair, he suddenly recalled that Xiao Chen had given him a brocade pouch in Black Wind Ridge. Wang Yan, who was about to open it, was stopped by Xiao Chen, telling him not to open it unless absolutely necessary. With this thought, Wang Yan opened his eyes. Just as he was about to descend to the top of the ancient tree, Wang Yan opened his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he stabbed his sword into the crown of the tree. He knelt down on one knee and stood up once more. A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Yun's eyes. In that instant earlier, he clearly sensed that the other party had lost all fighting spirit. There was no chance of victory at all, so why did he suddenly stop? Ninth brother, there's no need to struggle anymore. You and I are brothers. I don't want to hurt you too badly, and I don't want to kill you. Wang Yun said calmly. What he said was the truth. Of the many princes, only Wang Yan did not have much resentment or murderous intent. However, if Wang Yan insisted on going his own way, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You think you've already won? Isn't it? Wang Yun's lips curled up in a smile filled with mockery. His ninth brother, Wang Yan, is only a so-so. Even now, he is still so naive. I don't think so. Wang Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a sharp look flashed in them. Then, he opened the brocade pouch that Xiao Chen gave him. Boom! The instant the brocade pouch was opened, a dazzling radiance flowed out in all directions. Wang Yun covered his eyes with his left hand and slowly looked at Luo Kai. He squinted his eyes, and when he looked, his expression changed drastically. It was a heavy jasper with clear ripples on the inside. 9 dragon shadows floated around it. This was a dragon jade with 9 dragon shadows. When this jade appeared, not only was Wang Yun shocked, but the many spectators in the dueling ground were also astonished. In the first round of the test, being able to fill up the dragon jade with 3 dragon shadows was already very impressive. Reaching 5 dragon shadows was already considered heaven-defying. It was unheard of for someone to reach 9 dragon shadows in the past. Damn it! Wang Yun could no longer remain calm. He cursed and charged over while holding his Yen Imperial sword. Wang Yun wanted to end this battle before Wang Yan absorbed this dragon jade. Xiao Chen, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. A smile appeared on Wang Yun's face. The importance of this brocade pouch surpassed his expectations. Whoosh! Wang Yan raised his Yen Imperial sword to the sky, and 9 dragon shadows immediately gathered. The Yen Imperial sword in Wang Yun's hand burst out with a light that rivaled the sun. His dynasty's dragon might quickly soared. Wang Yun, who originally held a suppressive advantage, forced back his aura before the resplendent Yen Imperial sword. Soon, Wang Yan's dynasty's dragon might clashed with Wang Yun's and overtook him. Wang Yun, who was charging over, could only watch helplessly as all this happened. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Wang Yan roared furiously and soared into the air. His sword light flickered. Sword images containing the massacred Great Tao pierced through the Buddha statues in the sky and destroyed them all. Pu Ci. Wang Yun vomited a mouthful of blood as the many sword images knocked him to the ground. After losing the advantage in dragon essence, Wang Yun's true level instantly revealed itself. He lost in one move. How can it be like this? Wang Yun felt confused, unable to accept this. Earlier, he had been suppressing the other party. By the time their dynasty's dragon might were about the same, he was actually defeated in one move. Crack! Cracks appeared in the Yen Imperial sword in Wang Yun's hand before shattering. Without sufficient accumulations, Wang Yun forcefully occupied the ninth altar. The huge difference after losing in one move caused him to crumble. After losing his Yen Imperial sword, Wang Yun was forcefully sent out of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. No one had expected such a dramatic reversal. In the end, the one to truly ascend to the peak and become crown prince was the ninth prince Wang Yan. All the prince's Yen Imperial swords were gone. Now, only Wang Yan's remained in the entire ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Boom! The dynasty's dragon vein hidden under the ancient Yen Emperor tomb poured into the ancient Yen Emperor tree and merged with Wang Yan, who was at the top. In the next moment, the huge screen in the drill ground shattered, materializing bright light. Wang Yan held his Yen Imperial sword as he stepped out amid the bright light, appearing before everyone. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The various feudal lords and noble clans all stood up and performed cupped fist salutes. No matter how the succession race turned out, now that Wang Yan was the crown prince, he would be the next Yen emperor in the future. Wang Yan revealed a smile as he looked around, his heart filled with joy. If you are the crown prince, then what am I? Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. Wang Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the one-eyed Shi smiling mockingly at Wang Yan, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan's face sank. I thought that you already left. You are still here even now. You are really bold. The sudden situation startled the feudal lords, the many princes, and the guests at the drill ground. Why should I leave? She countered with a faint smile. Right after she spoke, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor walked out of the clouds in the sky above the palace. Then, he said coldly, Wang Yan, your guests cruelly killed the first prince. You will not be able to escape punishment. The elders have already decided to strip you of your crown prince position. What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the various feudal lords and stirring up a huge commotion. Wang Yan said with a sullen expression, I want to see Imperial Father. You are not qualified to strip me of my crown prince position. I'm afraid that's not up to you. She sneered and said indifferently. Whoosh! Hundreds of figures covered in demonic flames rushed out of the vast palace. Without exception, they were all demonic Dao Hall elite sovereign emperors. They surrounded the entire drill ground, filling the air with demonic might, spreading out in all directions. The Yanwu dynasty's palace instantly changed. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts, who were supposed to be here, disappeared. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The expressions of the various feudal lords and princes changed drastically. At this moment, all the elites of the Yanwu dynasty gathered in the palace. It was like the demonic Dao Hall had surrounded them. In the palace in the clouds, the imprisoned Yen Emperor trembled with rage. You, to think that you are so deranged, becoming the demonic Dao Hall's dogs. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor said expressionlessly, the epoch is changing. If we want to continue the Yanwu dynasty's glory, we need to make a choice. The sudden change in the situation caused everyone to feel somewhat frightened. How did the Yanwu dynasty fall in an instant, occupied by the demonic Dao Hall? How can it be like this? To think that the demonic Dao Hall's people took over the palace just like that. Senior Feng and the Heavenly Book scholar said with uneasy expressions, not understanding what happened. Xiaochen looked around and said, that is not all. The Underworld God Hall's people are mixed in as well. This should have been planned long ago. If the first prince had not died, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor would have had a trump card to bargain with the other party. Now, he has completely sided with the other party. What should we do? Ao Jiao asked somewhat anxiously. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestors experts listened to the other party. This was like the dynasty's faction and the demonic Dao Hall's faction working together to surround them. There was no way out. Give me the sword. She climbed onto the drill ground and walked towards Wang Yan, demanding the Yan Imperial sword that symbolized the dynasty's inheritance. Chapter 2339. The entire palace immediately burst into a huge commotion. Mu Zifeng and Sui Renji both felt startled, flabbergasted. Wang Yan's lips curled up in a cold smile. After some thought, he said, "You two are really my good brothers. Let me tell you this. Unless I die today, I will not give you the Yan Imperial sword in my hand." During the succession race, she wielded the demonic Imperial sword and prepared to swallow up the dynasty's dragon vein. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, who managed the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, already turned a blind eye to it, not doing anything. Before the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor finished speaking, Pan Huang mercilessly attacked, sending him flying with a slap from a distance. "Xiao Chen, are you going to save the 9th prince?" "Indeed." Xiao Chen thought to himself. It was more or less as he guessed. That's right. Father is still in their hands. Even if you don't want to kill us, are you going to kill Father as well? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The smile on Xi's face faded, replaced by a murderous intent. Just as she pressed forward, the 13th Prince Wang Yi said indifferently. If not for something unexpected happening that even she could not control, Yuan Zhen and Wang Yan would have counterattacked. Several dozen figures rushed over from the dark. Without exception, they were all experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Whoosh! 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 Everyone looked up and saw the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain outside the imperial capital. The golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha released a resplendent light, materializing a Buddhist nation behind him. However, the situation was far from that simple. Hence, no matter what, they could not let down their guard. They had to protect the people around them. After some thought, Mu Zifeng said, "That's right. Wang Fei is the representative of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Demonic Dao Hall, and the Underworld God Hall. If he did not die, he would not have pushed Xi to the front. He would not have let these foe gods do so, either. However, a war between foe gods is just a matter of time. The Hidden Spirit Temple will not just sit and wait for death. Under the control of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, the Yanwu dynasty submitted to the demonic Dao Hall. Did they become prisoners?" Sui Renji said softly, "Little girl, the Yanwu dynasty is now filled with the foe gods of the various super factions. No matter how bold the demonic Dao Hall and the Underworld God Hall are, they would not dare to offend all of them. People like the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming and the profound Heaven Holy Sun Wenren Yu were also taken away by the foe gods of the various factions. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor, an 8-vein sovereign emperor, could not even last one exchange with Pan Huang." Ao Jiao asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. "The world out from the Shao into the Buddha Light Mountain." Suddenly, the boundless golden light disappeared, and a dark Buddhist light, accompanied by the strange and indifferent face of the Gautama Buddha, shrouded in front of the world. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He said, "Don't worry. There will be someone who will not let him die. I just need to take care of you." Pan Huang chuckled, looking down on everyone, not taking these four seriously at all. Chen. Chen Feng Sei, Chen, Shan. Spirit, Mu said. Ji said Ji, Mu, Emperor, Chen, Mu, hi. This is, the 9th Yen Emperor? He's still alive? It looked like a faux god battle was about to start. The Yenwu dynasty would always be at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. No need. You teach me. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor appeared again in the palace in the clouds. He said calmly, "Princes and feudal lords, there is no need to be nervous. After Lord Shi becomes the new Yen Emperor, everyone will continue as before. Your titles and lands will not change. The martial epoch is about to collapse, and the new epoch is about to crumble. Lord Shi promised us even greater glory." The imperial palace had always been bathed in the Buddha's light, and it had never changed. Just at this moment, the golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha that everyone looked up to suddenly spun on Spirit Vulture Mountain. His gaze landed on Wang Yen from thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, he began to think about how his family and the interests under his name would change if this was true. What's going on? However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A beam of golden Buddhist light pierced through the dark clouds and enveloped Wang Yen. Then, the golden Buddhist light quickly expanded. In a moment, it cleared away all the demonic clouds in the sky. Scram to the side. It was the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot, Abbot Suyi. On the left and right were the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang and Sword God Su Hanshan. Swearing Ji looked coldly at Mu Zifeng. Then, he waved his long sleeves and turned into a beam of dark light that pulled in Xiao Chen and the others. Swearing Ji glanced over and said indifferently, "Brat, be more respectful when you speak. I was the one who made a move earlier to fish you out." This completely cut off Wang Yan's thoughts of fleeing with his sword. The golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha frantically switched between good and evil. The golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha began to switch between righteous and evil. Xiaochen could not help saying, "Lord Mu." When the ordinary people inside and outside Yen City saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. When Xiaochen saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. Xiaochen asked as he looked at Mu Zifeng. The hundreds of demonic Dao sovereign emperors in the surroundings showed cold gazes as they silently circulated their demonic essence. They drove overwhelming demonic chi, and surging black clouds instantly covered the sky above the imperial palace. Whoosh! Boom! This rather dramatic scene seemed absurd and inconceivable. It seemed to be unexpected, but also beyond reason. Just as the Yenwu dynasty was in a precarious situation, on the verge of leaning toward the demonic Dao Hall, this super faction, which had been hiding its strength and not made a move for many years, finally revealed its fangs. Shi's words had the meaning behind them. Even if everyone in the world wanted to side with the demonic Dao Hall, Wang Yen would absolutely not do so. In that case, since all of you are here, why did you not help the Hidden Spirit Temple? Hao Kai could not help asking. Ao Jiao asked, "Then how did you enter the imperial palace? The people of the demonic hall didn't attack you?" Below the martial arts practice field, many princes were shocked, and they were slightly dazed and unable to stand steadily. TSK, there are really a lot of old farts. Who else is there? Stop hiding. The four of you are not enough for me to beat you up. Bang! Right now, she had probably already swallowed the dynasty's dragon vein. The consequences would be even worse than now. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor showed a grave expression as he flew forward. Then, he said, "Senior Abbot, my royal clan is currently dealing with internal matters. Please leave. The Hidden Spirit Temple no longer has any connection to my Yenwu dynasty." Could it be? Wang Yen, who was on the martial arts practice field, felt a chill in his heart. His expression turned extremely unsightly. This was just his nature. Wang Yan's expression turned sullen, and his hand, which held the Yen imperial sword, trembled endlessly. He looked at Shi and asked, "Is my father still alive? Take out the sword." A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He looked at Mu Zifeng and asked, "Is it because I killed the first Prince Wang Fei?" Xiao Chen knew that he had to leave. With a thought, he prepared to take out the Divine Universe steel. This did not surprise Xiao Chen. When he looked back, he frowned heavily. He still felt somewhat worried about Pan Huang. The Imperial Ancestral Temple not only did not stop the demonic Dao Hall's sovereign emperor expert from taking over the Imperial Palace, but it even colluded with him. Even Xiao Chen, Hao Kai, and the others all looked at Mu Zifeng in confusion. Even though some people were dissatisfied with the demonic Dao's sovereign emperors and the hidden Imperial Ancestral Temple experts, the Yen Imperial Ancestor was a dynasty that had existed for close to 100,000 years. Even though the Yen Imperial Ancestor normally did not show himself, it did not mean that there were no faux god experts. When Xiao Chen's vision recovered, he only saw a blurry golden light in the imperial capital Yen City when he looked back. What startled Xiao Chen even more was that the person traveling with him was his old rival, Soaring. This enveloped the entire imperial palace in a somber and cold atmosphere, suppressing everyone. Xi's lips curled up in mockery. "Are you sure that I will attack you?" "I won't." She smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, you will live. However, if you do not cooperate, it will be hard to say whether you will live or not. Don't even think about resisting. The Imperial Ancestral Temple already came to an agreement with my demonic Dao Hall. The Flame Dragon formation in the Imperial Palace will not be activated." Clang! Since the demonic Dao Hall was confident of making a move under the hidden Spirit Temple's nose, they definitely had something up their sleeves. 3 old men followed behind this white-haired old man. All the faux god experts of the royal court came out in full force. However, Xiao Chen suddenly sensed a strong aura behind him. When he turned around, shock flashed on his face. Xiao Chen knew that the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body had both good and evil sides. However, Xiao Chen had never expected that the other side would appear before the world one day. However, he could still sense that strong faux god aura. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. He found it strange, but he resisted and did not make a move in the end. Even if Xiao Chen did not become the crown prince today, he would still be the first to step forward in such a situation. A white-haired old man stood on the flame dragon, radiating a faint faux god might. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "What's wrong? Do you find it strange to see me? Now is not the time to speak. There will be a huge battle between faux gods soon. Soaring, bring them away first." Wang Yan was not stupid. He quickly figured out what was going on. It was Mu Zifeng. Wang Yan had been rather calm from the start to the end, as he wanted to obtain the hidden spirit temple. No matter what, he would not just sit back and watch the demonic Dao Hall control the Yanwu dynasty. The Yen Emperor had always been under the watch of the Buddhist ancestor, never disappearing. The hidden spirit temple. 3 figures approached from the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain, appearing in the sky above the Imperial Palace's drill ground. Soaring, a Heavenly Alliance senior elder, was an incredibly strong faux god expert. "You have backbone, but is it useful?" Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, the golden Kasyapa Buddha body turned around again, revealing its benevolent, peaceful, and dignified side. Whoosh! The battle between faux gods is already unavoidable. No matter who wins, the Yanwu dynasty is finished. Unexpectedly, the people that Xiao Chen wanted to kill in the final battle were his own people. Mu Zifeng sighed softly. Then, he said in a self-mocking manner, "I am overthinking. The epoch has changed. There is no longer any distinction between the righteous and demonic factions. The super factions might be eager for both sides to fight. It would be best if both sides ended up severely injured, severely damaging their essence. A terrifying aura burst out from the depths of the imperial palace. 9 flame dragons gathered from different directions. Ninth brother, just give the Yen imperial sword to Lord Shi. Don't be rash alone. Don't get us all killed. Wang Yen drew his sword, and the Yen imperial sword gave off a bright light, radiating the dragon might of a dynasty. A Buddhist light shone, looking very dignified. However, Wang Yen did not dare to say anything. Anyone who dared to step forward would definitely die. Now, Wang Yen finally understood that the demonic Dao Hall's actions had the tacit approval of the royal court's faux gods. The princes who lost the succession race did not want Wang Yen to become the crown prince in the first place. As Wang Yen held the Yen imperial sword, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the sovereign emperor experts in the imperial ancestral temple. When the sovereign emperor experts saw the situation, they started speaking in a strange tone, wanting Shi to hand over the Yen imperial sword. She spread his arms and gently drifted back. However, after thinking about it, there were already signs of this happening. The moment she said that, the various feudal lords' anxious hearts eased somewhat. Whoosh! Chapter 2340. After entering the residence, Xiaochen discovered that the Heavenly Alliance doyens and the group of faux god experts were all there. The old Alliance chief, Hua Tianyang, and Swearing Ji were among them as well. They all looked at Xiaochen. After a while, Xiaochen figured out what had changed. Whoosh! When Mu Zifeng heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he said, "There is no need." Right after Mu Zifeng spoke, the other doyens agreed. In the end, only Swearing Ji remained silent. "I know you have many questions in your heart. Ask away." Xiaochen could not help feeling suspicious. If he started a new epoch in the future, he would not be able to avoid destruction in the end. 3 days later, the alloy battle armor arrived at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Mu Zifeng asked after some thought, "Fate cannot be defied?" Mu Zifeng frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Strictly speaking, the martial epoch ended the moment the Black Dragon King broke the World Tree. However, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor suppressed the Black Dragon King back then, not giving him a chance to destroy the world, allowing the martial epoch to survive until now." Mu Zifeng explained, "When an epoch reaches its end, there will always be an existence like the Black Dragon King, bringing the end and destruction. Only with destruction can there be new life. Only then can the epoch cycle never end." Why? Swearing Ji, do you have any objections? Light and shadow flickered. Xiaochen looked into the distance and discovered that aside from the palace, the imperial capital Yen city had turned into rubble. Suyi muttered to herself as she looked at the imperial capital Yen city, still showing disbelief in her eyes. Mu Zifeng thought for a while before saying softly, "Actually, you should address me as Alliance Chief Mu now. Let's go. This place is no longer safe. Let's return to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters first." Why? Suyi, let's go. In the earlier exchange of faux gods, thousands or even tens of thousands of years of effort turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. It could be opened for cultivation only after obtaining the approval of all the doyens and faux god experts. The instant the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body shattered, 2 figures flew out of the Yenwu dynasty's vast territory. Mu Zifeng mocked, "There is no need to care. Who would listen to him now? Does he think that he is still the epoch master? Go to the void god realm and die with him? I'm here to ask for your agreement to open the 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Formation so that Xiaochen can enter it to cultivate in seclusion." After Mu Zifeng sat down, he looked at Xiaochen and smiled softly. The group boarded the alloy warship, all of them silent. My Beauty's Smile Pavilion, the change of epochs and the collapse of order were just the beginning. 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Xiaochen was slightly shocked. He only calmed down after a while. "You're the chief of the Heaven Alliance now?" Mu Zifeng stood up and looked at Xiaochen, wanting to speak to him alone. Even without the Heavenly Alliance's resources, after absorbing the entire Immortal Burial Lake and the Blue Dragon's treasure trove, he did not need many resources. As the two spoke, the horrifying battle between foe gods had already begun. It was broken. Mu Zifeng waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. You know very well what kind of person I am. To put it nicely, we are helping each other. To put it bluntly, we are using each other. However, it does not matter. You and I are of use to each other. So, this relationship is unbreakable." After thinking for a while, Xiaochen voiced his doubts. Xiaochen felt worried. At the same time, he understood that after order collapsed, the foe gods would feel fear. When foe gods panicked, no matter how cruel the scene was, no matter how strong the power was, there was no order to maintain it. There were boundless benefits for a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor to cultivate on this mountain. Originally, Xiaochen planned to deal with this matter after he became the Dragon Emperor. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Xiaochen had found it strange long ago. These two were sworn enemies. Why did they suddenly appear at the same time? Previously, Swearenji's attitude toward Mu Zifeng had been overbearing, like fire and water. Mu Zifeng asked with a frown. "Xiaochen, come with me for a while." "All right. Let's put it this way. The Heavenly Alliance will invest all its resources on you to help you ascend to the Dragon Emperor position. However, there is one thing. If you succeed in starting a new epoch, you need to benefit the Heavenly Alliance. I need you to make an oath with your soul." Xiaochen mocked, "This is really interesting. Without anyone knowing, I helped you become the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief." Upon seeing Xiaochen agree, joy appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This was especially so when Xiaochen mentioned Mu Zifeng's name in the oath. Xiaochen asked, feeling confused. He had been thinking of resealing the other party's Black Dragon King after he became the Dragon Emperor. Previously, Xiaochen did not have a high status, so he could only cultivate at the waist of the mountain. As Xiaochen said, Mu Zifeng had always been a person who prioritized his own benefits. It was just that he would hide it in the past. Now, he did not hide his desire at all, being direct. "I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. I'm in no rush." Mu Zifeng and Swearenji both felt greatly startled, clearly extremely shocked. Now that order had collapsed, there was no way to restrain foe gods. It was hard to find a truly safe place in the Great Thousand Realms. After Mu Zifeng settled everyone down, he brought Xiaochen to Heavenly Divine Mountain alone. Mu Zifeng gave Swearenji some instructions, and a transcendent alloy warship appeared. Then, he called Xiaochen and the others over. Earlier, when the many foe gods fought, the number of people who died from the shock waves could no longer be counted in 10,000. "Greetings, Alliance Chief. Do you know how the Black Dragon King was sealed back then? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor exhausted the last of the martial epoch's luck before he succeeded. Furthermore, from a certain point of view, the Black Dragon King's appearance was fate. Even without the Black Dragon King, other experts would have appeared and destroyed the martial epoch." Mu Zifeng looked around and said calmly, "Xiaochen already carved the oath on his soul. If he becomes the epoch master, he will definitely benefit the Heavenly Alliance. As long as everyone's juniors and clansmen remain in the Heavenly Alliance, they will safely survive the epoch change. Of course, that is on the premise that Xiaochen truly becomes the epoch master." When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Indeed, he had not expected Mu Zifeng to be so direct. When Xiaochen heard that, he understood. No wonder these foe gods could only wait for death and still listen to Mu Zifeng's orders. Furthermore, they could obey Mu Zifeng's orders. It turned out that they all had descendants. They all had unresolved concerns and bloodline relatives. What? Xiaochen did not continue thinking. He chose to agree. Since the Heavenly Alliance was established, the ancient spirit-gathering formation had been established. It had been absorbing the spiritual energy essence of Heavenly Divine Mountain supreme treasures for many years. The battle between foe gods was cruel. The imperial capital Yen City was instantly destroyed. This made Xiaochen feel that it was better to have a safe place. Xiaochen worried about Pan Huang's safety. His strength was limited, so he could only pray for Pan Huang's safety. The other figure towered into the sky, radiating a terrifying state of death. Everywhere it passed, life force extinguished, materializing the image of an underworld deity. "Let's go," one of the doyens said. While Swearenji's words sounded like a question, he was actually threatening Xiaochen. "How did you end up with Swearenji?" The Alliance chief's residence at the summit of the Heavenly Divine Mountain was previously managed by Hua Tianyang. Now, it was managed by Mu Zifeng. At that time, with the strength of a foe god, Mu Zifeng would be able to kill the people that Xiaochen cared about. Precisely. Long before the Crown Prince's war, the Alliance head had already decided to choose between me and Swearenji. Thanks to you, your performance in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb far surpassed Lin Feng's, and I became the new Heavenly Alliance's Alliance chief. There's no need. I promise you. I swear in Xiaochen's name that if we start a new epoch one day, I will not forget the Heavenly Alliance and Lord Mu Zifeng's kindness, and I will protect them. There seemed to be a boundless force twisting space and confusing the surroundings, preventing others from seeing what was happening. Alliance Chief, the Holy Lord just sent orders for the leaders and foe god experts of the 5 super factions to head to the foe god world. We will discuss how to deal with the demonic Dao Hall and the underworld God Hall. However, once it started, it would immediately descend into madness, chaos, and doomsday. It could only end when the new epoch started. A figure covered the sky with demonic clouds. Everywhere he passed, demonic clouds covered half of the Yenwu dynasty's territory. What was the meaning of the epoch's existence? Suddenly, Xiaochen said, "Lord Mu, you have changed." These two were the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master and the underworld God Hall's Hall Master, the most horrifying existences among the demonic Dao foe gods. If Xiaochen was not willing to let go of this grudge, there was no need for Mu Zifeng to worry too much. In any case, he would die. Xiaochen continued, just like back then, when the immortal Dao collapsed, the cycle of reincarnation was destroyed, and the immortals fell? Coincidentally, Xiaochen had many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Mu Zifeng. After leaving some instructions to Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others, he followed behind Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng said indifferently, "You should have noticed that practically all the super factions have a spokesperson. They are betting everything, hoping that their faction spokesperson will become the new epoch master in the future. Naturally, my Heavenly Alliance cannot continue splitting resources. We have to make a choice between you and Lin Feng." The only thing that Xiaochen could gain was that the Heavenly Alliance would be a great help in the fight for the Dragon Emperor position. When the Black Dragon King reappears, the martial epoch, which is already at its end, will officially come to an end. At that time, all the foe gods who ignited their divine flame and were too deeply connected to the martial epoch will fall. There is no why. Every epoch ends like this. Then, a new epoch emerges. This is fate. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows as he looked at the other party. He discovered that Mu Zifeng seemed to have changed from before. However, he could not see the situation inside clearly. "Come, I'll bring you to the peak of the Divine Mountain." After the epoch ended, it would be like when the immortals fell back then. All the foe gods would not be able to avoid being buried with the martial epoch. I know where the Black Dragon King's seal is. I can gather foe gods to strengthen the seal. Mu Zifeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he smiled. He has indeed changed. The epoch is changing, and a great calamity is looming. No one knows what the future will be like. Even foe gods feel fear and unease. Since things have reached this point, why do I need to disguise myself? I might as well live freely. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept it. Heavenly Divine Mountain was a divine mountain formed from the Heavenly Alliance's boundless resources. Mu Zifeng smiled happily and said, "Good. From now on, you are one of us. What else do you want to know? I will definitely tell you everything I know. Everyone keeps talking about the epoch changing. I would like to know when the martial epoch will end." "Yes." Mu Zifeng said after some thought, no wonder the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are so confident, daring to work with the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic Dao Hall. It turns out that they already predicted that the Buddhist sect's days are numbered, which is why they are so bold. Even the Alliance chief did not have the authority to open it. Swearing Ji showed a cold expression as he smiled sinisterly. "What objection can I have? Shao Chen, this old man once had an old grudge with you. Although you repay kindness, you are ruthless and vengeful. You are not a good person, either. Let me ask you this, after you become the epic master, will you let go of this grudge? I am not begging you. If you are not willing to let go, that is fine. In any case, you are someone who is about to die. I do not have to worry too much." Seeing Shao Chen remain silent, Mu Zifeng immediately understood that Shao Chen should have something to rely on. The golden Kasayapa Buddha body, which had existed since the birth of the martial epoch, actually shattered on Spirit Vulture Mountain. Actually, Shao Chen was somewhat hesitant about whether to agree or not. Chapter 2341. Swearing Ji. Are you trying to rebel? Rage appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This Swearing Ji was not giving him any face at all. Mu Zifeng had already formed a contract with Shao Chen. However, at the last step, Shao Chen put him on the spot. Swearing Ji ignored Mu Zifeng's rage and the other doyen's anger. Swearing Ji maintained a sinister expression. In any case, in Swearing Ji's opinion, Shao Chen was someone who repaid kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. Shao Chen was ruthless and vengeful. However, Shao Chen's character was rather good. As long as Shao Chen made a promise, Swearing Ji would believe him. It looked like Mu Zifeng was about to give the order for the other foe gods and doyens to attack Swearing Ji together. Shao Chen raised his hand to stop Mu Zifeng. He felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Swearing Ji's threat made him feel some pity. This was the change of epochs. Even someone as strong as a foe god felt so uneasy and lowly. If it were in the past, Swearing Ji would not have bothered with Shao Chen when foe gods were aloof. However, Swearing Ji now showed a cold expression, threatening a four-vein sovereign emperor junior with words that cut off all means of retreat. How could a foe god do such an embarrassing thing in the past? Shao Chen said calmly, "I can promise you that as long as you do not make a move against me, I will naturally not make a move against you. All the more, I will not touch your Heavenly Alliance descendants or other blood relatives." I was just waiting for you to say that. After hearing Shao Chen's words, Swearing Ji's expression instantly changed, revealing a faint smile. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression, ignoring Swearing Ji's little tricks. He said softly, "Doyens, let's work together to open the seal on Heavenly Divine Mountain." "All right." Whoosh! 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 The doyens and foe god experts present all took out Heavenly Alliance medallions and dripped their soul blood into them. The medallions immediately gave off a bright light, giving off many ancient and mysterious talisman scripts, looking very dazzling and intoxicating. After a while, these 10-odd Heavenly Alliance doyens merged into a door of light. They formed a door of light that emitted a hazy and mysterious purple luster. The door of light was covered in pure white snow, and a plum blossom stood proudly. This was the symbol of the Heaven Alliance. Mu Zifeng and the other doyens stopped what they were doing and looked at the light door with complicated expressions. "Open this door, and you will enter the core of the God of Heaven Mountain, which is a paradise created by the 9 heaven source gathering formation." Mu Zifeng said with a grave expression as he looked at Shao Chen. When Xiao Chen was about to step in, Mu Zifeng said again, "There is one last thing that I want to remind you of." "What?" "Once you enter, you won't be able to exit for a year. The Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation would only self-destruct when the Heavenly Divine Mountain's resources were truly exhausted. The spacetime inside is distorted. 1 year in the outside world is equivalent to 10 years inside." Xiao Chen turned around and said, "In other words, I have to stay in there for 10 years before I can come out?" Mu Zifeng nodded and said, "That's right. The purpose of this Heavenly Divine Mountain is to nurture the Epic Master. Only a superpower could create such a blessed land. Once the seal was broken, the heavenly treasures would be destroyed. Once the seal is broken, there will be no turning back. You will not come out until you exhaust the resources that the Heavenly Alliance has accumulated for more than 100,000 years. Do the other super factions have similar paradises?" Xiao Chen asked. "Naturally. Their inheritances might be even more ancient, so you have to give it your all. If you don't exhaust the resources, you won't be able to come out." Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is equivalent to being separated from Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others for a year. Had I known, I would have made some arrangements in advance. Help me take care of Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others. I hope to see them again 1 year later. Bang! Right after speaking, Xiao Chen pushed open the door and entered the core of the Heavenly Divine Mountain. Whoosh! 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 The Doyan's medallions returned, and Xiao Chen vanished. Mu Zifeng muttered to himself, "I have bet more than 100,000 years of the Heavenly Alliance's luck on you. I hope you will not disappoint me." At the same time, in the Universe Origin sect, Bushan Palace, and the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the masters of the various super factions did not heed the Holy Lord's orders to head to the Foe God world. They were making similar preparations to the Heavenly Alliance. In their opinion, the Holy Lord was already at the end of his rope. The martial epic would crumble soon. If they headed to the Foe God world now, they would just die with the Holy Lord. Light flickered, and the world spun. After a bout of dizziness, Xiao Chen's vision cleared up. Then, he appeared in a mist-shrouded pool. When he looked up, he saw countless stalactites hanging above him, giving off brilliant lights and spiritual energy. Drip! Drip! At the bottom of the stalactite, a handful of dewy spiritual beads fell into the pond. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then, he plucked a stalactite. Crunching sounds rang out as Xiao Chen took a bite. As he expected, it was spiritual milk. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chen took a bite, the spiritual milk materialized in his body like a storm, pouring into his divine energy sea. As he looked around, Xiao Chen said softly, "This place is indeed a blessed land. The spiritual energy here does not contain any impurities at all. If it were someone else, they would not be able to finish absorbing it even after 100 years. However, Xiao Chen was different. His 10,000 dragons art had already reached the 3rd layer and condensed a blue dragon essence soul. The newly condensed blue dragon essence soul was like a baby waiting to be fed. It happened to require a large amount of resources. Even if it was not enough, Xiao Chen still had the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. He could materialize the demonic cloud bird, so he did not need to worry about not being able to consume it. As Xiao Chen walked, he felt time flow slowly. He entered deep thought, not in a rush to absorb the spiritual milk here. Xiao Chen had his own thoughts. In terms of resources, the various super factions should be about the same. Some super factions had inheritances even older than the Heavenly Alliance. In terms of cultivation, there was no way to determine who was stronger. After he came out of closed-door cultivation, he might even be weaker than the other party. Hence, the crux of these 10 years was not to absorb all the resources here and raise his cultivation. Instead, Xiao Chen needed to understand his Tao. Aside from the cycle of reincarnation, his Tao was also the Tao that he accumulated bit by bit. Compared to Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Wen Renyu, Qin Ming, Yan Tsangming, Yuan Zhen, and the others, Xiao Chen's Tao was more complicated and his path more difficult. Xiao Chen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. At the same time, he had a fate with Buddhism. With the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, many people of the Buddhist sect could not compare to him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen cultivated an ancient demonic cultivation technique, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. At the same time, he possessed the blue dragon divine body. Xiao Chen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one. He also had a Buddhist heart. Compared to the natural treasures that littered this place, understanding his Tao was more important in these 10 years. Perhaps it had something to do with Shi Wangmu's experiences, but Xiao Chen still maintained an indifferent attitude toward the vast spiritual milk that the Heavenly Alliance had accumulated for more than 100,000 years. His expression was calm, like that of a mortal walking on a mountain made of gold, calm and indifferent. In contrast, when Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others entered their respective blessed lands, they immediately went wild with joy. They did not hesitate to circulate their cultivation techniques frantically, absorbing the surrounding natural treasures into their bodies at a horrifying speed. How long was 10 years? Xiao Chen did not know. The instant he entered the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation, he started thinking about dual cultivating immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one, and a Buddhist heart. He wondered how to merge them, how to walk a path that belonged to him, Xiao Chen. This was a path that no one had taken before or after. 1 year passed in the blessed lands. Sui Renji, Hua Tianyang, and the other doyens came to find Mu Zifeng in a somewhat flustered manner. Alliance Chief, not to mention 10% of the resources in the blessed lands, there is not even 1,000th less. What is this Xiao Chen doing? Is he sleeping inside? This guy better not waste our painstaking efforts. Regardless of whether he absorbs it or not, after 10 years in the cave, the Divine of Heaven Mountain will self-destruct. The group of doyens appeared flustered. After Mu Zifeng persuaded them to leave with kind words, he also felt apprehensive in his heart. What was Xiao Chen up to? Soon, 2 years passed in the blessed enclave. The spiritual milk formed by the various natural treasures in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation did not decrease at all. This group of doyens sought out Mu Zifeng again. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed in the blessed paradise. However, the resources in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation did not decrease at all. Now, not only Hua Tianyang and the other doyens but also Mu Zifeng could no longer sit still. Everyone, what should we do now? After a while, regardless of whether Xiao Chen is willing or not, the heavenly mountain will collapse, but the resources inside will not decrease. Mu Zifeng said somewhat helplessly as he looked at everyone with a sullen expression. The situation before them was beyond Mu Zifeng's expectations, something he had never expected. Actually, they had already discussed such a problem several times. However, they could not come up with a good solution in the end. Should we switch out someone else? Hua Tianyang said after some thought, since the resources in there have not decreased, let's risk it and open the seal. Then, we can switch out someone else to absorb the resources in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation. Who should we switch to? Let's switch to Jianghu. He is the Heaven Dragon's descendant. Coincidentally, he absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace. I think that he is a person with great luck. Coincidentally, he is also in our heavenly alliance. He also wants to become the Dragon Emperor, so we might be able to make a deal. Someone whispered a name, which immediately caused a moment of silence. Switching out someone else meant abandoning Xiao Chen. Mu Zifeng closed his eyes and said, "Don't say it first. Let me think about it." Chapter 23:42. Let me think about it, 8 months had passed since Xiao Chen entered Heavenly Divine Mountain's 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Based on the ratio of time in the 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Formation, Xiao Chen had been in there for 8 years. During these 8 years, the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk and the various divine sources in Heavenly Divine Mountain had not moved at all. Such a strange situation made the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon feel somewhat anxious and uncertain. Some of the outstanding talents that the other super factions placed their bets on had already appeared and stirred up a storm in the Great Thousand Realms, attracting attention. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming suddenly came out of closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. Now, he was a horrifying 9-veined sovereign emperor. The more horrifying thing was that he had completely unlocked the potential of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. His every movement gave people the feeling that he was an ancient golden dragon that had come back to life. The many older generation 9-veined sovereign emperors in Bushan Palace trembled before him. However, Xiao Chen still showed no signs of movement. No one knew what was happening inside. Zifeng, we can't wait anymore. Hua Tianyang, the old alliance chief, said hoarsely, his face covered in wrinkles, looking extremely old. The other doyens did not say anything. However, the expressions in their eyes as they looked at Mu Zifeng went without saying. They could not afford to wait. Or rather, the Heavenly Alliance could not afford to lose. As the epoch changed, as long as they lost the bet, it would not just be 1 or 2 people who died. The thousands of clans and factions that relied on the Heavenly Alliance would either be destroyed or enslaved in the new epoch. As faux god experts, they definitely did not want their descendants to be unable to maintain their current status in the new epoch. They might even be enslaved by other factions. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, I understand. Get someone to send Jianghu over. Understood. In less than 15 minutes, the faux god experts brought Jianghu to the summit of Heavenly Divine Mountain. Back then, after absorbing the ethereal Immortal Palace, Jianghu had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, Xiao Chen saved him. Jianghu had already woken up 3 months ago. Now, he had already stabilized the fortuitous encounter in the ethereal Immortal Palace. His entire body gave off an ethereal air. This was especially so for his eyes, which were as bright as stars and gems. When looked carefully, they were as deep and vast as the boundless starry heavens, giving off an ethereal and clear feeling. The ethereal Immortal Palace's aura was perfectly compatible with the Heaven Dragon mysteries. Now, Xiao Chen already possessed a true Heavenly Dragon bloodline. It had to be said that the previous Heavenly Dragon owed Jianghu a lot. However, he had done everything a father could to show the utmost fatherly love. The Heavenly Alliance doyens, including Mu Zifeng and Swearing Ji, all carefully sized up Jianghu, nodding to themselves. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with Jianghu. Since something unexpected happened to Xiao Chen, Jianghu was a good backup. Seniors, what do you want to discuss with me? Jianghu quickly asked, feeling weird being sized up by a group of people. Zhao's Dao Emperor Alliance Chief Shen God, Alliance wants to ask him, King Chen is, you want me to be to replace Chen? You want Chen, you want me substitute? You want a Divine Emperor, you want me you want me replacing me instead? Shao King Chen heaven on one you heaven on one on demon you sue you all. Yes. The Heavenly Alliance has already staked everything on this and cannot afford to fail. You also want to become a Dragon Emperor, right? With our support, you will definitely be able to become a Dragon Emperor after you absorb the spiritual milk and divine source in the 9 Heaven Source Gathering Formation. Mu Zifeng knew that Jianghu had a deep relationship with Xiao Chen, so he made his relationship clear. Several thoughts flashed through Jianghu's mind, but he soon calmed down and mused to himself, Chieftain Mu, I suggest we wait. Perhaps Xiao Chen is at the critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and if we rashly open the seal, it will instead cause him to fall short of success. But we can't wait any longer. That's right. Once the 9 Heaven Source Convergence Array is activated, it can only be maintained for a year. It's already been 8 months. Xiao Chen has been in there for 8 years. No matter what he is doing, he should have finished it by now. Little brother Jianghu, just say yes. When the Heavenly Alliance doyens saw Jianghu hesitate, they immediately felt somewhat anxious. They couldn't be blamed for not being anxious. After all, they had given Xiao Chen a lot of time. If it wasn't at the very last moment, they wouldn't resort to such a method. Rumble. Just as Jianghu was about to speak, the entire heavenly divine mountain suddenly shook intensely. The world spun around as if time and space twisted. At the summit of the mountain, Mu Zifeng and the others in the residence shook, unable to stand stably. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, showing doubt in their eyes. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared in the roof of the residence, and rubble fell continuously. The palace that stood on the peak of the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Let's go. Mu Zifeng made a prompt decision, quickly leaving with Jianghu and the other doyens. Whoosh! Just as the group left the residence and landed at the foot of Heavenly Divine Mountain, the Heavenly Divine Mountain shining with spiritual light behind them suddenly lost all its spiritual energy. All of a sudden, there was no more spiritual chi, and it turned into a pile of withered rocks. Then, it collapsed. The 10,000-foot God Mountain disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Hua Tianyang and the other doyens were startled, their expressions changing dramatically. They all wondered if something had happened to the 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Array. It's over. It's all gone. Swearing Ji shook his head and sighed softly. The 100,000-odd years of the Heavenly Alliance's accumulations suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Jianghu entered deep thought as if he thought of something. Whoosh! 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 Many figures quickly flew over from a distance. The Heavenly Alliance's cultivators had rushed over after hearing the news. Heavenly Divine Mountain was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone's every move was watched by the light. What more when it collapsed? They could not hide it even if they wanted to. This might even trigger a chain reaction. Bang! Just at this moment, the rubble exploded, and a figure drifted out. Xiao Chen. Jianghu's sharp eyes immediately recognized the person who flew out of the Heavenly Divine Mountain's rubble. This person was none other than Xiao Chen. This is somewhat strange. Swearing Ji stared at Xiao Chen, who was slowly descending. He revealed an expression of doubt in his eyes, as he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's aura had disappeared. He was shocked to discover that, despite being a faux god, he could not make out Xiao Chen's cultivation. Xiao Chen, who appeared before Swearing Ji, seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He signaled with his eyes, and a grey-clad 9-vein sovereign Emperor Doyen immediately soared into the air. He soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Chen without saying a word. When Xiao Chen punched, he activated his 9 divine veins at the same time. Vast divine energy and soul energy drove the power of the world and materialized the mysterious phenomenon of 10,000 stars falling and the sun and moon shattering. This punch seemed to shatter the boundless river of stars and the sun, moon, and stars at the same time. Good timing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip. When the saber chi appeared, sun, moon, stars, universe, starry sky, endless divine essence. Before this seemingly ordinary strand of saber chi, they all lost their color and vanished. Pu Ci. The saber chi pierced through the fist light of the 9-vein sovereign Emperor Doyen, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. 9-vein sovereign Emperor. The instant Xiao Chen attacked, Swearing Ji and the other doyens clearly saw Xiao Chen's cultivation. A bona fide 9-vein sovereign Emperor. They immediately rejoiced. It turned out that Xiao Chen had absorbed all the resources in this heavenly divine mountain. Sorry for the offense earlier. After Xiao Chen landed, he performed a cupped fist salute to the doyen who vomited blood. It's not really, the grey-clad doyen quickly waved his hand as he spoke. When Xiao Chen attacked earlier, the grey-clad doyen seemed to see gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas sitting quietly behind him, submitting to a treasure saber. He had never seen or heard of such a scene before. The sky was filled with immortals, Buddhas, and countless gods and demons. Any one of them was an unprecedented powerhouse. Every one of them represented a grand epic. All of them had startling magic skills that could pluck the stars and moon. However, they all submitted to the light of a saber. Be it the ancient Buddhist nations with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Vajras, the supreme immortal courts with immortals, the 9 layers of the demonic abyss with ancient demonic sovereigns, or the boundless hell, they were no exception. Xiao Chen raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the immortals, Buddhas, and ancient gods and demons all submitted. Chapter 23:43. Xiao Chen raised his hand and flicked his finger. The grey-clad 9-veined sovereign Emperor Doyen instantly lost, a clean defeat. Such a scene elicited wild joy from Mu Zifeng and Swearing Ji's shock. Although this grey-clad doyen was not particularly strong among the 9-veined sovereign emperors, he was still a bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor. However, Xiao Chen was a bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor who had accumulated his divine energy for many years. However, he still got defeated in one move. Xiao Chen, how did you do it? Mu Zifeng and the other doyens asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, I just figured out some problems, understood my Tao, and found the path I want to take. For the past 8 years, Xiao Chen had been thinking hard about where his path should be. Immortal cultivation and martial dual cultivation, divine and demon as one, and a Buddhist heart. All these things were hard to separate. Compared to raising his cultivation and absorbing resources, Xiao Chen paid more attention to the Tao he wanted to take. How to control it, how to merge it, how to look at his heart, and how to make his thoughts clear. Xiao Chen was very clear that if he did not understand, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would not be able to jump out of his current shackles. If he could not break through the bottleneck of the martial epoch, he would always have to live in the shadows of his predecessors, unable to be himself. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen finally understood. His Tao, his path, his original heart, everything, came from the saber in his heart that had never been sealed. Xiao Chen was a bladesman. No matter how long it took, no matter how many immortals, demons, gods, or Buddhas passed, this would never change. After thinking it through, Xiao Chen suddenly saw the light. Then, he used the saber to suppress the immortals, demons, gods, and Buddhas in his heart. Although it was called suppression, it was actually merging and absorbing them, mastering them, and taking the path to his heart. After comprehending the Tao, the world suddenly became clear. In one breath, Xiao Chen absorbed all the resources of heavenly divine mountain into the saber in his heart. What exactly is your cultivation now? Mu Zifeng was more concerned about this. Xiao Chen had revealed too little strength, so it was better to have an idea. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. After a while, he said softly, the level of cultivation isn't important. Once the epoch collapses, all the rules will be broken, including the division of cultivation levels. At that time, who will truly be able to establish an epoch will depend on one's understanding of the Tao, the world, and one's own heart. What do you mean? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Mu Zifeng and the other doyens exchanged looks, not really understanding. It's fine. With my current strength, I should be able to fight anyone below the empty god realm. Seeing that the other party did not really understand what he was talking about, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. He could only say something practical. When Mu Zifeng and the others heard this, they all laughed. This made it much easier to understand. According to Xiao Chen's humble character, he was at the highest level below the foe god realm. Get some rest. Jianghu is here anyway, and you could ask him about what happened in the outside world while you were in seclusion. We'll be on our way. After experiencing Xiao Chen's strength, Mu Zifeng and the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon left in satisfaction. He did not care about the collapse of the Heavenly God Mountain at all. Congratulations. Jianghu said with a smile as he strolled over. Many thanks. Xiao Chen sized up Jianghu with a few glances and sensed the other party's ethereal air, as well as the deep and distant eyes that looked like the boundless starry heavens. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. After some thought, he asked, "You became a heaven dragon?" Yes. However, although I became a heaven dragon, my cultivation did not increase by much. I cannot compare to you. Jianghu smiled faintly, not showing much joy. Is that so? That might not be the case. When the martial epoch is destroyed, the various rules of the martial epoch might be destroyed along with it. At that time, we might no longer be able to judge a person's strength based on their cultivation. What do you mean? You were right about that earlier. That group of doyens said it too. Jianghu showed a confused expression. He felt that Xiao Chen did not seem to be joking. Xiao Chen thought for a while before explaining, "This is just my guess. When the martial epoch is destroyed, the rules of the martial epoch, like the division of cultivation realms, will be destroyed as well. At that time, before the new epoch appears, how much strength one can bring out will depend on one's understanding of one's Tao, not just one's cultivation." Jianghu had never heard of such a theory before. When he suddenly heard it, he felt greatly startled. Xiao Chen said softly, "Let's not talk about this for now. While I was in closed-door cultivation, did the foe god war in the Yanwu dynasty come to an end?" Xiao Chen had been in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation for about 8 years. 8 or 9 months should have passed in the outside world. Logically speaking, the results of the foe god war in the Yanwu dynasty should have come to an end already. Jianghu nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to you about this. I'd like to hear the details. I'm not very sure about the process of the foe god war. However, after that battle, the factions of the underworld god hall and the demonic Dao hall withdrew from the imperial capital Yen City. All the factions belonging to the imperial ancestral temple in the palace have been cleared out. Now, Wang Yan has inherited the throne and is the new Yen emperor." After a pause, Jianghu continued, "However, things are far from over. The demonic Dao Hall and the underworld God Hall have already launched a large-scale invasion of the Yanwu dynasty. Right now, the flames of war raged everywhere in the Yanwu dynasty. There was also a new Buddhist sect that appeared everywhere, bewitching the masses. They revered the ancient Kitagarbha Bodhisattva as the Buddha, gaining countless believers. It shows signs of overtaking the hidden spirit temple. Its development speed is incredible." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It looks like the shattering of the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body has something to do with Yuanzhen. How is the hidden spirit temple now? It's very difficult. The shattering of the golden body of the Buddha caused them to lose many believers. Now, there's a young monk called Yan Chen who goes around preaching and forming an alliance with the imperial family. We're mutually dependent. If that was the case, then the battle between foe gods that day must have been extremely intense. Pan Huang and sword god Su Hanshan should have worked together to defeat the demonic Dao Hall and the underworld god Hall. However, they could no longer support the Yanwu dynasty. The entire dynasty was in a precarious situation, becoming the most chaotic place before the epoch changed. Oh, right. There's something else I have to tell you. Jianghu looked around cautiously. Then, he sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt enlightened, but his expression did not change much. That's normal. I have not done anything for 8 years. It is hard for them to not get anxious. After all, he's staked everything on me. Xiao Chen appeared rather calm about Jianghu's secret, replying in a relaxed manner. That's good. I was thinking the same thing. Before this, I was still hesitating, afraid that you would overthink it. Now, it looks like I was overthinking. Jianghu sized up Xiao Chen and found that he could not figure out the other party. It was like Jianghu and the others were still in a cage, but Xiao Chen had already jumped out. How is the situation in the Divine Dragon Empire? I would like to take some time to go over. It is time to resolve some grudges. Jianghu's expression changed slightly as he asked, "Are you sure?" While Xiao Chen spoke casually, Jianghu knew that once Xiao Chen went, there would be a bloody storm. I'm sure. Tell me, then. Xiao Chen knew that Jianghu had been thinking of returning to the Divine Dragon Empire. He had designs on the Dragon Emperor position and had been paying attention at all times. Qi Ming stood out among the outstanding bloodline talents of the 8 great empires and obtained the full support of the Bushan Palace. He came out of closed-door cultivation before you and is a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Now, he shakes the dragon race with his might. The purple-gold Dragon Emperor intends to bring forward the Dragon Emperor selection. Helplessness flashed in Jianghu's eyes as he said, however, with Qi Ming's current cultivation, even if the other divine dragon disciples work together, they will not be able to defeat him. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor is just a ceremony for him to crown the Dragon Emperor. Is that so? A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said softly, "It will not be that easy. Remember to tell me when you return to the Divine Dragon Empire." Xiao Chen, will you vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well? Jianghu felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Although you saved my life, if you vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I'll probably have to fight you to the end and not back down." Xiao Chen did not deny it, not answering directly. He smiled and said, "There's no need to feel conflicted. I never use morals to coerce others. If you do your best to vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I will definitely support you. I have to go and meet the others. Thank you for telling me so much." What does that mean? Jianghu remained in front of the rubble of Heavenly Divine Mountain, frowning heavily as he pondered Xiao Chen's words. "Sorry, I have to vie for the Dragon Emperor position. I can only repay the debt of saving my life in the future." Even after a long time, Jianghu still could not figure out Xiao Chen's words. So, he shook his head and chose to leave. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen continuously traveled through the vast and boundless Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, appearing like a flash of light and shadow, leaving no traces. After a while, he appeared outside Ao Jiao's room. However, he discovered that Ao Jiao had already left. She returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Mo Chen and Su Yi, who were in the same courtyard, came out. After chatting for a long time, they informed Xiao Chen of Ao Jiao's whereabouts. She already left? That's good. I should make a trip to the Golden Crow Empire. Chapter 2344. At that time, the 100 schools of thought and the 10,000 races would contend for supremacy. Blood and fire, chaos and despair, would continue until the start of the new epoch. The two crashed into the Buddhist nation's barrier in the air like broken kites, producing loud sounds that sounded like morning bells and evening drums. Which evil beast dares to barge into the divine kingdom? The two controlled their Buddhist sect consummate techniques as they pleased. With a wave of their hands, they perfectly manifested their true meaning. Xiao Chen felt startled. He had heard from Jianghu that the new Buddhist sect led by Yuanzhen was developing rapidly. The so-called purification was using the Buddhist sect's magic skills to brainwash and enslave the other party, turning them into one slaves. The two's initiative vanished in mere moments, and they fell into a predicament. The saber light materialized by the power of cycles materialized in Xiao Chen's 5 fingers gathered in his palm. Then, he casually swung. The many believers on the ground showed joy on their faces. Smiles appeared on their faces, appearing content and blissful. The seal could not stop Xiao Chen, as this world called for the destroyer. The various mysterious phenomena of the Buddhist sect could not advance an inch under the illumination of the saber light. Cloud rubbing palm. No matter where one was in the vast, boundless starry heavens, as long as one looked back, one would always see the central great realm, which was like an eternal treasure of the world. Xiao Chen was very familiar with such a scene. The Life Tao and the Death Tao immediately cycled endlessly around Xiao Chen, sending out saber lights materialized by the power of cycles. However, there were still many people outside the Divine Kingdom who could not avoid worshipping the Divine Kingdom. These people kowtowed piously, hoping that the bodhisattvas would show themselves and let them in. In an instant, a vast Buddhist kingdom appeared, overflowing with golden light. However, when looking at it now, one could clearly sense an ominous black fog encasing the central great realm. Now, this Yanwu dynasty's ritual ground was densely packed with believers in the blink of an eye. Countless believers worshipped inside and outside the ritual ground. Incense burned, making the Buddha statue and the bodhisattvas and arhats around it look even more dignified. A rainbow path carrying a lotus platform wound its way through the air and landed at Xiao Chen's feet. Then, Xiao Chen saw a gigantic Buddha image in the west of the Yanwu dynasty. Connected to the heavens and the earth, Buddhist light illuminated everything. His appearance was dignified and kind. After passing 10 layers of palace halls and 1,000,000 steps, Xiao Chen saw Yuanzhen on the spacious Tao platform in front of the palace. Xiao Chen spread his arms and slowly descended from the starry sky like an eagle. Countless refugees, destitute and destitute. The evil Tao ran amok everywhere. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, feeling a little sad. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen felt curious and wanted to probe Yuanzhen's current situation. He immediately stepped onto the lotus platform, and the Buddhist light rotated. The lotus platform automatically brought Xiao Chen forward on the rainbow path. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's divine sense sensed a dazzling Buddhist light, and he opened his eyes. Xiao! The two of them vomited blood and looked at Xiao Chen with fear in their eyes. That was because if the old era was not destroyed, the new era would never appear. That eternal night would never have a moment of dawn. It would forever fall into darkness. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, the barrier of the Buddhist nation in the air suddenly opened like an ancient Buddhist gate. Furthermore, Eo Jiao did not feel at ease leaving little yellow feather alone in the Golden Crow Empire. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. This was the purification that the two protector Vajra mentioned earlier. However, since Yuanzhen invited him, there was no harm in meeting him. Buddhist chanting rang out beside Xiao Chen's ears as scriptures echoed. Rubbing the clouds freely and projecting 10,000 Buddhas with the palm. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the other party had already established a Buddhist nation. The eyes of the two Buddhist sect protectors, who were as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors, lit up when they saw Xiao Chen. Then, they saw two Buddhist sect experts bathed in golden light, dressed in protector Vajra attire, flying out of the dazzling golden nation. If they wanted to make things difficult for Xiao Chen, it would not be easy for them to come out. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After entering the other party's Buddhist nation, his strength would be limited. He knew that this was just the beginning. Such a tragedy would slowly spread. Eventually, it would spread to the entire Great Thousand Realms. When the epoch ended, the eternal night would officially descend. At this moment, Yuanzhen sat cross-legged, giving a lecture to the surroundings. 3 days later, Xiao Chen returned to the central Great Realm from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. These two Buddhist sect experts had pure Buddhist dharma and deep accumulations. The two did not waste any time speaking nonsense. They each executed a killing move, and vast Buddhist might encased Xiao Chen. At the very least, there were hundreds of millions of them. They are pretty strong. Furthermore, they are spies sent by the royal court's lackeys. Without any warning, Xiao Chen, who moved forward like a laser beam, crashed into the void. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into countless invisible motes of light, spreading out like a spiderweb. Soon, he sensed the entire Yanwu dynasty in his sea of consciousness. This was the small world of more than 100 Buddhist sect experts, gathered using Buddhist magic skills. This materialized a divine nation that rivaled a true god's, even stronger than a small world. Dang! The sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao stood up and left respectfully. Just as the sovereign emperor experts felt horrified, they saw Xiao Chen suddenly raise his hand. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were lifeless, devoid of spiritual light. Clearly, he was already delirious. "We have guests. We'll talk about it another day. You all can withdraw." Flames of war and beacons filled the place. The bustle of the past was long gone. Xiao Chen could see the dragon luck guarding the Yanwu dynasty from the constellation. It was unstable in the wind and rain, showing signs of crumbling. When Xiao Chen sent out his spiritual sense, all he received was negative emotions. The Yanwu dynasty's etiquette had collapsed. Order no longer existed, and ghosts ran amok. Night slowly descended, with no hope in sight. Xiao Chen did not panic. He silently circulated the cycle Great Tao. Xiao Chen did not rush to the Golden Crow Empire. He directly landed in the sky above the Yanwu dynasty. This was the center of the entire martial epoch, the Great Thousand Realms, where the luck of the entire martial epoch gathered. Xiao Chen was like a wild beast that saw delicious prey. He spread his fingers and lifted them up high. In an instant. In that instant, Xiao Chen's figure magnified infinitely in the eyes of the two, making them look infinitely insignificant. As the world venerate commands. Don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Capture him and get martial ancestor Yuanzhen to purify him. That will be a great help. Now, Xiao Chen somewhat understood why Mu Zifeng said that the Black Dragon King would definitely appear. Even if Xiao Chen knew where the Black Dragon King was sealed, he would not be able to stop the Black Dragon King from appearing. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had opened a similar dojo in the heavenly starry ocean. However, it was much smaller in scale. Pa! Millions of five-colored auspicious signs layered over each other burst out. A golden Kitagarbha Bodhisattva Dharmic incarnation was hidden in the depths of the Buddhist light. Without more than 100 years of attainments in the Buddhist Dharma, it would be very difficult to materialize such a perfect Buddhist mysterious phenomenon as one pleased. Flying Flower Finger. After all, she was the Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. She could not remain in the Heavenly Alliance forever. Xiao Chen's figure turned around and flew straight to the dojo. He arrived within a short while. "Welcome, Benefactor Xiao. The world venerate invites you in." The countless astral regions in the magnificent starry heavens revolved around the central great realm. Whoosh! After Xiao Chen entered, the gates of the Buddhist nation closed. When Xiao Chen looked down, there was a vast and majestic execution ground that occupied a vast area. Yuanzhen glanced over. When he saw Xiao Chen, he smiled and said, "Benefactor Xiao, how have you been?" Xiao Chen took a few steps back and looked over, entering deep thought. Flowers flew around, and light and shadows danced. It was not hard to understand why Ao Jiao returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, he could travel the starry heavens without an alloy warship, even faster. Xiao Chen did not seem like a sovereign emperor expert who relied on the power of incense. The people who spoke to him startled Xiao Chen. Among them were sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. There were even people of the demonic Dao and abyssal underworld's foreign races. Those lawless evil cultivators all appeared pious or enslaved. This situation could not be reversed by just one person. After saying goodbye to Mo Chen and Su Yi, Xiao Chen headed to the Golden Crow Empire alone. The ordinary people showed flustered expressions. They were numb and ignorant, not knowing how to deal with this. Some were kept in captivity by demonic Dao cultivators, using their physical bodies as nourishment for their demonic cultivation techniques, and their souls as sacrifices to the ghost pennant. The various religious sects took advantage of the chaos to bewitch the hearts of the people. When looking around, Xiao Chen saw a dense, indescribable number of believers. Countless arhats wore kasayas and had golden divine powder smeared over their bodies on both sides of the road. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they glistened like ancient arhats, looking incredibly dazzling. Chapter 23:45. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When Yuanzhen saw Xiao Chen, he smiled faintly, showing a relaxed expression. There was an indescribable Buddha nature on him. It was neither good nor evil, and it was extremely strange. Xiao Chen had just heard the others call him the revered one of the world. This was an incredible title. It was rumored that the first ancestor of Buddhism was born. He pointed to the heavens and drew the earth, saying that he was the only supreme being in the world. This simple form of address showed Yuanzhen's ambition. Xiao Chen asked softly, "Should I call you Yuanzhen or the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva?" Yuanzhen pressed his palms together and smiled benevolently. "Benefactor Xiao, it is better to address me as Yuanzhen. I prefer you to call me Yuanzhen, but in your eyes, it's all the same no matter what you call me." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He found Yuanzhen somewhat unfathomable. Looking up, at the back of the Heavenly Strength Hall, in the depths of the myriad of overlapping auspicious signs, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's transcendence golden body was hidden within. Its face was benevolent, and its heart was filled with compassion. Suddenly, Xiao Chen understood. So that's how it was. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had already merged with Yuanzhen. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva existed in Yuanzhen's form. The two had not truly merged yet. Hence, Yuanzhen's consciousness remained. He was right. The one standing before Xiao Chen was indeed Yuanzhen and not the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Xiao Chen said softly, "If you had a choice, would you still bear the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma?" According to his plan, when the Buddhist epoch is established, your memories of Yuanzhen will disappear. Yuanzhen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen saw through his relationship with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. When the Buddhist epoch arrived, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva would truly awaken. At that time, the dominant position would change. Yuanzhen withdrew his smile. After some thought, he said, "Most of the time, there is actually no choice." Maybe. Xiao Chen didn't refute the other party. From his point of view, he could choose at any time. But he also understood that the others had no choice. There seem to be many hidden spirit temple esteemed monks in your Buddhist nation? Xiao Chen changed the topic and asked casually. Yuanzhen smiled and said, "You have pretty good eyes." Indeed, after the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed, the Kasayapa Buddha's body was destroyed. Many martial uncles abandoned the darkness for the light and joined me in creating a new Buddhism. But, even if you want to create a new Buddhist school, there's no need for you to make a move against these commoners, no? Xiao Chen pointed at the believers kneeling at the foot of the 10,000 steps. Yuanzhen argued, "What's wrong? Didn't you see the smiles on their faces? In my Buddhist kingdom, you only need to worship devoutly every day, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing. What's so bad about that? Right now, the Yanwu dynasty is hell on earth, filled with the flames of war. I am doing good deeds to accumulate virtue. If you want to argue, I won't argue with you." Yuanzhen's expression slowly turned serious. He said seriously, "Xiao Chen, what if I told you that the Kasayapa Buddha used this method to establish the Buddhist sect back then, would you believe me?" The epoch changed, and chaos arose everywhere. Extraordinary times naturally required extraordinary methods. If I did not use such methods, how could I establish the Buddhist kingdom in such a short time? I know you want to say that these believers do not have any thoughts or intelligence, like the walking dead. However, this has always been the case in this world. The strong can be merciful. When the Buddhist epoch starts, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva will return the power of faith, and there will be no need to do this. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. Then, he thought of the 3 black mountains behind Spirit Vulture Mountain, the boundless demonic domain filled with sin. Yuanzhen's words should be true. However, so what? Hence, Xiao Chen did not feel any pity for the hidden spirit temple's destruction. A temple built on boundless sin should not have a reason to exist, no matter how glorious it was. You're on your own. You should understand that these words of self-consolation can only deceive yourself. Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable staying here. After investigating Yuanzhen and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva situation, Xiao Chen did not want to linger, so he turned and left. Did I say you could leave? Yuanzhen snorted coldly and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. The entire Buddhist kingdom's 90,000 arhats, 8,000 vajras, and 300 bodhisattvas all chanted scriptures at the same time. This caused countless ancient Buddhist sect scriptures to surround Yuanzhen's palm strike. The entire divine kingdom started circulating in his palm. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He turned around and sent a palm strike in retaliation. Boom! The instant the 2 palms clashed, the vast and boundless Buddhist kingdom shook intensely. Images of countless ancient arhats and bodhisattvas appeared in the sky amid thousands of auspicious signs. The Tao of life and death cycled endlessly around Xiao Chen, producing an unending stream of reincarnation power. Xiao Chen resisted the pressure of the entire Buddhist kingdom by himself. Saber! Xiao Chen shouted, and an eternal, inextinguishable saber light that surpassed the epoch shot out from his body. The saber light soared into the clouds and tore a crack in the Buddhist kingdom's barrier in the sky. Yuanzhen showed shock on his face as he got knocked back. Then, he watched helplessly as Xiao Chen soared into the air and left the divine kingdom before the crack mended. World Venerate. Right after Xiao Chen left, many Buddhist sect sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings with grave expressions. World Venerate, why did you not bring out the golden Buddha body and directly suppress him? With Xiao Chen dead, we will have one less strong enemy. Yuanzhen said indifferently, I feel that he is not as simple as a 9-veined sovereign emperor. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's golden body is not complete yet. We cannot take the risk. The 2 were testing each other, probing each other's limits. While Xiao Chen wanted to figure out Yuanzhen and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's strength, Yuanzhen thought the same. However, Yuanzhen could not figure out the other party's strength with just 1 palm strike. After leaving the Buddhist kingdom, Xiao Chen hovered in the air and looked down at the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's golden body. Yuanzhen remained silent and observed for a long time, not leaving. He wanted to destroy this Buddhist kingdom in one go. However, he felt that there was no need in the end. The Buddhist kingdom was established because the epoch was about to end. Order collapsed, and the natural laws no longer existed. It was like a dynasty on the verge of destruction. The emperor lost his suppression of the feudal lords. Outstanding talents fought each other, and chaos descended. This was not a problem that could be solved by killing 1 or 2 feudal lords. The current situation was even more complicated and terrifying than that. The Holy Lord, who controlled the entire epoch, had already lost control of the various factions. The righteous Tao was no longer righteous, and the demonic Tao was even more demonic. The entire world was on the verge of collapse, on the verge of collapse. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and stood up to leave. Not long later, Xiao Chen sensed 2 figures rapidly approaching him. Big brother. It was the little monk Yan Chen and the heavenly book scholar. Xiao Chen asked in confusion, why are the 2 of you here? Let's leave this place first. This is the evil Buddha's territory. Even foe gods do not dare to barge in. The heavenly book scholar looked at the Buddhist kingdom fearfully. After a while, Xiaochen understood that Yan Chen and the Heavenly Book scholar sensed a battle in the Buddhist kingdom. They came to check and discovered that it was Xiaochen, so they rushed over. Whoosh! Far away from Yuanzhan's Buddhist kingdom, the three landed. When Xiaochen saw the little monk Yan Chen, he felt rather happy. "Big brother, my master passed away," Yan Chen said sullenly, showing grief on his face. "Big brother, my master passed away." Venerable Su Yun. This senior had left a very good impression on Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt deep respect for him. "How did he die?" The Heavenly Book scholar explained, "Back when we were still in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb during the succession race, Senior Su Yun chased after the traitor, Su Ming, who was Yuanzhan's master. In the end, that Su Ming had planned this. He lured Venerable Su Yi to the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body. Then, he died together, destroying the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body, resulting in today's situation. That was how the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed. This Su Ming schemed and was very ruthless. No wonder Xiaochen did not see him in the Buddhist kingdom. It turned out that he was already dead. Where are Abbot Su Yi and Senior Pan Huang? Xiaochen asked. Yan Chen answered, "The abbot and Senior Pan Huang are at Spirit Vulture Mountain, leading the remaining martial uncles to suppress the sin in Spirit Vulture Mountain. Right now, I am in charge of the Hidden Spirit Temple. The abbot and his martial uncle told me to assist the Yan Emperor and not lower my head to the evil Buddha." Unexpectedly, Yan Chen would have a day where he could stand on his own. Given Yan Chen's character, he probably did not like this responsibility. However, with the epoch changing, the Buddhist sects no longer had anyone to lead them aside from him. Xiaochen said softly, "Before I came, I saw that the entire Yanwu dynasty was covered in smoke. The situation does not seem very optimistic. We have to persevere, right?" The Heavenly Book scholar smiled and said, "If even we give up, there will be no hope for this land at all." Yan Chen showed a determined expression as he said through clenched teeth, "Big brother, there is no need to worry. When the reinforcements from the other 3 Buddhist temples arrive, the evil Buddha will not be able to be so arrogant." Aside from the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Buddhist sects had 3 other Buddhist temples, all of them holy lands. "It looks like the situation is not that bad." Xiaochen said, "Help me send my regards to 9th brother. I still have things to do and cannot stay to help him for now." After taking his leave of the two, Xiaochen headed for the Golden Crow Empire. Xiaochen passed through the desolate sea and arrived at the Blue Dragon's old land, stopping at the small village that Xiaochen once led. The small village no longer existed. In its place was a flourishing city. A towering tree stood outside the city, covering the sky and sun. A youth formed hand seals under the tree, using spiritual energy to nourish the tree's roots. This youth was none other than Sang, the propping mulberry tree. "Wait here first." Sang did not feel surprised to see Xiaochen land. He gave him a casual glance before continuing to focus on nourishing the propping mulberry tree. Many years had passed since they parted. The sapling from back then. After so many years, the sapling from back then had already grown into a towering tree, protecting the city behind it like a guardian deity. Xiaochen was not in a rush. He waited quietly at the side. Chapter 2346. After Sang finished nourishing it with spiritual energy, Xiaochen waved his hand. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and said, "It has been many years. However, I knew that you would definitely return. That is natural. However, when I came from the Yanwu dynasty, the desolate sea did not seem to have many waves." As the two walked casually, Xiaochen asked, finding it strange. Sang showed a calm expression as he replied casually, "The desolate sea is filled with deserts and desolate lands, lacking in spiritual energy. It is not like the Yanwu dynasty, which is at the center of the storm. However, it is only a matter of time. When the epoch ends, chaos will sweep through the entire Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "The epoch changes, and the order collapses. You don't seem to feel it at all." "What can I feel? When I was still in the propping mulberry tree's body, I saw the rise and fall of many epochs. However, don't worry. With the propping mulberry tree's protection, the villagers in Azure Mountain Town should be able to avoid much trouble." Sang knew that the ordinary people gathered in Azure Mountain Town had a deep connection to the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Perhaps they were once ordinary people under the Blue Dragon race's rule. Although Xiao Chen did not say it, he still cared about this group of people in his heart. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Xiao Chen thanked Sang. Then, he turned his head back and happened to see the towering Azure Mountain in the distance. Xiao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. Now that he had returned to the Blue Dragon's old land, he definitely could not avoid this towering mountain that resembled the Blue Dragon's flight. However, the Azure Mountain remained, but the dragon head was gone. It was clear that the Azure Mountain once had a dragon head. However, someone chopped it off. Xiao Chen guessed that the Divine Master must have done it after defeating Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea. After the Holy Lord defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea, he chopped off the Azure Mountain's dragon head, using that to strangle the Blue Dragon race's luck. "Bring me to meet Grandpa Seven and the others, then." "All right." Sang led the way, bringing Xiao Chen to meet all the old friends he once had. Of course, the burning moon wine brewed by Grandpa Seven had to be drunk to his heart's content. In the dead of night, Xiao Chen left alone and looked at the blood moon in the sky, deep in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Sang asked as he walked out. Xiao Chen muttered softly, "Previously, my cultivation was not high. I thought that the Desolate Sea's blood moon was just a star. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. There was nothing strange about it. Now that I've reached my current realm, I can sense that this blood moon is truly incomparably mysterious. A blood moon would rise in the Desolate Sea every night. This was an ancient mystery. Many faux gods could not solve it. Why could one see the blood moon only in the Desolate Sea and not elsewhere? What was even more mysterious was that the blood moon was clearly in the sky, but if one flew into the starry sky, they would not be able to find it. It was even more wondrous than the reflection in the mirror. When Xiao Chen thought about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's words in the ethereal Immortal Palace, he found it hard not to connect this blood moon to the wings of time. This blood moon is indeed strange. It is clearly in the sky, and moonlight covers the entire Desolate Sea. However, it feels somewhat illusory. Sang nodded, agreeing with Xiao Chen's point of view. "So, I have to figure it out." "What are you doing?" Sang asked, feeling confused. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously, not saying anything more. Then, the divine universe steel quietly emerged from his body. After a while, a light flashed, and Xiao Chen entered the divine universe steel. Then, the divine universe steel vanished into thin air. Sang searched around in confusion but did not find anything. However, he did not worry. He shook his head and said, "This fellow is becoming increasingly mysterious. He gives me the feeling that he is even more unfathomable than those powerhouses of the ancient epoch." The Blue Dragon's old land, Xiao Chen leaped out of the blood moon while holding the divine universe steel. He looked around and saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in the distance. Soul Reaper's figure looked as imposing as before, but its aura was much weaker than what Xiao Chen had seen previously. "Come in." The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind right after he appeared. Xiao Chen turned into a beam of purple light and leaped 50 kilometers. When he passed by Soul Reaper, he turned his head back to look at it. Soul Reaper sensed Soul Reaper. It also turned its head to look at Xiao Chen with a confused expression. Every time Xiao Chen saw Soul Reaper, he felt a trace of sorrow. Sighing softly, Xiao Chen landed on the ancient city's Dao platform. A blue dragon statue surrounded the mountains in front of the Dao platform. Having come here many times, Xiaochen was familiar with the place, so he pushed open the door of the dragon statue and entered. The dragon spirit had been waiting for a long time. Without saying a word, it brought Xiaochen to the blue dragon's inheritance hall. Xiaochen did not say anything. He headed for the inheritance hall. This time, he was confident of directly climbing to the top floor. There's no need. With your current strength, you no longer need to go through a test. I can give you the 10,000 Dragons Arts follow-up cultivation technique that you want. However, the dragon spirit stopped Xiaochen and directly handed a jade strip to Xiaochen. Ancestor Dragon Art? Xiaochen gave the jade strip a strange look. To think that the dragon spirit gave him the Ancestor Dragon Art. That's right. With your current foundation, you can already cultivate it. When the 10,000 Dragons Art is cultivated to the end, all techniques will return to 1. No matter what bloodline it is, it will take the path of atavism, bringing out the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's divine might. However, it is hard to say whether you can cultivate it or not, the dragon spirit said indifferently. If one could cultivate the Ancestor Dragon Art, one would be able to bring out 1% of a great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's strength. Unfortunately, over the countless epochs, very few managed to cultivate it. However, Xiaochen did not really need the Ancestor Dragon Art right now. Right now, his flawless saber Dao already surpassed the epochs, surpassing immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Furthermore, with the cycle Dao as his foundation, regular 9-vein sovereign emperors would not be a match for him. Furthermore, Xiaochen had a trump card that others did not know about. Xiaochen was not a 9-vein sovereign emperor but a 10-vein sovereign emperor. The special divine vein that Xiaochen condensed after absorbing the entire immortal burial lake actually existed independently. After Xiaochen comprehended the Dao and absorbed all the resources of Heavenly Divine Mountain, he advanced to a 10-vein sovereign emperor. However, Xiaochen had not ignited his divine flame and was not a faux god. However, he had one more divine vein than a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Perhaps, it would be more accurate to call it an immortal vein rather than a divine vein. I'll leave this to you as well. After the dragon spirit handed the Ancestor Dragon Art to Xiaochen, it handed Xiaochen an item. Royal Genealogical Record. Xiaochen received it and took a look. It was a royal genealogical record. Only by writing his true name in it could he truly possess the dragon race's royal bloodline. Before Xiaochen could digest it, the dragon spirit took out another item. A throne with 10,000 dragons carved on its back appeared out of nowhere before Xiaochen. A pure emperor dragon's divine might surged out from the throne. This slightly stunned Xiaochen. Caught off guard, this emperor dragon's divine might forced him back a few steps. This is, be it the Ancestor Dragon Art or the royal genealogical record, Xiaochen knew about them. Hence, he was not surprised when the dragon spirit took them out. However, this throne startled Xiaochen. Even with Xiaochen's current cultivation, this ancient throne still forced him back a few steps when he was unprepared. One could imagine just how great the background of this throne was. The dragon spirit smiled and said, "This is the Emperor Dragon throne that the dragon race has acknowledged since ancient times. The throne in the Divine Dragon Empire is just a replica. Is this for me as well?" Naturally. The dragon spirit's enthusiasm made Xiaochen feel apprehensive in his heart. This dragon spirit is taking out all its trump cards. Xiaochen asked suspiciously, "Senior, what do you want me to do?" The dragon spirit said somewhat excitedly, "I already sensed a great change in the world. The martial epoch will come to an end. With the Emperor Dragon throne and the royal genealogical record, you will definitely be able to snatch back the position of Dragon Emperor. After that, you will lead the Divine Dragon Empire and formally start the Divine Dragon epoch, fulfilling Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's final wish." So, that is what the dragon spirit wants. Xiaochen put away the Emperor Dragon throne but did not rush to imprint his soul blood on it. He looked at the dragon spirit and said, "Actually, I am not here today for the supreme treasures of the dragon race in the blue dragon treasure trove. I have a question that I would like to ask Senior. Speak. Did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtain the wings of time back then? The dragon spirit turned silent upon hearing that. After a while, it replied, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed obtain the wings of time. In that case, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord? Chapter 23:47. In that case, why did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord back then? Xiao Chen asked the question in his heart. Then, he looked at the dragon spirit, hoping to get an answer from it. The dragon spirit remained silent, seeming to be hiding something else. Xiao Chen found it strange, but he did not pursue the matter. He only waited quietly for the other party. After a long time, the dragon spirit said, I'll tell you after you become the Dragon Emperor. How about that? Xiao Chen said softly, it's better to tell you now. I'm afraid of changes in the future. This matter is very important. How long is Senior going to hide it from me? The dragon spirit sighed. After a while, it said, all right. It is indeed time to tell you. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed secretly take away the wings of time back then. He did not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord. That's because the wings of time were prepared to deal with even stronger enemies. The Black Dragon King. An enemy stronger than the Holy Lord. Naturally, Xiao Chen thought of the Black Dragon King. That's right. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epic's luck to barely seal the Black Dragon King. Back then, the martial epic declined and could no longer continue sealing the Black Dragon King. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had a greater goal, to kill the Black Dragon King and deal with this problem in one go. This revelation startled Xiao Chen. This Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was very ambitious. This was something that even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not do. To think that he wanted to take the risk and kill the Black Dragon King. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, how did he prepare? If I guess right, it should have something to do with that blood moon above the desolate sea. The dragon spirit looked at Xiao Chen, and its eyes lit up. It said softly, it looks like you suspected it long ago. It does have something to do with that blood moon. The desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the wings of time, the desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the wings of time, he materialized the blood moon as the formation core and laid 2 formations. 2 formations? Xiao Chen knew that there was a heavenly Dao killing formation in the vast desolate sea with the blood moon as the formation core. Then where is the other array formation? I believe you know about the heavenly Dao killing formation laid in the desolate sea. The other formation is in the sky. In the sky? Yes. In the vast starry heavens, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mobilized all the dragon race disciples in the various astral regions of the Great Thousand Realms to set up formation nodes. With the boundless universe as the background, the millions of stars as the nodes, and the wings of time as the formation core, Xiao Chen formed the unprecedented Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation. Once the formation is activated, the millions of stars will be driven by the blood moon and condense into an ancient blood dragon from the prehistoric era. The dragon spirit showed a disappointed expression as it spoke of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's shocking actions back then. Xiao Chen was greatly shocked, and his expression changed slightly. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation used the starry heavens as its background and the millions of stars as its nodes. If this formation was activated, the size of the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon that was formed would be simply inconceivable. Do you think I'm strong? However, in reality, the Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation alone could not kill the Black Dragon King. He is the incarnation of the Heavenly Dao. He is destruction itself, the monster that the Heavenly Dao used to destroy the martial epic. Hence, the Heavenly Dao killing formation is needed. The 2 formations overlap, using the great desolate Aeon Blood Dragon's boundless dragon might to suppress him and then using the heavenly Tao's killing intent to destroy him. The dragon spirit did not pause, continuing to speak. Shao Chun raised his eyebrows. Then, with a flip of his hand, Heavenly Slayer appeared in his grasp. My Heavenly Slayer saber. The desolate sea was the origin of the martial epoch. The heavenly Tao killing formation that Dragon Emperor Shao Yun laid was to gather the killing intent born of the heavenly Tao since the birth of the epoch. Coincidentally, Shao Chen's Heavenly Slayer saber could activate the heavenly Tao's killing intent. The Heavenly Slayer saber did not kill but hurt itself. Once it was unsheathed, it would taste blood. Heavenly Slayer and the Heavenly Tao killing formation happened to draw on the Heavenly Tao's killing intent. The dragon spirit said softly, "You are not stupid. The Heavenly Slayer saber in your hand is used to activate the Heavenly Tao killing formation. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation is activated by the Xuewu dynasty's Blood Dragon Cloak." Shao Chun quickly recalled the Blood Dragon Cloak that she wore. The first time he saw it, he found it incredibly familiar. "Indeed, you already know." The dragon spirit did not show much surprise on its face. After some thought, it said, "Back then, Dragon Emperor Shao Yun dual cultivated the righteous and demonic Tao. He left a total of 2 inheritances. Naturally, one is here, and the other is the demonic Tao Hall. The 2 inheritances each control a formation and compete with each other in the future. The victor can obtain both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Cloak, truly merging the 2 formations and becoming Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's true inheritor." Shao Chun could not help revealing a self-mocking smile. Dragon Emperor Shao Yun really hid himself deeply. What, starting the divine dragon epoch and inheriting his will? From the very start, she and I were his pawns. Only one person can obtain his inheritance. Both of us have been deceived. Shao Chun was certain that she had not known about this, either. When she saw Dragon Emperor Shao Yun visit the ethereal Immortal Palace, he could not disguise his shocked expression. However, she should know more than Shao Chun. "You could have continued hiding it. Why are you telling me now?" Shao Chun asked as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit sighed and said, "According to Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's will, when you become the Dragon Emperor, he will become the demonic monarch. Then, the protectors of the 2 inheritances will tell you the truth, letting you kill each other. The one who survives will be able to merge the 2 formations. However, even you are suspicious now. I believe that person should be suspicious as well. I cannot be certain that the protectors of the demonic Tao Hall's inheritances will not tell him the truth in advance. If he knows the truth and you do not, you will be at a great disadvantage. In the depths of my heart, I definitely hope that you, with a pure-blooded bloodline, can start the divine dragon epoch and not a demonic Tao cultivator without a dragon race bloodline." The dragon spirit showed a guilty expression, but it still told Shao Chun the reason. "Don't blame Dragon Emperor Shao Yun. Back then, he spent too much effort laying the 2 formations. Just as he was about to enter closed-door cultivation to recuperate, the golden dragons betrayed him and told the Holy Lord about his declining strength. The Holy Lord suddenly made a move. Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's defeat was too unjust. He simply could not swallow this defeat, so he laid this seemingly inhumane contingency plan. After hearing the dragon spirit's explanation for Dragon Emperor Shao Yun, Shao Chun felt suspicious. He asked, "Why did I hear that Dragon Emperor Shao Yun took the initiative to challenge the Holy Lord before being defeated?" The dragon spirit smiled and said, "Back then, he secretly laid the 2 formations and was incredibly weak. How could he be stupid enough to attack the Holy Lord? The winner takes all. Since the Holy Lord won, he naturally would not say that Dragon Emperor Shao Yun launched a sneak attack, something so disgraceful." Shao Chun thought about it and agreed. This explained why Dragon Emperor Shao Yun did not attack the Holy Lord even though he had the wings of time. However, the Holy Lord is not in a good state either. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun severely injured his main body and basically cannot leave the faux god world. In the past 50,000 years, he wanted to explore the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. However, he could only materialize divine weapons to attack. However, Soul Reaper stopped him. So, that was the case. The golden divine weapons that appeared in this world in the past were actually the work of the Holy Lord. As the dragon spirit said, the Holy Lord was indeed severely injured. Now, I no longer have any secrets. I already told you everything I know. You have to start the divine dragon epic. You have to snatch that person's blood dragon cloak. You can activate the two formations that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then only if you obtain both at the same time. The dragon spirit showed a serious expression as it looked at Xiao Chen with a grave expression. The truth was often cruel. The perfect image of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in Xiao Chen's heart had already crumbled. It seemed to be unexpected, but it was also reasonable. If possible, Xiao Chen would not want to face this truth. It was too depressing. Ignoring the grave dragon spirit, Xiao Chen left this place. Then, he saw Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in a daze. When Xiao Chen first saw Soul Reaper, he only felt fear and horror. However, when he saw Soul Reaper now, Xiao Chen felt only sorrow and respect. Compared to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, the desolate slave Soul Reaper held a much higher place in Xiao Chen's heart. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen arrived before the desolate slave Soul Reaper's mountain-like body. Xiao Chen extended his hand. Soul Reaper seemed to sense it, so it raised its thick hand clumsily. When the two hands, one large and one small, touched each other, the cycle Great Tao circulated. Then, Xiao Chen slowly absorbed the death qi in Soul Reaper's body into his body. Then, he converted the death qi into vigorous life force. Life and death cycled, materializing the power of cycles. The death qi in the desolate slave Soul Reaper vanished at a visible rate. Soul Reaper was already a dead person. Due to the death qi in its body, it could not truly die. It could only guard this secret realm in the form of a desolate slave. Bang! The instant the death qi vanished, the desolate slave Soul Reaper's huge body suddenly vanished, turning into ashes. As Xiao Chen watched Soul Reaper turn to ashes, he felt deeply moved. He figured out some things. Being despicable was the pass of the despicable. No explanation would be enough. Being noble was the epitaph of the noble. There was no need to say anything. He used his life to shape a character that others looked up to. Chapter 23:48. With Wu Chang gone, the Blue Dragon ancient city appeared even more empty under the blood moon. What was emptier than the ancient city was the human heart. Xiao Chen looked at the blood moon and pondered for a long time, lost in thought. The dragon spirit's words dispelled many of the doubts in his heart. At the same time, he felt even more deeply moved by the word involuntary. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was a formidable and ambitious person. In the end, he fell at the hands of his own people's betrayal. If Xiao Chen could recuperate successfully after he finished laying the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation and the Heavenly Tao Killing Formation, he would be able to establish a grand undertaking after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He had not expected that he would not need to use the wings of time to deal with the Holy Lord. Thinking about it, it made sense. With his weak body, he was able to severely injure the other party with less than half of his strength. If he used his full strength, the Holy Lord would definitely not be a match for him. While Xiao Chen admired Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, he also felt repulsed by Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan before his death. If it weren't for him asking repeatedly, the dragon spirit wouldn't have told him the truth at all. After Xiao Chen foolishly became the Dragon Emperor, he would not know that all this was part of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan. The other party had already set up a plan to kill each other. Between Xiao Chen and Shi, only one could live. What was even more frightening was that even when he died, he couldn't understand why he had been so focused on restoring the glory of the Blue Dragon. He did not know that he was actually killed by the Dragon Emperor of the Blue Dragon race. She should know the truth by now, right? Xiao Chen wondered if Xiao Chen, who knew the truth, would still say that no one in the world was his friend, as he did in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. She thought that he was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's inheritors, thinking that he was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's inheritor. No matter what, they should be friends on the same side. However, Xiao Chen did not know that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun already planned in his heart. The two of them would kill each other sooner or later, leaving only one alive. After a long time, Xiao Chen sighed and left the land of the Blood Moon. The vast desolate sea, the origin land of the martial epoch. Under the agile Blood Moon, it was bleak and gloomy. Now, Xiao Chen finally understood why the desolate sea's scarlet color was so bleak, giving off an ominous feeling. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid another formation 50,000 years ago, gathering the heavenly Dao's killing intent born in the martial epoch into the heavenly Dao killing formation. In the night sky, a formless killing intent spread to every corner of the desolate sea. Xiao Chen tightly grasped Heavenly Slayer and closed his eyes, carefully experiencing it. The killing intent that filled the desolate sea under the Blood Moon was connected to Heavenly Slayer. Moments later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Golden rays flickered in his eyes as the Chaos Godly eyes were activated. Suddenly, he saw many strange sights that others couldn't see. Countless scarlet threads surged over from all directions, connecting to Heavenly Slayer. Unfortunately, he was unable to activate the Heavenly Dao killing formation for his own use. According to the Dragon Spirit, one needed to have both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Holy Cloak to activate these two formations. If one possessed only one of them, it would be a soul treasure with no special use. It had to be said that this move was quite ruthless, forcing Xiao Chen and Shi to fight. Huh! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He sensed a dark aura containing destruction approaching. This dark aura covered the night sky. It seemed like a thin layer of fog covered the Blood Moon in the sky, making it much more hazy. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, a figure approached from afar, rushing over. Zhen Yuan. When that figure got closer and clearly saw its appearance, Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. This person was none other than Zhen Yuan, the one who once had many conflicts with Xiao Chen in the Grave Sea Cluster. Zhen Yuan betrayed his master and entered the demonic Dao because of Zhen Yuan. Then, he absorbed a portion of the Black Dragon King's demonic thoughts in the soaring Dragon Great Realm's underground dragon city. Whoosh! 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 A few more beams of light flashed. Yan Cangming quickly followed, arriving beside Zhen Yuan. Yan Cangming hovered in the air, looking down at Xiao Chen, who stood on the Azure Mountain Town's walls. Then, he said, "Indeed, as I expected, you are really here." Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "What business do you have with me?" A faint layer of black fog covered Zhen Yuan's body under the night sky, making him look unfathomable. Zhen Yuan remained silent, attracting Xiao Chen's attention even more than Yan Cangming did. Yan Cangming said softly, "If I guessed right, you should be going to the Divine Dragon Empire soon." Going to the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Chen did not have such a plan for now. He intended to go to the Golden Crow Empire to deal with Ao Jiao's matters first. As for the Divine Dragon Empire, he would go there after Ao Jiao's matters were settled. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Is that so? I don't seem to have told anyone that I am going to the Divine Dragon Empire." Yan Cangming guffawed and said, "Why act dumb? The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will hold the abdication ceremony 7 days from now. The disciples of the 6-colored divine dragons will fight for the position of Dragon Emperor. Qin Ming inherited the Bushan Palace's inheritance. If you do not go, the position of Dragon Emperor will definitely go to Qin Ming. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor will begin 7 days from now." This news startled Xiao Chen slightly. This news came very suddenly. It should have arrived in the past 2 days. Previously, Xiao Chen had been traveling alone and had not received any notice from the Heavenly Alliance. What does this have to do with you? The internal affairs of the dragon race are not for you to worry about, right? Xiao Chen did not deny it, testing Zhen Yuan's purpose in coming. Yan Cangming smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? After all, I have some dragon race bloodline in my body. We are more or less related. I came here to tell you that if you do not work with me, you will die for sure when you go to the Divine Dragon Empire." This joke is not funny. Working with Yan Cangming felt like a joke on Xiao Chen's part, very comical. Yan Cangming retorted indifferently, "I came from afar and do not have the time to joke with you. A few days ago, you fought alone in the Yanwu dynasty and fought Yuan Zhen to a standstill in the entire Buddhist nation. He is on equal footing with Yuan Zhen's entire Buddhist nation. He might even be superior. This news has already spread like wildfire. When the martial epoch comes to an end, only a few people are qualified to start a new epoch. Everyone has to know each other's limits. Your strange strength has already caused many people to be unable to see through it. If you were to become the Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid no one would be able to stop you." Xiao Chen felt excited, feeling that Yan Cangming was right. Only a few people could start a new epoch. They would definitely view each other as competitors. If Xiao Chen accidentally exposed some of his strength in the Yanwu dynasty, news of it would spread quickly. "So?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Yan Cangming. He. You are a smart person. You should be able to guess what will happen later." Yan Cangming smiled mysteriously, not saying anything. When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help smiling bitterly. Given this group of people's characters, they must feel that I am too much of a threat. They are sure that I will head to the Divine Dragon Empire to fight for the Dragon Emperor position, so they might work together to lay a trap and use this opportunity to end me in the Divine Dragon Empire. Hence, Yan Cangming said that if I do not work with him, only death awaits me. Those people should have communicated with Yan Cangming, inviting him to form an alliance to deal with me. However, for some reason, Yan Cangming leaked this information to me and wanted to form an alliance with me. Why are you telling me all this? This was the only question that remained in Xiao Chen's heart. Why did Yan Cangming travel so far to tell him all this? A dim light flashed in Yan Cangming's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Do you know who set all this up? Who colluded with the outstanding talents of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao to kill you? Yuan Zhen? That's not right. Chu Chaoyun? Guess again. The profound heaven holy lands Wenrenyu? Yan Cangming smiled faintly and said, that's not right. It's she. After he returned to the demonic Dao palace from the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he became somewhat strange. After he learned that you fought Yuan Zhen's Buddhist nation alone in the Yanwu dynasty, he became even stranger. Yan Cangming did not know the reason either. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. It looks like she knows about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan as well. Hence, she plans to kill me immediately. To me, I definitely do not wish for you to die just like that and watch as she covers the sky with one hand. Hence, we should work together. I will help you obtain the Dragon Emperor position, and you will help me restore the status of the Flood Dragon humans in the Divine Dragon Empire. Yan Cangming continued, telling Xiao Chen his true purpose at the same time. Wrong. You just want us, the Epic Masters, to kill each other so that you can reap the benefits. Black Dragon King, am I right? Xiao Chen swept his gaze past Zhen Yuan and fixed it on Zhen Yuan, who had remained silent from the start to the end. Whoosh! Zhen Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. 2 black dragon images swam in the depths of his eyes. Surprise flashed on Zhen Yuan's face when he heard what Xiao Chen said. He said softly, that's right, only you can be absolutely certain of my identity. After all, you personally saw me swallow the Black Dragon King's demonic sense back then. Chapter 2349. That's right. Only you can be 100% certain of my identity. After all, you saw me devour the Black Dragon King's demonic will with your own eyes. When Zhen Yuan heard Shao Chen determine his identity, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Then, he openly admitted it. You fused with the Black Dragon King's demonic will? Shao Chen asked in a deep voice. Sort of, but that's not important anymore. You don't have a choice. Everyone knows that you will definitely fight for the Dragon Emperor title. However, once you go to the Divine Dragon Empire, only death awaits you. Zhen Yuan looked at Shao Chen and said calmly. Yan Cangming continued, work with me. Everyone is just taking what they need. Even if we take a step back, don't you want Qin Ming to become the Dragon Emperor? She's strength is equally terrifying now. You have no choice. Even though Shao Chen saw through their thoughts, Yan Cangming and Zhen Yuan remained fearless. He was not afraid that Shao Chen would not agree, because he had no choice. No choice? Wrong, as long as your heart is strong enough, you can always make the right choice. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Shao Chen suddenly attacked, sending a punch flying toward Zhen Yuan. Regardless of whether Zhen Yuan had merged with the Black Dragon King's demonic will or not, since it delivered itself to him, Shao Chen naturally would not let it go. When he punched out, the great Tao of reincarnation circulated, and the endless power of reincarnation circulated. It gathered in the fist radiance and bloomed like an epiphyllum in the dark night, making the blood moon in the sky dim. Zhen Yuan's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Shao Chen to suddenly make a move. With a cold snort, a monstrous demonic aura erupted from his body, and a destructive aura erupted from his body. In his eyes, there was a sky full of stars. In the vast river of stars, stars were destroyed one after another. This caused the destructive aura on his body to reach a horrifying level. It was as if there were really stars exploding in his body. Pooh! However, before Zhen Yuan, who had passively received this punch, could fully extend his arm, he was sent flying by Shao Chen like a meteor. Stop! At the side, Yan Cangming felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, the force behind Shao Chen's punch was so horrifying. He quickly made a move to block Shao Chen, who wanted to give chase. The will of death spread out from his body like a tide. The black aura was like liquid. The strange, evil tentacles materialized and gathered on Yan Cangming's palm. Just a glance at the terrifying death intent was enough to send shivers down one's spine. He was afraid of being touched by it and could not avoid it in time. Yan Cangming's death Dao domain already reached the 9th layer, only one step shy of the 10th layer. Its lethality was extremely terrifying. Compared to other killing moves, martial techniques powered by the Death Great Tao could injure a cultivator's life force. If he was heavily injured, his vitality would be damaged, and it would be very difficult to recover. However, Shao Chen did not fear the killing move materialized by the Death Tao domain. He raised his hand and clashed with it. Boom boom boom. The moment the two palms collided, a vigorous life force gushed out from behind Shao Chen. At a visible speed, a vast, green grassland took form behind Shao Chen in an instant. The grass grew long and the orioles flew. Everything was in spring. Thousands of flowers appeared in the vast grassland, adorning it with beautiful purples and reds. My death intent. Horror appeared in Yan Cangming's eyes, revealing heavy confusion. Unexpectedly, the other party turned Yan Cangming's vast and boundless death intent into even more boundless life force, scattering it on this desolate and dilapidated desolate sea land. Flowers bloomed and withered in an endless cycle. Shao Chen shouted, and the vast grassland behind him looked like a wildfire. It burned out, not leaving a single blade of grass behind. The thousands of flowers and grass instantly withered. The instant the flowers withered, Shao Chen returned a palm strike to Yan Cangming. The death intent contained in this palm strike was even stronger than Yan Cangming's. Bang! Yan Cangming gaped in disbelief. To think that Xiao Chen was even more skilled in the Death Dao domain than him. Xiao Chen's even more ferocious and surging Death Dao domain directly scattered Yan Cangming's heavy death intent. Yan Cangming vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated in an even more sorry state than Zhen Yuan. Whoosh! Whoosh! The instant Yan Cangming and Zhen Yuan landed, they flew up at the same time. Both of them charged at Xiao Chen, going all out this time. Zhen Yuan drew his saber, and Yan Cangming tightly grasped a black whip with a sticky black liquid around it. Dense black dragon scales appeared on Yan Cangming's face. Alloy Dragon Armor. With a thought, Xiao Chen activated the Alloy Dragon Armor. Then, he grasped the tyrant saber's scabbard on his back with his right hand. As the two charged over, Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber at the same time. Under the blood moon, this flash of saber light looked as beautiful as a scarlet datura flower. Xiao Chen suppressed Zhen Yuan's and Yan Cangming's auras by himself. Pa! Yan Cangming roared ferociously and swung his black whip in a circle in the air. It was like a thunderclap, ear-splitting and ear-splitting. As this whip swept over, it was like a phantom from hell's depths. Zhen Yuan remained expressionless, looking like a demonic Buddha descending to the world as he held the world destroyer in his hand. The dark saber light cut through the world with an irresistible force, containing a boldness that wanted to destroy everything in the world. Even so, the two still retreated before Xiao Chen's saber light. Xiao Chen's saber light seemed to surpass the limits of the epoch, unrestricted by the world. It was like the horn of an antelope, untraceable. It was also like the blazing sun, its surging energy soaring endlessly. Damn it, what kind of strength is this? This is definitely not the cultivation of a nine-veined sovereign emperor. Even a faux god is only a so-so. Yan Cangming said with some despair. Even when the two worked together, they were not a match for Xiao Chen. After exchanging a few moves, the two retreated. However, Xiao Chen remained unfathomable. Under the blood moon, every move he made seemed to freeze time. In the eyes of others, Xiao Chen looked magnificent, unrivaled in the past and present. After 100 moves, Zhen Yuan revealed a strange smile as he stretched out his hand and threw a palm strike at the sky. Whoosh! Under the influence of the destruction Great Tao, the boundless night sky slowly turned denser, until it hid the blood moon. Let's go. The instant the blood moon vanished, Zhen Yuan grabbed Yan Cangming and fled far away. The boundless night sky lasted for only a moment. Before anyone noticed it, the blood moon reappeared. However, when Xiao Chen looked around, he could no longer see Yan Cangming and Zhen Yuan. Did they flee? A look of pity flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was not that Zhen Yuan had fled. It was not that Zhen Yuan had fled, but Xiao Chen clearly felt that Zhen Yuan had not done his best. Xiao Chen had not fought this battle yet, but the other party had already left. This felt somewhat unfair. An unprecedented 10-veined sovereign emperor, the cycle Great Tao, and the flawless saber Tao infused with immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Xiao Chen really wanted to know how strong he was now. Unfortunately, this Zhen Yuan, or rather, the Black Dragon King's seal had not been broken, and his strength was not at its peak. Thus, he did not wish to fight with Xiao Chen. What he displayed was only the strength of the Black Dragon King's demonic will and quintessential essence soul, not the sealed Black Dragon King's main body. At best, it can only be considered a clone. How strong is the Black Dragon King's main body? After Xiao Chen sheathed the tyrant saber and calmed down, he entered deep thought. No wonder Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, a peak expert, had to put in so much effort to lay two startling formations to kill the Black Dragon King. At the mention of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, Xiao Chen recalled the arrangements Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun made before his death. Then, he sighed. Now, retribution came. After she learned the truth, he actually worked with the epic masters of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao to kill Xiao Chen in the Divine Dragon Empire. He raised his head and saw a glimmer of light on the horizon. Dawn was about to arrive. A vast sun was about to rise into the sky. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The desolate sea had a blood moon at night and an incredibly huge, blazing sun during the day, illuminating the desolate sea all year round. The blood moon was a trap laid by Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Who was the one who laid the blazing sun, which was much larger than the sun outside? Yan Cangming and Zhen Yuan stood side by side in the distance, still feeling lingering fear. This person is too horrifying. No wonder he did not work with me. He did not need it at all. To think that he managed to merge the life and death Tao so perfectly. That is the cycle Great Tao, one of the ultimate Great Tao. The cycle Great Tao? Yes. There's no need to ask about the details. In any case, we already achieved our goal in this trip. He. Originally, I was worried that he was too weak and would be easily suppressed by Shi. Now, there is a good show to watch, Zhen Yuan said softly, revealing a playful smile. Yan Cangming remained silent at the side for a long time. Finally, he could not help asking, if we let him grow, will the Black Dragon King's true body be unsealed and not be able to do anything to him? The moment Yan Cangming said that, Zhen Yuan revealed a complicated expression. He sighed, it's useless. The Black Dragon King represents the end, represents destruction. Unless all the epic masters work together, we can barely put up a fight. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. When the Black Dragon King appears, it will be the end of the martial epic. Chapter 2350. The morning sun rose, and the sun rose into the sky. On the horizon, a sun that was much larger than the rest of the world shone with a dazzling brilliance. The sun shone, sweeping away the chill of the desolate sea's night. After Xiao Chen took his leave of Sang, he used the Heavenly Alliance medallion to confirm the information he obtained from Yan Cangming with Mu Zifeng. It's true. Jianghu already left the Heavenly Alliance and headed for the Divine Dragon Empire. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will abdicate the Dragon Emperor position 7 days later. At that time, the entire upper echelon of the Bushan Palace will arrive. The other super factions will come as well. What do you think? I hope that you can rush to the Divine Dragon Empire quickly. We absolutely cannot let Qin Ming obtain the Dragon Emperor position. The Heavenly Alliance will support you fully. I understand. Mu Zifeng's illusory figure on the medallion slowly faded. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, thinking about something. He did not tell Mu Zifeng that he obtained the Emperor Dragon Throne and the royal genealogical record. However, it did not matter much whether he told Mu Zifeng. The Heavenly Alliance placed all its bets on Xiao Chen. It would definitely support him unconditionally. If Qin Ming successfully became the Dragon Emperor, it would be a huge blow to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's luck would decrease significantly. As the epoch changed, the previously boundlessly ethereal luck would become even more important. Perhaps an insignificant matter could have a major impact, causing the Heavenly Alliance to lose the competition to start the epoch. Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen sighed and shook his head. Then, he carefully put away the Heavenly Alliance medallion. Compared to the Dragon Emperor position, Xiao Chen cared more about the other piece of news that Mu Zifeng told him. The White Dragon bloodline had already confirmed that they would send Lu Riyue to fight for the Dragon Emperor position. The 6-colored divine dragons, including the Heaven Dragon Palace, were all qualified to send disciples to fight for the Dragon Emperor position. However, this fight for the Dragon Emperor position was clearly just a formality. Qin Ming, who obtained the full support of the Bushan Palace, was much stronger than the other opponents. Of course, that was if Xiao Chen did not appear. I'll go to the Golden Crow Empire first. A bright light lit in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not change his original plan because of this sudden incident. In merely 2 days, Xiao Chen crossed the desolate sea and stepped into the Golden Crow Empire's territory. Something's wrong. The instant he stepped into the Golden Crow Empire's territory, Xiaochen sensed a strange divine essence fluctuation in the air. The divine energy fluctuations were extremely weak. Even a regular sovereign emperor would find it hard to notice if they did not pay close attention. As a 10-vein sovereign emperor, Xiaochen immediately noticed something wrong. Xiaochen pondered for a moment before he looked up at the capital of the Golden Crow Empire. Opening his heavenly eye, Xiaochen's vision extended out continuously. Cities, rivers, mountains, grasslands, deserts, all of them flashed past his eyes. We're here. After a while, Xiaochen's gaze traversed the boundless distance and landed on the majestic capital. But just as he was about to take the next step, however, he realized that his vision was obstructed. There was an invisible force blocking his view, and he immediately felt puzzled. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaochen closed his eyes and tried to sense with his soul power. Once again, he was blocked. Be it his soul energy or the heavenly eye, he could not see through the Golden Crow Empire's capital. There were only two explanations. The Golden Crow Empire's capital's protective formation had already been activated. Unless a faux god powerhouse worked together to lay the formation, it could not block Xiaochen's vision. What's going on? No matter which explanation it was, it would be shocking. This meant that a huge change had happened in the Golden Crow Empire's capital. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed in them. There were many possibilities for such a huge change. However, it would be best if it was not what Xiaochen guessed. Whoosh! Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground and turned into a flash of lightning, merging into the clouds. Amidst the clouds, lightning flashed and flashed, advancing at an inconceivable speed. About 15 minutes later, electric light fell from a tall mountain peak 50 kilometers away from the Golden Crow Empire's capital. The electric light formed, and the white-clad Xiaochen firmly landed. Whoosh! 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 The moment Xiaochen appeared, he discovered the auras of a few sovereign emperors rushing over to where he landed. The security is really tight. I was discovered the moment I appeared, Xiaochen muttered to himself. Xiaochen muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something big was happening in the capital. 3 figures appeared before Xiaochen. Without exception, none of them had the Golden Crow bloodline. The leader had white hair and a bright red mark on his forehead, showing that he was a royal member of the White Marsh Beast Empire. The other 2 middle-aged men looked very wild, showing that they were from the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The white-haired old man had a benevolent expression. He revealed a smile as he looked at Xiaochen. Then, he asked softly, "Are you entering the capital?" Xiaochen felt suspicious in his heart. However, he replied calmly, "I saw that the capital seemed to have activated its protective formation, so I came over to take a look. Your cultivation is rather astonishing. I can sense it even if you are not from the Golden Crow Empire. However, I do not seem to have seen you in the Divine Dragon Empire before." The white-haired old man clearly noticed the dragon race bloodline in Xiaochen, so he probed. Xiaochen said indifferently, "He's just a mixed-blood dragon. It's normal that you haven't seen him before." The white-haired old man suddenly understood. That was not strange. The people he dealt with in the Bushan Palace were all divine dragon emperors. However, it was quite surprising. Even though this person's draconic might was restrained, his aura was outstanding and couldn't be concealed. Unexpectedly, such a person was actually a mixed-blood dragon. If you are not the Golden Crow Empire's sovereign emperor, then stay away. Don't be a busybody. The middle-aged man next to him stared at Xiaochen and said in an unfriendly manner. "All right, I was just curious." Xiaochen smiled and turned to leave, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. This person is quite sensible. He should be a mixed-blood dragon who has been wandering outside. He doesn't know about what happened in Bushan Palace. The other middle-aged sovereign emperor said softly. The white-haired old man's smile vanished, replaced by a ferocious expression. There was no trace of the benevolence he had a moment ago, and his gaze was like that of a poisonous snake. The white-haired old man said coldly, "We cannot be careless. We cannot make any mistakes at the crucial moment." Suddenly, the white-haired old man's expression changed drastically. After a pause, he said, "Why do I feel that this white-clad person's aura, appearance, and bloodline are very similar to a certain rumored person?" "Similar to who?" The white-haired old man was about to speak when he sensed a weak killing intent. He shouted, "There is killing intent." Bang! However, it was too late. The two great perfection sovereign emperors with only 6 divine veins could not react in time. Xiao Chen, who had quietly circled around, punched them. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. The blue dragon image connected the sky and the ground. A vast dragon might descended together with the fist light, making breathing difficult. Before the two 6-veined sovereign emperors could turn around, Xiao Chen punched them into bits. They turned into ashes, their souls extinguished. The white-haired old man, who was an 8-veined sovereign emperor, fled far away. When he turned around and saw this scene, he gaped in shock, flabbergasted. What kind of strength is this? He managed to destroy two 6-veined sovereign emperors with one punch. Although this was partly due to the element of surprise, the might of this punch was too horrifying. Ice small world. Without much time to think, the white-haired old man instantly activated his 10th-layer Ice Dao domain and formed an ice small world encasing Xiao Chen. Pa! However, before the white-haired old man could show his might, a saber light flashed, and the entire small world shattered into countless ice shards. Xiao Chen broke the ice small world with one saber strike. The white-haired old man felt greatly startled, completely at a loss. He opened his hand and grasped a Bushan Palace medallion. Whoosh! A miserable shriek rang out. The white-haired old man did not see the white-clad old man move at all, but the saber light chopped off his right hand, which held the medallion. Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed the medallion. Then, he crushed it into a ball and casually tossed it away. "You are Xiao Chen." The white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Now, he finally recognized Xiao Chen and guessed his identity. "Since you know that it is me, then be more obedient. Don't think of informing the faux god experts. Tell me, what happened in the Golden Crow Empire's capital? If you don't tell me in 3 seconds, don't blame me." Xiao Chen said indifferently without fear as he stood in front of the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man clearly knew that even if he did not say anything, Xiao Chen had other means to obtain an answer from him. The white-haired old man had no choice but to take the initiative to tell the white-haired old man. Otherwise, who knew what kind of torture he would suffer? "There's no need to threaten me. The winner takes all. I'm clearer than you on the means of a sovereign emperor. I'll tell you. The Bushan Palace wants the Golden Crow Empire to offer up the Golden Crow Holy Beast as a congratulatory gift to Qin Ming, who will become the Dragon Emperor in 5 days. The Golden Crow Holy Beast will sign a contract and become his divine pet." The white-haired old man sighed softly, "You saw the result for yourself." The Golden Crow Empire did not agree, so the Bushan Palace resorted to forceful means. Right now, the Golden Crow Empire's royal clan has already retreated to the Sun Hand Divine Temple. However, they will not be able to hold out for long. It is impossible for him to handle the entire Bushan Palace by himself. Xiao Chen did not say anything even after a while. The white-haired old man felt nervous as he probed, "It looks like you are tactful. You know that a faux god is holding down the fort and do not dare to act rashly. Since that is the case, why make things difficult for me? I've been missing for too long. If I startle a faux god, it will not be good for you." Whoosh! Xiao Chen casually swung his saber and sheathed his tyrant saber. Before the white-haired old man could finish speaking, his divine seal and physical body were chopped in half. When the white-haired old man turned his head back to look at the capital, he saw Xiaochen standing upright while holding his saber. Unexpectedly, the result was the one that he did not want to see the most. A clump of golden light struggled endlessly behind him. That was the white-haired old man's soul. However, the soul contained a strand of saber intent. No matter how the white-haired old man struggled, it appeared weak and powerless, unable to change the fate of his soul scattering. From start to end, Xiaochen did not turn his head to look at the white-haired old man. Chapter 2351. As he looked at the Golden Crow Empire's capital, Xiaochen showed an unsightly expression. After noticing the strange situation in the capital, Xiaochen guessed that the Bushan Palace was targeting Little Yellow Feather. Who would have thought that the worst outcome would really be predicted by him? Although a pure-blooded holy beast was still young, it would be a great weapon at this crucial juncture when the epoch changed. If Xiaochen ignored Little Yellow Feather and used a secret technique to catalyze it, overdrawing on its life force in exchange for the strength of an adult golden crow, it would be simply unimaginable. That was simply unimaginable. In a battle against the other sons of epochs, they would occupy an enormous advantage. The Golden Crow Empire would definitely have a faux god guarding the capital. Its luck would be second to none among the 8 great empires. However, the Golden Crow Empire would not be able to resist when the other 7 great empires worked together. The faux gods had already worked together to seal the entire capital with a barrier. As a result, Xiaochen had no idea what was happening inside. Breaking the barrier would not be too difficult for a 10-vein sovereign emperor like Xiaochen. The difficult part was that it was impossible to break the barrier without alerting a faux god expert. Xiaochen did not know how strong a faux god was. Xiaochen could not be sure if he could fight a faux god with his current strength. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen gave a simple report of the Golden Crow Empire's situation to Mu Zifeng. Don't act rashly for now. I'll get Swearing Ji and the other doyens to help you. With your current strength, it is still not time for you to face a faux god. How long do I need? Half a day is enough. After putting away the Heavenly Alliance medallion, Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the summit and thought to himself, half a day. Can Ao Jiao really wait half a day? What if the Solar Divine Temple falls in half a day and the Bushan Palace's people want to snatch Little Yellow Feather away? Given Ao Jiao's character, she would definitely fight with her life on the line. No, I can't afford to gamble. Compared to Ao Jiao's safety, Xiaochen would rather face a faux god himself. He could not let the past repeat itself. Ao Jiao had already died once in the Sky Dome realm when she was helping him with his heart tribulation. Faux god. Let me experience the strength of a faux god. Xiaochen shouted and grasped his saber hilt. Then, he swung his hand, and the tyrant saber came out of its scabbard again. The flawless saber Dao, which surpassed the epoch, materialized thousands of saber lights when driven by the cycle Great Dao. Then, a boundlessly resplendent saber light rose behind Xiaochen. The dazzling saber light spread out in circles and overlapped with each other. It was as if another sun had risen behind him. In the vast Golden Crow Empire, the hundreds of millions of commoners and cultivators scattered across the empire's territory all witnessed this shocking scene. Suddenly, a blazing sun appeared in the sky. The two suns competed with each other's brilliance, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell which was the real one. However, this phenomenon only lasted for an instant. Just when everyone thought that they were seeing things, a voice suddenly rang out. In a flash, he entered the capital. The 4 corners of the capital, which seemed to be normal from the start, suddenly changed. Then, a barrier of light suddenly appeared and pressed down, sealing off the entire capital. This made the vast and majestic capital look like a birdcage, firmly locked in. Boom! The blazing sun in the sky smashed into the capital with the momentum of a thunderbolt. In the next moment, the ground trembled. Terrifying shock waves erupted above the capital. The shock waves spread for millions of kilometers. The instant the shock waves shattered the tall mountains under Xiao Chen's feet, Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed on the majestic city walls of the capital. Xiao Chen broke the barrier reinforced by a faux god with one saber strike. He used an absolutely tyrannical and ferocious saber strike to forcefully break it, not using any tricks at all. Strong winds buffeted Xiao Chen's clothes as he stood on the city wall in his white robes. Xiao Chen looked down at the entire capital. The originally prosperous and flourishing capital had already turned into rubble. Thousands of kilometers of rubble could not be seen. A capital that had existed for a long time was destroyed just like that. It did not get destroyed by Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike. Instead, it got destroyed in the battle before Xiao Chen arrived. Clang! 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 The sounds of fighting rang out endlessly. The intense battle came from the distance. Xiao Chen turned his head to look. His vision peered through the dust and saw two faux god experts fighting on a tall mountain in the city. Below, many sovereign emperors fought each other in an extremely intense battle in a completely intact, empty land. It was the Solar Divine Temple. The faux god experts fought above the Solar Divine Temple. The Bushan Palace's sovereign emperors were below. They had already broken the Solar Divine Temple's formations and charged into the temple to fight the final battle. Xiao Chen could sense countless gazes in the Golden Crow Empire's capital, both in the open and in the dark. Countless gazes looked at Xiao Chen, either filled with doubt or confusion. This humble one is Baiju. Might I ask which faction's faux god you are from? Why are you interfering in the private matters of my Bushan Palace? Just as Xiao Chen sized up the surroundings and prepared to head to the Solar Divine Temple, an old man landed on the city wall in the distance. This old man wore gray robes and had a pale complexion. There was a blood mark on his forehead. This was a faux god expert with the great desolate Ian White Marsh Beast's bloodline. Baiju looked at Xiao Chen, feeling puzzled. He wondered which faction this faux god was. To think that he was so young. However, Baiju only sized up Baiju for a while before feeling even more puzzled. Why does he not look like a faux god? There is no divine nature at all. Then, what about the earlier saber strike? Xiao Chen did not answer. He noticed that the other party held a crystalline pagoda radiating silver light in his left hand. As the other party spoke, he silently circulated his divine energy. The barrier that Xiao Chen broke earlier was slowly recovering. It looked like it was going to envelop the Golden Crow Empire's capital again. Xiao Chen felt excited. It looked like this old man was in a rush to seal off the capital again. Xiao Chen thought about the faux god experts fighting in the sky above the Solar Divine Temple. Xiao Chen immediately understood. The silver pagoda in the old man's hand had the effect of isolating the nation's protective formation. The protective formation could draw in the spiritual energy of the entire Golden Crow Empire's capital. If Xiao Chen was suppressed and could only draw in the capital's spiritual energy, the formation would be useless. Xiao Chen looked around. Indeed, in the Solar Divine Temple, the many sovereign emperors that had already charged into the Solar Divine Temple were chased out. The Golden Crow Empire's sovereign emperors fought even more ferociously. Given this, as long as Xiao Chen delayed this faux god and prevented him from raising the barrier again, he would not have to worry. There was no need to worry about Ao Jiao and the others in the Solar Divine Temple. When the Heavenly Alliance experts arrived, the Golden Crow Empire would have survived this crisis. Trying to act mysterious. Baiju finally confirmed that Xiao Chen was not a faux god. Seeing that Xiao Chen still did not answer, he flew into a rage. Baiju waved his hand and threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen. Immediately, Xiao Chen felt that hand cover the sky, cutting off his connection with the world. The entire world turned pitch black. The world started rejecting him, and unprecedented loneliness surged over. Xiao Chen felt startled. What kind of move was this? He had never heard of it before. However, although Xiao Chen felt shocked, he did not panic. He was like a saber abandoned at the darkest edge of the world. However, this saber was unprecedented. Even if the world abandoned it, its light would not be shrouded by darkness. Even if the world abandoned it, its light would not be shrouded by darkness. Whoosh! Xiao Chen sent out a saber light. The instant the saber light flickered, the dark world regained its color. Then, the Golden Crow Empire's capital reappeared bit by bit. Xiao Chen had returned. Crack! Xiao Chen chopped the gigantic palm descending from the sky in half. However, the huge impact still knocked Xiao Chen into the air, shaking his blood vessels and shattering his internal organs. The divine seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool was like a candle flame in the wind, flickering like it would be extinguished at any moment. How terrifying! Even though Xiao Chen blocked the killing move of a faux god, the shock waves were still fatal. When a faux god ignited their divine flame, a casual strike of theirs would be supported by the faux god flame. While severely injuring the physical body, it would also attack the divine seal. If Xiao Chen was not careful, he would turn to ashes. Xiao Chen circulated the cycle Great Tao, using the cycle of life and death to continuously negate the shock waves. By the time Xiao Chen landed, the swaying divine seal in his soul pool had already stabilized and slowly burned. You truly live up to being a faux god expert. This Xiao has experienced it firsthand. Xiao Chen said sincerely as he looked at Bai Ju. A faux god expert was indeed incredible. If it were any other nine-veined sovereign emperor, Bai Ju's palm strike would have been sufficient to turn that nine-veined sovereign emperor into ashes. Even Xiao Chen felt somewhat lucky. When isolated, Xiao Chen did not panic or feel anxious. He did not hesitate to draw his saber. Otherwise, if he delayed for even a moment, the consequences would be dire. This Xiao? A brilliant light flashed in Bai Ju's eyes. After some thought, he said, "You are the epic successor that the Heavenly Alliance nurtured, Xiao Chen." "That is me." Ha ha ha. Bai Ju could not hide the wild joy on his face as he guffawed. "I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. You are really bold to dare to face a faux god expert alone. If I kill you, I can forget about my divine beast." Chapter 2352. Bai Ju, who unexpectedly discovered Xiao Chen's identity, rejoiced. Unexpectedly, such a good thing delivered itself to him. Right now, Xiao Chen was the Bushan Palace's greatest enemy. Between Bai Ju and the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, only one could truly become the Dragon Emperor. If Xiao Chen killed Bai Ju, Qin Ming would inherit his luck. The Bushan Palace's chances of starting a new epoch would increase significantly. In the end, Bai Ju came to the Golden Crow Empire to hunt Little Yellow Feather to increase Qin Ming's luck and strength, increasing his chances of starting a new epoch. However, the effect was far from being as fast as killing Xiao Chen. Die! Bai Ju attacked again, still using only one hand. He held the silver pagoda in his left hand, wanting to prop up the formation sealing the capital again. The world sank into darkness again. When Xiao Chen looked around, everything he saw and felt was pitch black. The city walls, the capital, the land, the mountains, the sky, the white clouds, everything that Xiao Chen saw vanished. It was like he was isolated in another world, not tolerated by the world. There was no place for him in this vast world. The sense of isolation in Xiao Chen's heart surged even more ferociously than the first time. Again? This time, Xiao Chen did not feel surprised when Bai Ju used the same trick, forcing him into this strange space again. Xiao Chen raised his hand and swung his tyrant saber again. All sorts of colors immediately appeared in this world. Xiao Chen's sealed senses and vision recovered. The sense of isolation from the world no longer existed. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen looked up, an ancient finger descended from the sky. The finger descended like it was trying to kill an ant. Xiao Chen felt a vast and boundless pressure. After experiencing it once, Xiao Chen was no longer as nervous as he was the first time, so he dodged in advance. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure turned into a lightning bolt, and a resplendent saber light descended. My divine pressure, how can you dodge it? Bai Ju felt shocked. To think that Xiao Chen dodged this attack. This was simply unimaginable. No sovereign emperor had ever been able to dodge a foe god's attack. After lighting up the foe god flame, one would be able to understand the nature of the world. Within a certain range, one would be like the creator of the world. It could perfectly merge with the world and release divine pressure, sealing off a sovereign emperor's senses and making the world reject the other party. If one were to advance further and become a true god, this space would be comparable to the divine kingdom. However, there were no true gods now. There were only foe gods and they could no longer materialize the divine kingdom. Even so, the divine pressure of a foe god expert was unfathomable to a sovereign emperor. With the six senses sealed, there was no way to avoid a foe god's killing move when one's soul energy, vision, hearing, smell, and touch were all rendered useless. But now, this iron rule had been broken twice by Xiao Chen. You overestimate yourself. After the shock, Bai Ju calmed down. After all, Bai Ju was a void god realm expert. With a raise of his hand, he neutralized Xiao Chen's saber strike, which could kill a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Then, he used 2 fingers to clamp down on the saber. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, immediately felt his saber completely restrained, unable to advance or retreat. Bai Ju smiled coldly and said, "You really startle me. To think that you can dodge my killing move from my divine pressure. Unfortunately, you do not know how horrifying a foe god is." Dang! A flame appeared in Bai Ju's eyes, and a vast divine might erupted from his body as he flicked his finger. The tyrant's saber immediately trembled endlessly. The force traveled along the saber, sending Xiao Chen flying back like a cannonball. Clang! Xiao Chen, who knelt on one knee, stabbed the tyrant saber into the ground and stabilized his body. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, but his eyes remained calm, not showing any fluctuations. Bai Ju felt startled. His earlier attack looked casual. In reality, he had already used 50% of his strength. However, the other party was not severely injured. Bai Ju's expression was as calm as still water, and his eyes were deep like the starry sea. It was like he was evaluating his own strength. Could he be testing out how strong a foe god is? Damn it! Shouldn't he be scared out of his wits when he sees a foe god? Bai Ju seemed to feel that his pride as a foe god was being mocked. Rage surged in his heart, and he attacked again. This time, Bai Ju pressed forward, and a vast and boundless divine might pressed down like an avalanche. Then, he threw a palm strike at lightning speed, a palm strike that could shatter stars. Before Bai Ju arrived, a sonic boom already rang out in the air. The sound was ear-splitting like thunder, scattering the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around and revealing the boundless starry heavens dotted with stars. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not clashing head-on with Bai Ju, dodging for now. Xiao Chen's primary goal was to delay the other party and reseal the capital. His secondary goal was to verify how strong a foe god was, to see if he could defeat a foe god. The two immediately fought on the ancient city walls of the capital that had stood for tens of thousands of years. The intensity of the battle was no weaker than the fight between the two foe gods above the solar divine temple. "Your Highness the Divine Daughter, it is Xiao Chen." Hao Kai, who was responsible for protecting Ao Jiao in the distant solar divine temple, finally recognized Xiao Chen. Earlier, Hao Kai saw someone break the seal with one saber strike. Hao Kai also thought that it was a foe god's senior helping. After observing for a long time, he was shocked to discover that it was not a foe god. It was not a foe god. It was Xiao Chen. What is he doing here? That idiot. Why is he fighting a foe god? Compared to Hao Kai's excited expression, Ao Jiao showed a worried expression, continuously grumbling. In her anxiety, she did not even realize that she had called Xiaochen an idiot again. Hao Kai asked, "Divine Daughter, should we go and help?" Right now, the nation's protective formation is fully operational. That group of people from Bushan Palace can no longer charge in. No. Ao Jiao rejected with a calm expression. Don't give him trouble. He took the risk to fight a foe god so that the nation's protective formation could operate perfectly. If we go and help, wouldn't we be wasting his efforts? Furthermore, if they got captured, it would be equivalent to harming Xiaochen. Hao Kai asked, "What should we do, then?" Ao Jiao sighed softly. He probably does not know that we still have a backup plan and can leave. This idiot, he always likes to do things his own way. However, since he made a move, he definitely has a way to protect himself. 4 hours passed quickly after the intense battle on the city walls. Bai Ju launched a frenzied attack against Xiaochen. Aside from the silver pagoda in his left hand, he used nearly everything else he had. However, despite the other terrifying attacks, Xiaochen did not suffer any severe injuries, aside from being in a sorry state. He was like a lone boat drifting in the wind and rain. The strong wind and heavy rain battered him, but he did not capsize. It looks like foe gods are only a so-so. Xiaochen said coldly as he held up his saber and looked at the furious Bai Ju, who could not do anything about it. When Bai Ju heard that, he smiled instead of getting angry. Is that so? In front of me, you don't even have the ability to retaliate. You can only retaliate a few times. Occasionally, you can't even injure a strand of my hair, yet you dare to mock foe gods as SOSO? Indeed. Even a fatal attack against a 9-vein sovereign emperor would not be able to injure you. Without igniting the divine flame, no matter how strong my killing moves are, they would not be able to injure you. However, I do not only have these ordinary killing moves. Is that so? In that case, why don't you make a move and show me? Bai Ju narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling coldly in his heart. He liked the arrogant Xiaochen. Only Bai Ju knew how strong a foe god was. The more Xiaochen underestimated him, the happier Bai Ju was. The more arrogant Xiaochen was, the easier it was for him to reveal openings. Bai Ju's repeated attacks failed to severely injure Xiaochen, which made him look forward to Xiaochen revealing openings in his arrogance. As you wish. The immortal vein formed by immortal burial lake among Xiaochen's 10 divine veins stirred. An ethereal, fairy-like air appeared on Xiaochen's body. The vast soul energy sea in Xiaochen's soul pool surged with strong waves. The divine lightning talisman formed by the immortal epoc's 10,000 tribulation divine lightning broke out of the sea. Once upon a time, the divine lightning talisman could injure a great perfection sovereign emperor with just the tip of the iceberg. Now, Xiaochen looked forward to seeing what kind of strength this divine lightning talisman could erupt with when it was completely brought out. This is, the expression of Bai Ju, who was waiting for Xiaochen to reveal an opening, changed slightly. He sensed something strange. By the time Bai Ju sensed something wrong and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The divine lightning talisman came out of Xiaochen's forehead. With a flash of light, it struck Bai Ju. The instant the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Before the divine lightning talisman could take effect, Xiaochen drew Heavenly Slayer and used the cycle Great Tao to execute the 3-life flower. The past, the future, and the present. 3 blue lotus flowers, 3 figures, and 3 saber lights pierced through Bai Ju, who was severely injured by the divine lightning talisman. However, this was not enough. Xiaochen gritted his teeth and roared, "Flowers bloom and flowers die, the cycle never ends." Previously, when Xiaochen only grasped the state of cycle, he could execute 3 saber strikes with the 3-life flower. However, now, he grasped the cycle Great Tao. There were more than 3 saber strikes for the past, the future, and the present. Flowers bloomed and withered, and killing intent filled the air, filling the entire world with a somber and cold-killing intent. 1,000 lotus flowers bloomed around Baiju at the same time. 1,000 heavenly slayer sabers containing the heavenly Dao's killing intent pierced through his body at the same time. Today, Xiaochen wanted to kill a god. Chapter 2353. Flowers bloom and die, reincarnation never ends. Xiaochen first used the Thunder Divine Talisman to severely injure him. Then, he used the Cycle Great Dao to activate the 3-life flower and sent out 3 saber strikes. 1 saber strike each pierced through Baiju. However, this was still not enough. If he wanted to slay a deity, he had to go all out without holding anything back. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he pushed the Cycle Great Dao and his Saber Dao to their limits. Xiao Chen's divine energy and soul energy were instantly drained. After he finished executing the move, he was already exhausted. If he failed to kill Baiju, as long as Baiju was still breathing, he could easily crush him to death. Thousands of lotuses gradually overlapped with each other. Wisps of spacetime ripples appeared around Baiju's body like water ripples. Xiao. When the two figures completely overlapped, Baiju coughed out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. In his world, only a second had passed. He only felt that Xiaochen had swung his saber. He simply could not understand how his physical body could be struck by more than 1,000 sabers in an instant. The scariest thing was that every saber strike was lethal. Every saber strike contained a flawless saber intent that surpassed the epoch and the inextinguishable power of the cycle of seasons, continuously attacking Xiaochen's foe god flame. If he had not been careless and allowed the Thunderbolt Divine Talisman to be heavily injured, he would still have had strength to spare even if he had been pierced by 1,000 blades. However, at this moment, the resplendent golden foe god flame in Xiaochen's soul pool was riddled with holes. Wave after wave of saber intent infused with the power of cycles surged at the dimmed foe god flame. No matter how he struggled, he could not salvage the situation. He could only watch as his foe god flame slowly weakened and slowly extinguished. "I will kill you." Baiju's eyes were filled with despair. He roared and ran toward the exhausted Xiaochen. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to drag Xiaochen down with him before he died. It was like the final radiance of a setting sun, and its divine might was vast and mighty as if it had returned to its peak. Xiaochen's expression was relaxed as he looked at the other party indifferently. Boom! Baiju barely managed to take a step before his body exploded with a loud bang. A brilliant flame soared into the sky. The light from the flames shone in all directions, emitting a light even more dazzling than the sun. However, although this light was resplendent, it gave off the feeling of a hero past his prime and a beauty with white hair. A sorrow that even the heavens could not suppress filled the world and permeated everyone's hearts. This made the two sides fighting in Sun God Temple in the sky above and on the ground below all stare blankly, stopping their movements. This is, a foe god has fallen. Hua! Right after the two foe god realm experts spoke, the resplendent flame appeared. It turned into a blood-red color and exploded with a loud bang. Along with the dusky sky, a blood moon descended. How is this possible? The Martial God Palace's foe god expert showed a numb and sluggish expression. Although in this era, it was impossible to become a true god. However, as long as one ignited the divine flame and became a foe god expert, they would not suffer from disease or calamity. It was impossible for a foe god to die. Even if they encountered great trouble, foe gods would be able to protect themselves. But today, a virtual god had actually been killed. The Sun God Temple foe god realm expert looked at Xiaochen, who was on the city wall. Shock filled his eyes. Clearly, he was startled as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the city wall, Xiaochen had just collected Baiju's silver pagoda when two figures descended before him. The newcomers were the two foe god realm experts of the Heavenly Alliance, Swearing, and the previous alliance chief, Hua Tianyang. You killed this person? Although Swearing did his best to suppress the fluctuations in his heart, he could not hide the shock on his face. Xiao Chen nodded. It was a fluke. If not for his carelessness, I would not have killed him. He was speaking the truth. If the other party had not received the divine lightning talisman head-on, he would have died. If the other party had not taken the divine lightning talisman head-on, even if Xiao Chen executed blooming flower destruction in endless cycle, he would not have been confident of killing the other party. Or rather, if the divine lightning talisman had not severely injured the other party, Xiao Chen would not have risked everything and forced himself into a desperate situation. In any case, an opportunity presented itself to Xiao Chen. Then, he took the risk and succeeded in killing a true god. Hua Tianyang sighed softly. As he looked at the blood rain falling from the sky, he said in frustration, even a faux god fell. This era is really coming to an end. Swearing and Hua Tianyang exchanged glances. Although they were not the ones who died, the two felt desolate and sorrowful. The era that belonged to them would eventually come to an end when the martial epoc's luck ran out. Even as faux gods, they would not be able to avoid death. God-conferring pagoda? Hua Tianyang did his best to perk up. When he saw the silver pagoda in Xiao Chen's hand, he revealed a shocked expression. Xiao Chen stepped forward and handed the silver pagoda to the other party for him to observe. It really is the God-conferring pagoda. After fiddling with it for a while, Hua Tianyang smiled and said, "This is a rare sealing-type soul treasure. It can be considered one of Bushan Palace's trump cards." There were offensive soul treasures, like the Heavenly Slayer saber in Xiao Chen's hand. There were also defensive soul treasures, like the alloy dragon armor Hua Tianyang wore. There were also offensive and defensive soul treasures, like Shi's blood dragon cloak. However, sealing-type soul treasures were very rare, extremely rare. Swearing glanced at the Bushan Palace faux god who had already fled. After some thought, he said, "With this god-conferring pagoda, we can give it a try and see if we can't keep him here." Hua Tianyang handed the god-conferring pagoda to the other party and nodded. "Try to keep him here." Whoosh! After receiving the god-conferring pagoda, Swearing turned into a beam of black light and gave chase in the blink of an eye. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. What is the origin of this god-conferring pagoda? To think that Senior Swearing is confident of using this pagoda to seal a faux god? Hua Tianyang thought for a while before replying, "It can't really be considered an origin. However, in Swearing hands, it can indeed bring out greater might. We can give it a try." As Hua Tianyang spoke, a few figures flew over. They were Ao Jiao, Hao Kai, and the Solar Divine Temple faux god. Hua Tianyang recognized that faux god and introduced him to Xiao Chen. This is the Solar Divine Temple's high priest. He can be considered a veteran faux god. Many thanks to Alliance Chief Hua and little brother Xiao Chen for saving my Golden Crow Empire's calamity. After the high priest stepped forward, he immediately bowed to express his gratitude. He even gave Xiao Chen a few more glances. Clearly, the high priest had already learned of Xiao Chen's identity from Ao Jiao. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Chen sent a voice projection to Hua Tianyang, "Senior Hua, go ahead and discuss proper matters with the high priest first." Hua Tianyang glanced at Ao Jiao and entered deep thought. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "High priest, now that the Golden Crow Empire has thoroughly offended the Bushan Palace, my Heavenly Alliance is willing to protect the Golden Crow Empire with just one word from the high priest." This. The high priest hesitated somewhat. If he agreed, it would be equivalent to the Golden Crow Empire joining the Heavenly Alliance. Hua Tianyang smiled and said, "High priest, is it convenient for us to communicate in private?" "Sure." After the high priest left, Ao Jiao relaxed visibly. Then, she chided, "You idiot, you scared me to death earlier." How could you face a foe god alone? Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He smiled but did not reply. You are still smiling? I will hit you. Seeing that Xiao Chen only knew how to smile without replying, Ao Jiao pretended to be angry as she stretched out her hand to slap him. Who knew? Xiao Chen did not dodge. Ao Jiao just stretched out her hand and touched Xiao Chen's face. The atmosphere immediately turned somewhat strange. Hao Kai showed an awkward expression as he performed a cupped fist salute and said, Your Highness the Divine Daughter, I'll return first to deal with the follow-up matters of the Divine Temple. Ao Jiao pinched Xiao Chen's cheek, blushing slightly. Then, she turned her head to the side and said, Just this once. Got it. Xiao Chen stretched out his hands and gently pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks as he smiled faintly. You. Clearly, Ao Jiao was caught off guard by Xiao Chen's sudden attack. Her heart thumped wildly, and she asked only after a while, Why are you here in the Golden Crow Empire? I came to see you. However, I happened to run into this matter. Where's little yellow feather? Why don't I see it? Xiao Chen appeared very natural. Back when he saw Shi Wangmu turn to dust, he had figured out many things. Treasure the people who love you and don't make them cry. At the mention of little yellow feather, Ao Jiao's expression recovered to normal. She said angrily, Those people from the Bushan Palace are too much of a bastard. To think that they want to capture little yellow feather and make it Qin Ming's divine pet. Little yellow feather is currently absorbing the ancestors' inheritance in the solar divine pool. When it comes out, I will definitely go with it to meet that dragon god crown prince. Coincidentally, I want to go as well. Let's meet up in the Divine Dragon Empire 5 days later. When Ao Jiao heard that, her expression changed slightly. She knew that Xiao Chen would definitely go to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, based on Xiao Chen's words, it seemed like he still had something to do and did not intend to go with her. You still have something to do? Xiao Chen nodded. After some thought, he said, With the Heavenly Alliance's protection, the Bushan Palace will not dare to seek trouble for the Golden Crow Empire. At that time, you can go with the seniors of the Golden Crow Empire. I will meet up with you on time. A reluctance to part appeared in Ao Jiao's heart. However, she understood Xiao Chen the best. She knew that he would not change his mind once he made up his mind. Be careful. I'll wait for you, Ao Jiao said with a grave expression. I'll be fine. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Now that he could even kill foe gods, going to the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison to rescue the previous generation Heaven Dragon should not be a problem. Chapter 2354. The Starry Heavens Dragon Prison locked up all the Divine Dragon Empire's sovereign personage and above criminals. It was deployed in the vast and boundless Starry Heavens. The vast Starry Sea was vast. The Starry Heavens Dragon Prison was like a beacon in the boundless Starry Heavens. Searching blindly was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Chen once went there with the Heaven Dragon Palace's second palace master and had some impression of it. Even so, it took 3 days for Xiao Chen to find the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison. The vast Starry Heavens were boundless and boundless. Xiao Chen stood on an asteroid the size of a city. When he looked around, he saw hundreds of thousands of asteroids of various sizes forming a vast and vast formation. In the depths, it was like standing in the middle of a boundless ocean, vast and boundless. Using the stars as the stones and the starry heavens as the foundation to lay this horrifying formation. As Xiao Chen stood at the edge, he could clearly feel the vast and peerless pressure. When looking into the distance, he was horrified to discover dense essence and killing intent gathering at the center of the formation in the asteroid belt. Countless negative emotions and resentment intertwined and condensed into a terrifying human face. Thousands of faces struggled and twisted under the skin of the human face. Xiao Chen recalled the first time he saw this. At that time, his cultivation was too low, so he did not dare to look at it. Now that he looked at it again, it was less shocking, but that was all. Drip. Drip. The sound of water dripping came from the depths of the asteroid belt. Every time a drop landed, it made one's heart tremble and soul tremble. Xiaochen knew that this was the heaven dragon's heart blood continuously dripping. Closing his eyes, Xiaochen recalled the steps that the second palace master once took. With his current strength, he could definitely kill his way in without any fear. However, he was going to save someone, not to flaunt his strength. It would be pointless if he startled the heaven dragon and caused the heaven dragon's death. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes and gently leaped up, landing on an asteroid. The formation formed by thousands of asteroids immediately spun continuously, moving the might of the world. Even a sovereign emperor would have to be careful and not be careless. With a relaxed expression, Xiaochen followed the second palace master's footsteps in his memory and went deeper. The magnificent meteor formation revolved slowly without any ripples. After a while, Xiaochen was not far from the core of the formation. At the center of the formation, the distorted human face formed by endless killing intent, resentment, anger, and hatred grew clearer and clearer. It's still the same. Xiaochen sighed softly. The starry sky dragon penitentiary had not changed much since his last visit. His gaze pierced through the layers of fog. Under the distorted human face was a black dragon city that shone with a metallic luster. Draconic Prison City. He had finally arrived. Xiaochen spread out his soul power and sensed the experts in the city. He was extremely cautious. In the center of Dragon City, on an altar, there was a pillar of heaven dragon that was as beautiful as fresh blood. On top of the dragon pillar, there was a long sword that exuded a chilly aura. This sword has an impressive background. Previously, Xiaochen had not noticed it. Now, he could tell that this sword had many tricks up its sleeves. This sword stabbed into the heaven dragon pillar should be no weaker than the golden dragon race's emperor dragon sword. Xiaochen ignored this sword for now. Chains flickering with a dark light bound a petrified cultivator under the heaven dragon pillar. Even though that cultivator was petrified, his eyes still sparkled with vigor, filled with spirituality. The petrified cultivator was the previous generation heaven dragon, Jianghu's father. A fierce divine flame burned on the altar, making the heaven dragon pillar as hot as molten lava all year round. There was a sword wound on the petrified cultivator's chest. His heart blood dripped down continuously. The dragon pillar, which should have been fiery red, looked as beautiful as fresh blood after being watered with the heart blood. Even though Xiaochen had seen it once before, he still felt shocked when he saw it again. What a cruel method! The purple gold dragon emperor was truly deranged. However, what impressed Xiaochen even more was the special aura of the previous generation heaven dragon. That was a boldness that encompassed the entire dragon city. The dragon prison filled with sin and negative emotions could not make him sink into depravity. Xiaochen clearly suffered, but he did not show any rage or helplessness. After concealing his aura, Xiaochen perfectly merged into the dark space. Then, he leaped off the meteor. Without startling anyone in the dragon city, Xiaochen silently landed on the altar without anyone noticing. Whoosh! Xiaochen felt the flame on the altar at close range. A surging heat wave surged over like a surging sea of fire. The surging dragon might contained within the flame surged over. What a fellow! Not only did this flame have a startling heatwave, but it could also invade a cultivator's soul. Xiaochen gently waved his sleeves and casually scattered the surging heatwave. Then, he stabilized himself. Blue Dragon's descendant, we meet again. The previous generation heaven dragon's hoarse voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. Clearly, he was still alive. I'm here to save you. I already went to the Blue Dragon's old land and obtained the Blue Dragon's inheritance. I still have some questions that I want to ask you. While speaking to the previous generation heaven dragon, Xiaochen sized up the heaven dragon pillar and the surrounding seal. Xiaochen thought about how to break the seal and rescue Jianghu. Don't. There is an old monster here, a nine-veined sovereign emperor. He is even more horrifying than a faux god. Leave quickly. No matter how strong you are not a match for him in this starry heaven's dragon prison. Unexpectedly, the previous generation heaven dragon directly told Xiao Chen to leave quickly. What a strange aura, both familiar and strange. Just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, a black-clad old man suddenly appeared at the top of the heaven dragon pillar, where the black sword was stabbed. Suddenly, a black-robed old man appeared and muttered to himself. His voice was old and hoarse, like an ancient hourglass that was slowly flowing. Just as Xiao Chen was about to move, an overwhelming killing intent assaulted his entire body, sending a chill through him. An unprecedented danger, a killing intent that he had not felt even when facing Baiju, enveloped Xiao Chen. Retreat. Xiao Chen immediately made up his mind to retreat 500,000 kilometers away, leaving the Dragon City and landing in an asteroid belt. As the asteroid circled the Dragon City, Xiao Chen looked at the black-clad old man. Whoosh! Nearly the instant Xiao Chen landed on the asteroid and looked up, the black-clad old man drew the black sword stabbed into the dragon pillar. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad old man arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he did not hesitate to pierce Xiao Chen's heart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a vast and boundless sword intent charged over at incredible speed. Dang! Xiao Chen did not even have time to think. He instantly drew Heavenly Slayer and blocked this sword. The saber and sword clashed, producing a loud sound. The horrifying impact knocked Xiao Chen back 50 kilometers. How strong! As Xiao Chen looked at the black-clad old man, he felt greatly startled. This black-clad old man was very strong, but the sword in his hand was even stronger. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he was somewhat surprised to discover that this old man's eyes were empty, he was completely blind. Bang! The blind old man's wrist, which held the sword, shook gently, and an endless stream of black sword light swept out. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He brought out his flawless saber Dao to its limits. He used the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to clash with the other party, sending out many sword lights. This person before Xiao Chen was supported by a formation in this asteroid belt. Furthermore, that black sword contained an incredibly heavy, destructive sword intent. The pressure that it gave Xiao Chen surpassed that of Baiju's earlier pressure. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged 100 moves. Xiao Chen relied on the cycle Great Dao and the recovery ability of life and death to block the other party's attacks. Timing, geography, and people worked together. This created an unparalleled advantage for the blind old man. Coupled with the other party's experienced mental state, Xiao Chen could not find any openings. On the other hand, Xiao Chen revealed some openings several times amid the other party's surging attacks. Xiao Chen did not know whether the other party was overly suspicious or did not want to take risks, but he did not grasp these openings. While Xiao Chen felt lucky, he also felt some doubt. Go. I should not be a match for you outside. However, you are not a match for me in this starry heaven's dragon prison. A hoarse voice rang out. After the blind old man gained the upper hand, he tried to dissuade the other party. Sorry, since I'm already here, I do not intend to return empty-handed. Whoosh! A flash of electric light came from Xiao Chen's forehead, illuminating the eternally dark starry heaven's dragon prison. The divine lightning talisman appeared before the blind old man at a horrifying speed. The blind old man's expression changed slightly. He slowly raised his left hand, and the hundreds of thousands of meteors under his feet continuously gathered in his hand. As the meteors entered, the flow of time in front of him seemed to slow down. The explosive speed of the divine lightning talisman actually slowed down. Boom! When the divine lightning talisman finally arrived before the blind old man, a star chart made up of hundreds of thousands of meteors blocked the blind old man's path. In an instant, this star chart shattered. However, the divine lightning talismans might also decrease significantly, allowing the blind old man to block it with his sword. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Given this, even if he executed flower blooming and flower extinguishing without stopping, he would not be able to kill the other party. Lord Dragon Sovereign, he is the Blue Dragon's descendant. He is Xiao Chen, the Xiao Chen that I once told you about. Just at this moment, a figure weaved through the shock waves generated by the two's exchange with great difficulty. This person rushed over with all his might, showing an anxious expression as he shouted at the blind old man. Xiao Chen looked around. When he saw that it was the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, he was immediately shocked. The first palace master addressed this person as Lord Dragon Sovereign. Could this blind old man be the Shadow Dragon Sovereign? No wonder this aura feels both familiar and strange. Blind old man greets Lord Blue Dragon King. When the black-clad old man heard the first palace master's words, his attitude changed drastically. He knelt down with his sword in hand and slammed it down heavily. Chapter 23:55. Withdraw. The blind old man's sudden change in attitude startled Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly withdrew the divine lightning talisman into his forehead. Xiao Chen flew forward and helped the blind old man up. The battle between the two rivaled that of foe gods, producing shock waves and lingering mysterious phenomena. Even sovereign emperors had to tread carefully, like they were treading on thin ice. The first palace master put in a lot of effort before arriving beside the two. He first bowed to the blind old man before looking at Xiao Chen with an extremely complicated expression. First palace master, receive Xiao Chen's bow. When Xiao Chen saw the first palace master again, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Without much thought, Xiao Chen directly knelt on the asteroid fragment and kowtowed heavily. It was hard to imagine how much danger the first palace master had taken back then. Xiao Chen dared to save him from the hands of Ancestor Dragon City's people while he could have died at any moment. There was no way Xiao Chen could repay such kindness. Waves appeared in the blind old man's heart. Clearly, he was shocked by Xiao Chen's actions. Despite Xiao Chen's age and current strength, he did not put on any pretense before his benefactor. I can't accept this. I can't. The first palace master was startled as well. He quickly helped Xiao Chen up and smiled. There is no need to be so polite. Ha ha ha. I've been living quite well over the years. Xiao Chen stood up. However, he had thought things through. Back in the Heaven Dragon Palace, the first palace master had taken good care of Xiao Chen. The first palace master took good care of the first palace master. He could be said to be half a master, forever a senior. Even if the first palace master had not risked his life to save Xiao Chen in Divine Dragon City, he should have maintained a respectful heart. Later, Xiao Chen heard from the third palace master that he had been locked up for 100 years. Unexpectedly, he was locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, a place akin to hell on earth. If the first palace master had known, he would have risked his life to save Xiao Chen long ago. Now that Xiao Chen thought about it, the third palace master must have known about Xiao Chen's temper. The third palace master did not dare to tell Xiao Chen the truth so that Xiao Chen would feel less guilty and cultivate in peace. The first palace master smiled and said, Lord Dragon Sovereign took care of me in the starry heavenly dragon prison, so I did not suffer much. Xiao Chen, let me introduce you. This is the Divine Dragon Empire's Shadow Dragon Sovereign. After something happened to you, the Blood Dragon Guard secretly escorted you out of the Divine Dragon Empire. This was Lord Dragon Sovereign's order. Thank you, Senior, for helping me back then. The blind old man waved his hand and said, Blue Dragon King, you are being too polite. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor created our Blood Dragon Guards. From the moment it was established, it obeyed only the Blue Dragon bloodline. After the Blue Dragon bloodline was destroyed, it became loyal only to the Divine Dragon Empire. I will not respect the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor and wait for the Blue Dragon's descendant to appear. Now that the Blue Dragon King has appeared, I know your orders. Xiao Qun came to a sudden realization. So that was how it was. It was similar to what he had thought back then. The Blood Dragon Guards were indeed the backup that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, a secret force that helped the Blue Dragon bloodline rise. Lord Dragon Sovereign, what do you mean by the Blue Dragon King? The first palace master listened very carefully. From the start to the end, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign addressed Xiao Qun as the Blue Dragon King. The blind old man nodded and said, "Milord has the royal bloodline of the Blue Dragon bloodline. It is the royal Blue Dragon bloodline acknowledged by the ancient dragon god for a long time. If I guessed right, Lord Blue Dragon King must have obtained the royal genealogical record and added his true name in it." The first palace master asked excitedly, "Xiao Qun, is this true?" Xiao Qun nodded and said, "Senior Dragon Sovereign is right. I have indeed obtained the royal genealogical record. After I save the Heaven Dragon, I will be going to the Divine Dragon Empire." At the same time, Xiao Qun gave a detailed explanation of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's plot to abdicate the throne to Qin Ming. Humph. The Bushan Palace has always been the Holy Lord's pawn, and this Purple Gold Dragon Emperor has always been the Holy Lord's lackey. In the past, everyone held back because they were not a match for him, unable to resist the Bushan Palace. Now that Lord Blue Dragon King has brought the royal genealogical record, my Blood Dragon Guards will definitely do our best to protect him. The blind old man snorted coldly. Clearly, he had long been dissatisfied with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. From the blind old man's words, it was clear that the Blue Dragon bloodline was no longer around. He was only loyal to the Divine Dragon Empire and never truly trusted the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Xiao Qun rejoiced in his heart. With the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's help and the First Palace Master's rallying power among the mixed blood dragons, he would not have to worry about anything on this trip. With Wang Zei's genealogical record and the Heavenly Alliance's support, he would not have to worry about anything on this trip. Lord Dragon Sovereign, what is the origin of the sword in your hand? Xiao Qun could not help asking as he glanced at the black sword. The blind old man explained, "This is the Black Dragon King's sword, the god-killing sword. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor bestowed it to the Blood Dragon Guards and passed it down to me. I can only bring out less than 1% of its might. If I unleashed all of its power, even I would be devoured. Less than 1% of its might was already so horrifying. It turned out that it was the Black Dragon King's god-killing sword." After a pause, the blind old man continued, "However, the saber in your hand has a great origin as well. I feel that you have not brought out the full might of this saber either." Xiao Qun felt startled. Although this Lord Dragon Sovereign was blind, he was not blind. Although this Lord Dragon Sovereign was blind, his ability to see through everything was hundreds or even thousands of times more powerful than that of some people with good eyesight. The true might of Heavenly Slayer could only be brought out when it perfectly merged with the Heavenly Tao killing formation. "Senior, can you let out Senior Heaven Dragon?" After chatting idly, Xiao Qun got to the point. Most of the people locked up here are dragon race traitors or people who committed heinous crimes. However, the previous generation Heaven Dragon is not one of them. Naturally, this old man will obey the Blue Dragon King's orders. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two followed the blind old man. With a few flashes, they arrived at the Dragon City and stood before the Heaven Dragon Pillar. The blind old man ferociously swung the god-killing sword in his hand, sweeping away the divine flame on the altar. Dang! 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 A few more sword lights flashed. Ding! Ding! Dang! The chains binding the Heaven Dragon all shattered. I can undo these seals. However, I cannot remove the curse that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor left on the Heaven Dragon's physical body. The so-called curse should be the petrified physical body of the Heaven Dragon. Let me take a look. Xiao Qun arrived beside the Heaven Dragon and reached into the Heaven Dragon's body. Then, he frowned slightly. The previous generation Heaven Dragon sighed, "It should be very difficult to deal with, right? This is a curse secret technique that the Holy Lord taught him. It is activated with a soul treasure. Back then, if not for this curse, how could the purple gold dragon emperor defeat me?" After withdrawing his hand, Xiaochen did not rush to return. After some thought, he asked, "Back then, why did you fight with the purple gold dragon emperor?" "I don't believe it was for the dragon emperor position." The blind old man replied, "He went to the blue dragon's old land and learned that the golden dragon bloodline is just the Holy Lord's lackey. In his impulse, he wanted to change the situation by himself." The first palace master sighed softly, "Back then, I advised him to endure and not do anything. There is no need to mention the past." "Thank you." The Heaven Dragon smiled faintly, not regretting his hot-bloodedness back then, which resulted in decades of torture. "Have you thought about Jianghu?" Xiaochen suddenly said, "After you left, he must have suffered a great grievance. When he was unconscious in the ethereal immortal palace, he kept calling out your name, continuously asking why you did not tell him. I feel that he should not mind the grievance and pain he suffered all these years. He only minded his father not telling him." Jianghu, at the mention of Jianghu, the previous generation Heaven Dragon could not control his emotions. A tear leaked out of his petrified body. "Let me help you remove the curse." Without saying anything more, Xiaochen landed a palm strike on the Heaven Dragon's petrified body. The cycle Great Tao circulated, and life and death cycled. A vast and boundless life force poured into the Heaven Dragon's body, slowly battering the curse seed in it. "This is..." The blind old man felt startled. Xiaochen was going to use force to break the curse, directly using the boundless life force to destroy the curse's root. However, such a method required an extremely vast amount of life force. Could it be that Xiaochen is going to use his life origin energy to help remove the curse? No, this is the cycle Great Tao. When the blind old man recalled Xiaochen's horrifying recovery ability when he fought him, he came to a realization. Even so, it still required a vast amount of divine energy and a long time. "Blue Dragon King, I'll help you." The blind old man took a step forward, and the dense divine energy in his body entered Xiaochen's body without hesitation. "Many thanks." With the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's help, Xiaochen's efficiency immediately increased significantly. The Heaven Dragon's petrified lower body slowly turned illusory. In just a moment, it recovered its physical body. Xiaochen persisted. An hour later, the Heaven Dragon's physical body was completely restored. Crack! Xiaochen used his boundless life force to forcefully destroy the curse's root in the Heaven Dragon's body. The Heaven Dragon was incredibly excited, showing a spirited expression. He wished he could raise his head to the sky and roar. After so many years, he finally regained his freedom. "Congratulations, Senior." Xiaochen smiled faintly. He believed that Jianghu would feel gratified to see his father return in the Divine Dragon Empire. After some thought, the blind old man said, "Everyone, rest first. Wait for me to make arrangements. We will return to the Divine Dragon Empire 2 days later. I want to see how the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will pass his throne to Qin Ming." Now that everything was ready, all they needed to do was wait, and they could charge back to the Divine Dragon Empire. Chapter 2356. Ancestor Dragon City. This was the most ancient dragon city in the Divine Dragon Empire. It had been passed down for a long time. Only the most talented dragon race disciples in the empire had the qualifications to reside there. Those who could enter were either cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines or extremely talented mixed-blood dragon cultivators. Normally, it was not open to the public. It would only be open to the public during grand ceremonies or extremely important events. Clearly, the battle for the Dragon Emperor was a major event. Compared to offering sacrifices to the Dragon God, it was not much different. In the Divine Dragon Empire, the Dragon Emperor could reign for only 500 years. After that, there would be a new competition. However, ever since the Blue Dragon bloodline had been exterminated, the position of Dragon Emperor was almost always held by the Golden Dragon bloodline. The other Divine Dragon bloodlines could not compete with it at all. The current Dragon Emperor was the Golden Dragon clan's Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. According to the clan's rules, he could continue to reign for another 10 years. However, he chose to abdicate on his own accord today to compete for the position of Dragon Emperor again. The 6-colored Divine Dragons and the Heaven Dragon made up of mixed blood dragons were qualified to send one person to compete for the Dragon Emperor position. It was said to be a competition, but anyone with a discerning eye knew. Qin Ming had already obtained the inheritance of the Bushan Palace and was now a 9-vein sovereign emperor with a grade 7 Golden Dragon bloodline. The others simply could not compete with him. The so-called competition was just a formality. The upper echelon of the 6-colored Divine Dragons and the Heaven Dragon Palace had already arrived at Ancestor Dragon City's Dragon God Plaza. The ancient Dragon God Square was vast and boundless. The Dragon God statue stood tall and dignified. Many figures filled the plaza. All the elite cultivators in Ancestor Dragon City had rushed over. Dragons gathered from all directions, and the wind and clouds surged. The 6-colored Divine Dragons were the Gold Dragon, Silver Dragon, White Dragon, Blue Dragon, Green Dragon, and Red Dragon. Now that they had all arrived, they were all gathered in one place. The Golden Dragon race was the mightiest. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor sat on the throne, and many Golden Dragon race experts stood around him. Apart from that, there were also other experts from the Great Desolate Era Bloodline Empire who had come to observe the ceremony. Surrounded by the stars, Qin Ming wore the Golden Dragon holy armor. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he looked extraordinarily heroic and outstanding. The dragon might of the primordial Golden Dragon emanated from his body, giving off a strong oppressive force. Even though everyone here was a sovereign emperor with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon race and the other empires, they still felt significant pressure. Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun from the White Marsh Beast Empire sighed inwardly. The one who obtained the inheritance of Bushan Palace and became the son of an era that Bushan Palace focused on nurturing had already left the two of them in the dust. Qin Ming, the battle to become the Dragon Emperor this time is none other than you. I think that the competitors from the other 5-colored Divine Dragons are not even a tenth as good as you. Bai Yunfei said in a relaxed manner after looking around and sizing up the competitors of the various schools. Qin Ming said coolly, the position of Dragon Emperor is definitely mine. The entire Bushan Palace supports me. Who dares to oppose me? I just want to know whether Shao Chen dares to come or not. At the mention of Shao Chen, Qin Ming's eyes revealed a thick murderous intent. That hatred was frightening. Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun both knew that Shao Chen once crushed Qin Ming into meat paste in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Qin Ming nearly died. The name Shao Chen had already become taboo to Qin Ming. The others simply did not dare to mention it in front of him. That Jianghu seemed somewhat unfathomable. Xiahou Zun said softly as he pointed to the southwest of the plaza, where the Heaven Dragon Palace was. After Jianghu arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire, he naturally obtained a spot in the Heaven Dragon Palace with his status as a Heaven Dragon descendant. Qin Ming showed a cold expression as he said indifferently, I heard that he refined the entire ethereal Immortal Palace and completely comprehended the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. He is an opponent worth paying attention to. However, that is all. That person is the top beauty of your dragon race? Bai Yunfei's gaze fell on the opposite side of the plaza, where the White Dragon Palace's people gathered. Within the vast crowd of people, there was a beautiful figure. Her style was unmatched, and her temperament was otherworldly. She had a face that could topple cities, and there was a myriad of charm to her. She was easily recognized. Strong possessiveness flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, that's right. It is her, Lu Ruyue. This woman has always been cold to me. She even gave me a bad look in public several times. Let's see how she dares to reject me after I become the Dragon Emperor. Xiahou Zun smiled and said, in that case, I'll congratulate Brother Qin in advance. You obtained both the country and the beauty. At this moment, where the White Dragon Palace's people gathered, a girl beside Lu Riyue frowned and said, Elder sister, that Qin Ming is looking at you like a thief again. He must be up to something. This girl was Lu Ruyun, the White Dragon King's daughter, the White Dragon race's little princess. Let him be. Someone will deal with him. Lu Ruyun showed a somewhat sad expression. There was practically no suspense in this fight to become the Dragon Emperor. No one expected the Bushan Palace to interfere in the fight to become the Dragon Emperor. If Qin Ming had not obtained the Bushan Palace's inheritance, Lu Riyue would have been strong enough to fight him. Given Lu Riyue's strength, she could still fight against him. Now, he was being nurtured as an epic son. Qin Ming was a nine-veined sovereign emperor. Furthermore, he had awakened his ancient golden dragon bloodline. The other competitors, including Lu Riyue, would not be a match for him. The so-called fight to become the Dragon Emperor was just a show to justify the other party's ascension to the Dragon Emperor position. However, Lu Riyue had heard that there was an overt scheme in this fight to become the Dragon Emperor. Someone had secretly allied the epic masters of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao to kill the person who betrayed the empire. That person had fought against Yuan Zhen, who possessed the entire Buddhist nation, by himself in the Yanwu dynasty. That person had not been at a disadvantage against Yuan Zhen and left calmly. That person's terrifying strength inspired fear in all the other epic masters. After learning that Qin Ming would definitely come to Ancestor Dragon City to participate in the fight to become the Dragon Emperor, they worked together to lay a trap. Then, they would turn this place into his burial ground. For some reason, Lu Riyue felt worried in her heart, hoping that that person would not appear. There was a vague figure lingering in the depths of her memory. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall who it was. Riyue, what are you thinking? The White Dragon King asked softly as he walked over and looked at Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue recovered her wits and replied softly, I'm thinking that since it is just a formality, can we choose to give up? That's right. Father, why put on an act? Why give him a legitimate chance to ascend to the Dragon Emperor position? Lu Ruyun said quickly, clearly in agreement. A pained expression flashed in the White Dragon King's eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, the other divine dragon palaces are thinking the same thing. However, we need to continue this act. This is because we have the dragon race bloodline flowing in our veins. Our fates are firmly tied to the empire, we cannot break free. Father, if you had known that the fight to become the Dragon Emperor would end up like this back then, would you still have nurtured me to fight for the Dragon Emperor position? Lu Riyue asked softly. The White Dragon King's heart skipped a beat. As Lu Riyue grew stronger, she could already feel that some of her memories were missing. However, Lu Riyue had never doubted him to his face. It was clear that she still respected this father of hers in name. If I had a choice, I would never let you participate in the battle of the Dragon Emperor. The White Dragon King said directly without hesitation. Many years ago, when he first met Xiao Chen, a certain thought in the depths of his heart had already been shaken. Was bringing Lu Riyue from the Sky Dome realm to the Great Thousand Realms a wrong decision for the sake of the White Dragon race? To be honest, he was at a loss. If that person really came, then, with Xiao Chen's current strength, how was Xiao Chen supposed to face him? If he could, like Lu Riyue, he hoped that Xiao Chen would not come. Xiao. At this moment, the radiance of the blazing sun shone on the majestic dragon god statue. All of a sudden, dazzling golden light shone brilliantly. The ancient dragon god statue stood at the center of the Dragon God Plaza, rising proudly like a towering mountain. The most eye-catching thing was its vigorous dragon claw. Under the dragon god's gaze, it looked very divine. The time is up. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor officially begins. Palace Masters, please send out the candidates of your palaces. Whoever can climb onto the Dragon Claw and receive the gaze of the Dragon God will become the new Dragon Emperor. The purple-gold Dragon Emperor announced loudly as he stood up from his throne. After speaking, the Red Dragon Palace's candidate, Murong Yen, was the first to arrive. Like a meteor, he landed heavily on the Dragon God Plaza, causing a fiery light to spread out. The Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng leaped up gently and followed closely behind. One candidate after another landed on the Dragon God Plaza. However, they did not attract much cheers or attention. Everyone knew that there was not much suspense in this competition to become the Dragon Emperor. Only when Jianghu arrived did he attract some attention. After all, the Heaven Dragon was a respectable existence in the Divine Dragon Empire. Jianghu could inherit his father's will and comprehend the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, which made some people view him in a different light. Boom! A vast, ancient dragon might suddenly burst out. It was Qin Ming arriving at the Dragon God Plaza. When Qin Ming unleashed his 9-vein Sovereign Emperor Cultivation, he instantly outshone the other 6. As the ancient golden dragon might roared, he attracted everyone's attention and startled cries. Qin Ming's might was much stronger than that of many older generation 9-vein sovereign emperors. Jianghu did not look at Qin Ming. Instead, his gaze fell on the Dragon God statue. The statue was 30 kilometers tall, towering over the vast plaza. Even at the periphery, one could clearly feel the Dragon God's might and pressure. If one approached, this might and pressure would be even more horrifying. Qin Ming's cultivation base and the primordial golden dragon bloodline gave him an absolute advantage. Indeed, after Qin Ming arrived at the Dragon God Plaza, he took the lead and charged over. Whoosh! 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 After crossing the periphery, many ancient dragon generals materialized in the Dragon God Plaza. It was like they traveled through the great desolate Aeon, arriving in heavy armor. They stopped everyone from advancing, swearing to defend the Dragon God's might to the death. Qin Ming showed a disdainful expression as he wielded the Emperor Dragon sword and moved about fearlessly. He left a trail of dust in his wake, easily shattering the dragon generals that materialized in one exchange. In mere moments, the distance between him and the others became clear. In the end, he is the Qin Ming who obtained the inheritance of the Bushan Palace. Such grace has never been seen in the previous Dragon Emperor races. He's too strong. He's advancing so quickly. I'm afraid he's going to create an unprecedented record. Those ancient dragon generals are so weak before him. Indeed. If not for Situ Changfeng, Murong Yen, and the others fighting bitterly, others would think that they are just decorations. Qin Ming's unrivaled grace won the applause of the crowd. The dragon race disciples gathered in the surroundings were all shocked. Just as Qin Ming was about to enter the Dragon God domain and formally climb the Dragon God statue, the entire Ancestor Dragon City suddenly shook. The entire Ancestor Dragon City suddenly trembled. A melodious saber hum rang out. A saber light covered the blazing sun in the sky for 5,000 kilometers around. The sky instantly turned dark. The eyes of Ao Jiao and the Heavenly Alliance experts where the Heaven Dragon Palace was gathered lit up. Xiao Chen is here. Chapter 2357. Qin Ming's aura was flourishing in Dragon God Plaza. When this strange change happened, his expression changed slightly. Qin Ming had charged forward courageously in Dragon God Plaza, getting into a killing frenzy. He had thought that Xiao Chen would not come. Who knew, just as Qin Ming prepared to enter the Dragon God's domain and climb the Dragon God statue, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. I can't be bothered with you. I'll climb the Dragon God statue first before settling the score with you. Qin Ming quickly made up his mind to continue forward and enter the Dragon God's domain. As for Xiao Chen, there were so many experts in the Bushan Palace, they were not just for show. It would not be that easy for him to cause trouble. Kill him. The purple gold dragon emperor ordered mercilessly from the throne with a cold expression. Whoosh! 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 The many foe gods from the Bushan palace immediately soared into the air to attack Xiaochen. Protect Xiaochen, Mu Zifeng said softly with a faint smile. Mu Zifeng, who was with the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, smiled faintly and said softly. Whoosh! Under the lead of Suiren Ji and Hua Tianyang, the hidden Heavenly Alliance foe gods blocked this group of foe gods with ferocious auras. The large number of foe gods in the sky above Ancestor Dragon City instantly fought, looking like they would tear the entire sky apart. The purple gold dragon emperor sat on the throne on the tall platform, not showing any surprise on his face. He had expected that this group of Heavenly Alliance foe gods would come to support Xiaochen long ago. With the support of Ancestor Dragon City's formation, this group of foe gods would not be able to cause too much of a stir. As for Xiaochen, there were plenty of people to deal with him. There was no need for him to expose too many of his trump cards. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, you lackey. Do you still remember me, Jiang Tian? Just at this moment, a ferocious roar resounded throughout the entire Ancestor Dragon City. The Heaven Dragon's rage. The dragon roar unique to the Heaven Dragon roared in all directions, shaking the sky. This dragon roar suppressed the might of the battle between the foe gods in the sky. What's going on? The voice that the purple gold dragon emperor had not heard in a long time suddenly appeared. The expression of the confident purple gold dragon emperor changed drastically. Xiao. The figure of the previous generation Heaven Dragon Jiang Tian arrived in the blink of an eye and landed on the tall building opposite Dragon God Plaza. Xiaochen looked down at the purple gold dragon emperor from above. A boundless fighting spirit blazed in his eyes, and his dragon might blazed like a fierce fire. That pure Heaven Dragon battle will attracted the attention of countless dragon race martial artists. The Heaven Dragon was a special bloodline that surpassed the 6 vain divine dragons. It would forever be a legend of the dragon race. Although the divine dragon empire had not seen Jianghu for many years, Jianghu's story had been circulating in private. Heaven Dragon's might. It really is the Heaven Dragon. Is he that Jianghu who offended the emperor's might and was imprisoned in the Starry Dragon Penitentiary? Why did he come out? This dragon might is so terrifying. The shock that Jianghu brought was even greater than that of the group of foe gods in the Astral War. You dragon race traitor, you are truly bold. To think that you dare to come to Ancestor Dragon City. 6-colored divine dragons, listen up. Kill him. The purple gold dragon emperor did his best to suppress the shock in his heart. He recalled that this was Ancestor Dragon City, where all the experts of the dragon race gathered. As the purple gold dragon emperor, the purple gold dragon emperor could command the dragons. There was no need to fear this Jiang Tian. After all, the purple gold dragon emperor controlled the dragon race's the Arch Seal. The older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City had to obey his orders. Who dares to attack? A hoarse voice came from behind Jiang Tian. Then, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign swung the god-slaying sword in his hand. Ta! 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 Inside Ancestor Dragon City, the Blood Dragon Guards riding great desolate Ian mutated beasts wore scarlet masks and battle armor. More than 1,000 Blood Dragon Guards rushed over from all directions. Without exception, they were all Sovereign Emperor experts. The Blood Dragon Guards was a faction of the Blue Dragon bloodline that the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor personally established. After enduring for tens of thousands of years, the Blood Dragon Guards unleashed all their accumulations. The might that erupted startled the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Lord Dragon Sovereign. The older generation dragon race experts of Ancestor Dragon City clearly recognized the blind old man and respected him. When the blind old man appeared, they were incredibly shocked and no longer dared to attack. The blind old man said indifferently, "The fight to become the Dragon Emperor will continue. Right now, We are only dealing with the grudge between Jiang Tian and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Those who trust me, the blind old man, do not interfere for now. I will give you an explanation after this. Since Lord Dragon Sovereign has spoken, naturally, we do not dare to be rash. Although the blind old man spent most of his time in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, the older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City still respected him. After the blind old man guaranteed his reputation, these older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City chose to remain neutral for now. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, do you dare to fight me head-on again? Jiang Tian glared at the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor as he issued a challenge. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor cursed in his heart. The appearance of Jiang Tian and the blind old man completely disrupted his plans. This was especially so for this group of older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City to not listen to his orders. This embarrassed him even more. I already defeated you before. How hard is it to defeat you again? Rage filled the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's heart. He ferociously slammed the armrest of his throne and soared into the air, charging at Jiang Tian. The series of strange changes not only disrupted the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's plans but also caught the hidden epic scions off guard. Unexpectedly, such a dramatic scene could happen in Ancestor Dragon City. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor immediately panicked, allowing Shao Chen to soar through the air and land in Dragon God Plaza. Good timing. When Qin Ming saw Shao Chen land, he stopped thinking about anything else. When Shao Chen landed, he thrust his sword over. Boom! The terrifying dragon might of the primordial golden dragon burst forth from his body as he thrust his sword forward. The instant the sword thrust out, the tip of the sword gathered all the dragon might in one spot. That spot of golden light nearly tore space apart. Scram! Shao Chen descended while carrying an overwhelming saber might. He did not dodge this sword strike that Qin Ming sent out after storing up power. Then, he ruthlessly chopped down with Heavenly Slayer. When driven by the cycle Great Tao, the flawless saber Tao that surpassed the epic grew endlessly and endlessly. The divine might of Shao Chen's blue dragon sword. He did not show any fear when facing the might of that ancient golden dragon, clashing head-on. Ka-Cie. The saber chopped down on that spot of golden light, forcibly dimming that resplendent sword light. Blood leaked out of Qin Ming's lips as he frantically retreated, completely unable to control himself. Before the horrified expression on Qin Ming's face could fade, Shao Chen pressed forward and brought out his saber Tao to its limits with Heavenly Slayer. The surging Heavenly Tao's killing intent chopped down the golden dragon might, slowly diminishing the vast aura coming from Qin Ming. Even the Shadow Dragon Sovereign said that he was not a match for Shao Chen after leaving the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison. Naturally, Qin Ming's strength went without saying. The moment they clashed, Qin Ming fell into a disadvantageous position. Shao Chen's overwhelming saber intent enveloped him, forcing him to retreat. The blue dragon materialized by Shao Chen's dragon might tore the golden dragon image behind Qin Ming, leaving him in a sorry state. How could Qin Ming's grade 7 golden dragon bloodline compare to Shao Chen's royal blue dragon bloodline? Shao Chen, you forced me to do this. Divine Dragon Forbidden Technique, Dragon God's Rage. After 100 moves, Qin Ming was already in a sorry state. It looked like he was about to lose all his momentum and lose. Qin Ming roared, and his physical body changed wildly. Dense golden dragon scales appeared all over his body. His body continuously elongated, and his limbs turned into dragon claws. Golden dragon horns grew on his forehead as if he was reverting to his ancestry and becoming a true ancient golden dragon. Roar! 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 The roars coming from Qin Ming's body contained a terrifying bestial nature from the great desolate Aeon, startling everyone present. Their expressions changed drastically. The people who were familiar with Shao Chen said at the same time, "Be careful, Shao Chen. He is reverting to his ancestral roots. When one flower blooms, fragrance wafts everywhere. Circulating the cycle Great Tao to its limits, Xiaochen took a step forward unhurriedly. When he took this step, it was like he broke the barrier of the world. The surrounding scenery and people all froze. Whoosh! 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 As soft as a swallow, Qin Ming moved like a rainbow. He raised his hand and swung his saber. By the time he turned around, Xiaochen had already sent out 3 saber strikes. Boom! The surrounding scenery started moving again. Before Qin Ming could successfully revert to his ancestral roots, the 3 saber lights pierced through him. Qin Ming's physical body reverted to its original form. As the heavenly Tao's killing intent destroyed him, his life force quickly faded. When the 3 saber lights layered over each other, Qin Ming's life force came to an end. The previously insufferably arrogant Qin Ming died so easily at Xiaochen's hands. He died in an extremely pathetic manner, surpassing everyone's expectations. However, those with good judgment could tell that it was not that Qin Ming was too weak. Instead, it was that Xiaochen was too strong. Whoosh! Before the crowd recovered from the shock of Qin Ming's death, the dragon god statue suddenly released a bright light as if it came to life. The dragon god has awakened. Now is the best time to climb the dragon god statue. As long as we climb that dragon claw, we can receive the dragon god's blessing. The dragon god actually awakened. This is a rare auspicious sign. Whoosh! 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 Figures flashed, and the candidates of the various outer palaces moved at the same time, flying towards the dragon god statue. Among them, the ones at the very front were Jianghu and Lu Ruyue. Aside from Xiaochen and Qin Ming, these 2 were much stronger than the others. The difference was obvious. With Qin Ming dead and Xiaochen not moving, the 2 of them would definitely be the fastest. Father! I cannot disappoint Father. Jianghu showed a determined gaze. He did not stop at all as he climbed the dragon god statue. Whoosh! However, another figure soon caught up. Now, the 3 of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Each of them contained a different saber intent. It was like 3 saber lights soared into the clouds at the same time. They endured the dragon god statue's immense might and pressure and reached the peak. Naturally, the one who caught up was Xiaochen. When Jianghu looked back, he could not help thinking about the heavenly book scholar's prediction. The 3 saber lights before Jianghu seemed to be the same as the prediction from back then. However, Jianghu knew that since Xiaochen intended to compete, his chances of becoming the Dragon Emperor were practically 0. Whoosh! However, just at this moment, Xiaochen suddenly turned around and stopped, blocking Lu Ruyue's path. When Jianghu saw this scene, he could not help feeling stunned and stopped as well. Xiaochen turned his head and looked over. Bathed in the dragon god's light, he smiled softly and said, Jianghu, don't stop. Prove yourself to your father that you are no longer the child from back then. You are the Jianghu who comprehended the heaven dragon's mysteries and can climb to the peak of the dragon god by yourself. Xiaochen. Jianghu felt warmth in his heart when he heard that. He felt somewhat surprised that Xiaochen understood him so well. Jianghu nodded heavily, afraid that Xiaochen would see his moist eyes. Then, he immediately turned around and did his best to endure the dragon god's might and pressure with greater confidence. You. Lu Ruyue looked at Xiaochen and was about to speak. Then, she saw Xiaochen turn around, and the boundless power of cycles gathered at his fingertip. Then, he pressed his finger on Lu Ruyue's forehead and broke the seal in her soul pool at lightning speed. Whoosh! Lu Ruyue's memories flashed. The memories that had been sealed away for decades immediately flooded Lu Ruyue's mind like the tide. Chapter 2358. Xiaochen used the power of cycles to break the memory seal in Lu Ruyue's soul pool with one finger. Lu Ruyue recalled all the things of the past. Lu Ruyue appeared somewhat dazed, like she had a very long dream. As she looked at Xiaochen in front, her eyes instantly turned moist. Xiao Chen. She remembered. She remembered everything. She remembered the various memories she had with Xiao Chen on Qingyun Peak at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. She remembered Ruoyan from back then and that youth standing at the highest peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, loudly declaring that he liked her. There were many more. It was no wonder that after so many years, even if her memories were sealed. No matter how much time passed, no matter how the world changed, she could not erase the trace of love imprinted in the depths of her soul. No matter how much time passed, no matter how the world changed, that trace of love could not erase the trace of love imprinted in the depths of her soul. Back then, they had gone through life and death together. Even if they turned to ashes, that trace of love could still give off a resplendent light in the ashes. You have suffered all these years. You searched so hard for me, and I even injured you. Lu Riyue could not stop the tears in her eyes. When she thought of Xiao Chen, even when the Golden Dragon bloodline chased after him, he still took the risk to enter the White Dragon Palace to meet her. However, she still injured Xiao Chen. When Lu Riyue thought of this, she could not help but feel guilty. Xiao Chen's eyes moistened slightly. These were tears of joy. At this instant, he knew that he had made the right choice. It was better to let someone else be the Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen had a free nature and did not like to be someone else's pawn. He was not willing to accept Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan from 10,000 years ago. He just needed to properly repay the Blue Dragon bloodline's kindness. He needed to use his own method to live out his own glory. He did not want to live in a dead person's plan. Even if he had no choice, he had to make his own choices. It's fine. Let's go first. Xiao Chen consoled Lu Riyue. Then, he held her hand and soared into the air, landing where the people of the Heaven Dragon Palace gathered. Boom! The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor fought with Jiang Tian in the sky and lost as well. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor was horrified. He was filled with grief and rage. He had lost this battle too thoroughly. Even his most beloved son, Qin Ming, had died in the hands of Xiao Chen. He had lost everything. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor noticed the playful expressions of the other palace masters. After so many years of oppression, the other dragon palaces had long since disliked the Golden Dragon bloodline. Now, he had been utterly defeated. There would be no place for him in the Divine Dragon Empire. As long as there's life, there's hope. I'll leave first and make a comeback in the future. Gotcha. But just as he was about to move, a ray of sword light pierced through his chest. It was the Shadow Dragon Sovereign who pinned him to the ground, restraining him. Your debt has not been settled yet. It won't be that easy for you to leave. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's tone was cold, and his expression was indifferent. All these years, you have been loyal to the Holy Lord's lackey, suppressing the other divine dragon temples, and framing the Heaven Dragon. All these have to be accounted for. Whoosh! Suddenly, two beams of divine light appeared in Dragon God Plaza. The Dragon God statue's eyes released a dazzling light. Jianghu, who stood on the Dragon Claw, received the Dragon God's gaze, carrying the entire Divine Dragon Empire's luck. His body exuded an overwhelming dragon might. Auspicious signs visible to the naked eye spread out from his body. Mu Zifeng frowned slightly and said somewhat unhappily, Xiao Chen, why did you give up on the Dragon Emperor position? If you did not, then you, Xiao Chen, would be the one carrying the entire Divine Dragon Empire's luck. That's right. However, in that case, the path I take will be the same as what Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid 50,000 years ago. The karma between me and the Blue Dragon race will never be resolved. The epoch that I started is actually Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's unfulfilled wish. It looks perfect, but in reality, it is just a pawn. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. After learning the truth from the dragon spirit, he had a plan. What's wrong with that? Even if you are a pawn in control of your own fate. You can also bring the Blue Dragon race supreme glory. My heavenly alliance can continue to be glorious for another epoch. Mu Zifeng remained angry, not understanding Xiao Chen's thoughts. Just because you are willing to be a pawn does not mean that I am willing. Furthermore, do you know what the consequences are? Be it the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor back then, the later Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, or the Kunlun Realm's Qing Emperor, they were all unparalleled peak experts. They were all insufferably arrogant, peerless powerhouses of their era. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he continued, however, do you know what the consequences are? It will lead to the destruction of the Blue Dragon race. Be it in the Great Thousand Realms or the Kunlun Realm, it will lead to the destruction of the Blue Dragon race. Countless people will have their families destroyed and die a violent death, all because of the Blue Dragon bloodline. This is because there are no undefeatable experts, no indestructible dynasties, and no immortal beauties in this world. If I become the Dragon Emperor and start the Divine Dragon epoch, the Dragon race will become incredibly strong, ruling the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, when the epoch ends, it will be like the current martial epoch's Holy Lord, miserable and desolate, deserted by everyone, perhaps even worse. Such a Divine Dragon epoch is not what I want. In the end, it will just be repeating the same mistakes. Mu Zifeng sensed something unusual. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, what are you trying to do? I want to end the epoch. Xiao Chen enunciated every word incredibly calmly. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically. Ending the epoch? Such lofty aspirations and boldness were something they had never thought of before. It was not that they could not think of it, they did not dare to think of it. I support Big Brother Xiao Chen. It is time for the epoch to come to an end. It is an endless cycle of destruction and reincarnation. Too many innocent people die during the birth of every epoch. Ao Jiao stepped forward and expressed her position, decisively supporting Xiao Chen. The others remained silent. However, their gazes on Xiao Chen clearly changed. Aside from shock, there was also admiration in their complicated expressions. Have you ever thought about the consequences of failure? Mu Zifeng felt shocked in his heart. He felt an indescribable weakness when facing Xiao Chen. The other party's boldness, breadth of mind, and strength completely suppressed him. Xiao Chen, the small fry is preparing to leave. The blind old man's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Then, he looked at Mu Zifeng and said, let's not discuss this for now. I have some things to deal with. Lord Mu, don't worry. No matter what I do, I will definitely protect the Heavenly Alliance in the future. However, I might not obtain the overlord position that you imagine. Without giving Mu Zifeng a chance to speak, Xiao Chen soared into the air and landed on a tall building. Then, he shouted softly, you are already here. Are you still going to leave? Xiao Chen's voice was not loud, but it rang out clearly in everyone's ears. The sound waves contained Xiao Chen's soul energy. As his voice spread out, it locked onto the people Xiao Chen was looking for. Still not showing yourselves? Xiao Chen threw a palm strike at the sky. Then, 3 bolts of electric light descended from the sky without any warning. Electric light immediately encased Shi, Yuan Zhen, and Wen Renyu. They could not hide from the surrounding crowd. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding dragon race disciples quickly moved, pulling away from the 3. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of Dragon God Plaza emptied out, leaving only the 3. When she saw that the Shadow Dragon Sovereign already controlled the situation in Ancestor Dragon City, the Divine Dragon Empire, which should have been a helper, ended up helping Xiao Chen instead. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance's faux god experts blocked the Bushan Palace's faux god experts. Xiao Chen already considered retreating. Qin Ming's death and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's defeat caused the earlier trap to lose an important link. This caused the situation to flip. Xiao Chen's original plan of catching a turtle in a jar and suppressing Xiao Chen with its momentum reversed. Fortunately, for some reason, Xiao Chen actually gave the Dragon Emperor position to Jianghu. This made Shi, Yuanzhen, and Wenren Yu, who originally despaired, rejoice. After some discussion, they unanimously decided to leave immediately. After losing the Dragon Emperor position, Xiao Chen's luck would inevitably suffer. In the future, they would definitely find a better opportunity to kill Xiao Chen, not giving him a chance to turn things around. However, the crowd had not expected that Xiao Chen, who had just thought of retreating, would pull it out before everyone's eyes. She looked at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do? Do you think that you can kill us after finding us?" Xiao Chen knew that the three of them definitely had foe gods protecting them in the dark. If they wanted to leave, there was no way for them to stay. Wenren Yu and Yuanzhen did not say anything either. They just looked at Xiao Chen with hostile expressions. "I'm not trying to kill you. I'm giving you a chance." "What chance?" "I'm giving you a chance to kill me. You cast aside your prejudices and schemed to work together to kill me. Now that I am here, why are you leaving?" Yuanzhen looked around. Then, he looked at the blind old man standing beside the heaven dragon. Then, he looked at the older generation experts in Ancestor Dragon City. Yuanzhen said sullenly, "You want to fight the three of us alone? I guarantee that the older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City, the Heaven Dragon, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign, and the Heavenly Alliance's experts will not help you." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I believe this is your plan from the start, right? You want the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor to sit back and do nothing, allowing the three of you to work together to stop me from arriving at the Dragon God Plaza and then wait for an opportunity to kill me? I'll give you a chance to work together to kill me now. I guarantee that no one will help you." Shi's thoughts raced. Xiao Chen wants to settle this once and for all, defeating the epic masters of the three super factions. However, where does Xiao Chen get his confidence to face the three of them alone? If Xiao Chen became the Dragon Emperor and inherited the entire Divine Dragon Empire's luck, he might be able to fight against the three of them alone. Could there be a trap? However, if the three of them did not even dare to accept such a challenge, it would deal a severe blow to their confidence. In the future, when they faced Xiao Chen, they would be at a disadvantage before the fight even started. Chapter 2359. Just as Shi, Wenren Yu, and Yuanzhen considered retreating, Xiao Chen suddenly stepped forward. Xiao Chen gave the three a chance to work together and fight him. Before coming, the three had already made arrangements to facilitate this opportunity with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Unexpectedly, the situation of the fight to become the Dragon Emperor changed in an instant. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, who was supposed to support them, fell, and the Shadow Dragon Sovereign took over the Divine Dragon Empire, forcing the three to leave. However, Xiao Chen suddenly returned this opportunity to them. "Xiao Chen, swear. Swear that none of the dragon race older generation experts here, including the Shadow Dragon Sovereign and the Heaven Dragon, will make a move. The three of us will fight you." A crafty look flashed in Shi's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Originally, Xiao Chen was the one giving them a chance. However, she made it sound like Xiao Chen was begging them. Xiao Chen said softly, "I swear on Xiao Chen's name that this fight will be between the four of us. If I break this oath, I, Xiao Chen, will die a horrible death, falling to my heart demon forever." "Good." She laughed loudly after hearing that. Then, he said, "Xiao Chen, do you really think that you can kill the three of us in one go? I'll give you that chance now." At the same time, she looked at Wenren Yu and Yuanzhen. "What do the two of you think?" "I have no objections. If we still lose even when fighting 3 against 1, there is no need to fight with him for the Epic Sun title." Wenren Yu looked rather carefree. If they lost even when fighting 3 against 1, they would not have the face to continue fighting. As I have heard, I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. Yuanzhen chanted scriptures endlessly. He pressed his palms together, and Buddhist light continuously erupted from his body. Shi and Wenrenyu exchanged looks. They knew that Yuanzhen was summoning the Buddhist nation, waiting for the Buddhist nation to descend. Yuanzhen's combat prowess would soar wildly, reaching the level of a faux god or even surpassing that of a faux god. What the two needed to do now was delay Xiao Chen and buy time for Yuanzhen. She waved his hand, and the scarlet dragon image on the sage cloak moved. After a while, a scarlet dragon roared out. A bloody flame burned in his demonic eye of fear, burning out of his eye sockets and lingering under his brows. Boom! A horrifying demonic might instantly swept through the entire ancestor dragon city. Black demonic clouds roared in the sky like a sea. Forbidden art, devour all life. She shouted, and a horrifying devouring force burst forth from his left eye. It gathered at one point and surged towards Xiao Chen. In an instant, wherever his gaze passed, space and time seemed to distort under the suction of the devouring power. The distorted space wriggled like a snake. How fast was the speed of sight? With just a glance, one would be hit. Xiao Chen's body was immediately entangled by this devouring power. This was the devouring power that came from the demon eye. Like a spider web, she did not care about exhausting himself as he wrapped around Xiao Chen layer by layer. Within a breath's time, thousands of layers of devouring power entangled Xiao Chen, dragging him towards Shi's demonic eye. Even a faux god would find it hard to break free if caught by the devouring demonic eye. Shi's demonic eye had already been incredibly horrifying long ago. Now that his strength had improved significantly, this demonic eye was even more terrifying. Even Xiao Chen found it hard to struggle free. Die. Wenrenyu revealed a sinister smile as a holy mirror appeared in his hand. This was the supreme treasure of the profound heaven holy land, the profound heaven mirror. This supreme treasure had been passed down for countless epochs. During the martial epoch, it once had the legendary feat of killing a faux god. The instant the mirror enveloped Xiao Chen, he felt a dangerous aura encircling him. His heart skipped a beat. No way. I absolutely cannot let it hit me. If I drive this profound heaven mirror at full power, the consequences will be dire. Indeed, this group of people came prepared. They had great teamwork and made thorough preparations. No wonder they all revealed crafty smiles after I swore. However, now that she drove the devouring demonic eye at full power, Xiao Chen estimated that even a faux god would find it hard to struggle free quickly. If Xiao Chen could not break this devouring power quickly, the profound heaven mirror would definitely strike him. The situation immediately turned extremely dangerous. No one had expected this. The moment they started fighting, Xiao Chen fell into such a desperate situation, catching everyone off guard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly made a decision. He stopped resisting and allowed Shi's devouring demonic eye to pull him over. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Shi's demonic eye swallowed up Xiao Chen, and the profound light from the mirror missed. How can it be like this? Wenrenyu paled, his eyes bloodshot as he panted continuously. That earlier strike nearly drained all his soul energy and divine energy, bringing out the might of the superior grade soul treasure in his hand to its limits. Even a peak faux god would be severely injured or even killed in one hit. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen gave up resisting and allowed Shi to swallow him up, perfectly dodging the attack. Although Wenrenyu felt dissatisfied, Shi showed joy on his face. He laughed maniacally, ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, you are seeking death. My demonic eye is an inheritance of the ancient god demon. Even if a faux god enters, only death awaits them. Watch as I use the power of the god demon, bang. Before Wenrenyu could finish speaking, a saber light flashed, and his head instantly exploded. Amid the scarlet light, Xiao Chen reappeared with Heavenly Slayer in hand. Then, Xiaochen tore off the blood dragon cloak from Wenrenyu's body, not continuing to kill him. Then, he looked at Yuanzhen, who was summoning the Buddhist nation. The vague form of the Buddhist nation appeared. Yuanzhen revealed a confident expression, showing no fear. Xiaochen recalled his experience in the Yanwu dynasty. He knew that the Buddhist nation was like the god-demon's nation, hard to break. Right now, the vague form of the Buddhist nation appeared. Regular killing moves would find it hard to break it. Go over. As the power of cycles circulated, Xiaochen shouted and took a ferocious step forward. With this step, it felt like the entire Great Thousand Realms blocked him, preventing him from advancing at all. He faced unprecedented resistance. Ka Xie. However, Yuanzhen managed to take this step in the end. With one step, he traveled to the future. As I have heard, hell is not empty. In the past, Yuanzhen had just pressed his palms together and chanted 2 lines of scripture. The Buddhist nation had not even appeared. Horror flashed in Yuanzhen's eyes when he faced Xiaochen, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, catching him off guard. Pooh! Xiaochen mercilessly stabbed the flawless saber intent, which surpassed fortuitous encounters, into Yuanzhen's forehead. Now, time and space returned to the present. The vague form of the Buddhist nation shattered, and a figure appeared before Yuanzhen. The slender saber blade stabbed into Yuanzhen's forehead. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's remnant soul in Yuanzhen's soul pool let out a sharp, miserable shriek. Yuanzhen. This startled Wenrenyu. He turned around and raised the profound heaven mirror, preparing to overdraw on his life force to strike Xiaochen. The future. Xiaochen shouted. Then, light and shadow flashed, appearing in the future behind Wenrenyu. Then, he chopped Wenrenyu in half with his peak saber strike. Past, present, future, flowers bloom with a thought. The dragon race experts below were flabbergasted as they watched, sighing in amazement. The dragon race experts saw 3 blue lotus flowers bloom, and a figure stood on them. The instant the flowers bloomed, Shi's head exploded, the saber pierced Yuanzhen's forehead, and Wenrenyu was chopped in half. The instant the flowers bloomed, they illuminated 3 lives. 3 figures layered over each other. Wenrenyu, Shi, and Yuanzhen were instantly defeated. Xiaochen's originally dangerous situation instantly reversed. Blood continuously squirmed around Shi's neck as he lay on the ground. Soon, a new head grew out. Shi's eyes looked like those of a normal person. However, he appeared fatigued and incredibly weak, finding even moving incredibly difficult. Xiaochen did not destroy Shi's divine seal. On account of Shi being Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's pawn, he spared Shi's life. However, with Shi's demonic eye destroyed, his strength plummeted. He lost his sharpness and could no longer compete with Xiaochen. As for Wenrenyu, he was not as fortunate. Xiaochen's peak saber strike destroyed both his physical body and divine seal. The 3 figures layered over each other. Xiaochen held Heavenly Slayer as he stood in front of Yuanzhen. Xiaochen maintained the posture of half the saber piercing Yuanzhen's forehead. As for Yuanzhen, Xiaochen only wanted to cut off the karma between him and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. He did not kill Yuanzhen until the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's remnant soul in Yuanzhen's soul pool was destroyed. As blood spurted out, Xiaochen pulled out his saber and sheathed Heavenly Slayer. Yuanzhen's eyes slowly regained clarity. Then, he wobbled like a broken kite and fell to the ground. In the distant Yanwu dynasty, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha statues in the thousands of temples Yuanzhen built crumbled. The auspicious signs in the Buddhist nation on the ground scattered. The ordinary people living there appeared dazed as if they just woke up from a dream. One thought to live, one thought to die. Xiaochen chose to take the risk of fighting the 3. If he had not dodged the profound heaven mirror's strike, he would have been the one to die. If he had dodged, the other party would have been the one to die. This extremely dangerous gamble also brought a huge harvest, dealing with the three hidden dangers once and for all. From then on, no other faction's epic masters could compete with Xiao Chen. Dressed in white, Xiao Chen looked boundlessly elegant, making all the cultivators in Ancestor Dragon City admire him. Even the many foe gods of the Heavenly Alliance and the Bushan Palace felt somewhat horrified, ashamed of their inferiority. They had to admit that Xiao Chen was now the strongest person in the world. Now that he grasped the cycle Great Tao, no one could defeat him head-on. I have 2 supreme treasures to give to 2 seniors. I will leave the Divine Dragon Empire to you. In the future, please take care of my Kunlun Realm's Blue Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen arrived before the Shadow Dragon Sovereign and the Heaven Dragon Jianghu. Then, he handed the Emperor Dragon sword that he obtained from Qin Ming to Jianghu. Then, he solemnly handed the royal genealogical record that he obtained from the Blue Dragon's treasure trove to the Shadow Dragon Sovereign. The blind old man was loyal to Xiao Chen in the first place. Now that he obtained the royal genealogical record, he would definitely take care of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Given that, the Blue Dragon would definitely have a foothold in the Divine Dragon Empire in the future. Seniors of Ancestor Dragon City, does anyone have any objections to Jianghu becoming the new Dragon Emperor of my Divine Dragon Empire as the Heaven Dragon's descendant? Given Jianghu's qualifications, many people would be unconvinced if he wanted to suppress these dragon race older generation experts. This was especially so for the Silver Dragon bloodlines and the Golden Dragon bloodlines. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's strength, practically no one dared to look him in the eye when he spoke. As far as the eye could see, no one dared to say anything. Congratulations on the birth of the Dragon Emperor, Jianghu. Xiao Chen shouted. Then, he suddenly took out the Emperor Dragon Throne, the supreme treasure of the dragon race that had been passed down for countless epochs. Immediately, a vast and pure Emperor Dragon's might spread out, causing the many dragon race disciples to tremble. Under the pressure of this Emperor Dragon's dragon might, the many dragon race disciples fell to their knees. Jianghu gave Xiao Chen a deep look as he stood on the dragon god statue. After some hesitation, he sat on the throne. At this moment, as everyone cheered for the birth of a new dragon emperor, in an inconspicuous pavilion in Ancestor Dragon City, Yan Cangming revealed a cold smile as he watched Jianghu sit on the Emperor Dragon throne with a cold expression. A crystal ball in Yan Cangming's left palm projected the earlier scene into the distance. In the distant soaring dragon great realm, where the Black Dragon King was sealed, Zhen Yuan looked through the crystal ball and saw the scene that Yan Cangming sent over. To think that his cycle Great Tao is so strong. However, he already revealed his trump card. He can forget about reversing time and space before me. Crack. Zhen Yuan's eyes suddenly turned pitch black as he crushed the crystal ball. Then, he muttered to himself, "It is time for the martial epic to end." Blood stained the surroundings of the sealed land. 10 odd foe god corpses lay cold on the ground. These were the foe gods who felt dissatisfied and wanted to stop the Black Dragon King from returning to reality and ending the martial epic. However, all their efforts were futile. They all died at Zhen Yuan's hands. These foe gods did not know that the Black Dragon King would not end the martial epic. Instead, the martial epic's luck was about to run out, giving the Black Dragon King the opportunity to destroy it. Right now, all the luck of the martial epic was in the Black Dragon King's seal. When the Black Dragon King broke the seal, he would run out of luck, and the end would arrive. Whoosh! The Black Dragon King's veritable essence energy physical body turned into a clump of black shadow, a clump of pure demonic thought. Then, it instantly entered the seal amid a flash of black light. In the next moment, cracks appeared in the ground, and the entire soaring dragon great realm trembled endlessly. A pitch-black demonic claw broke out of the ground. The claw ferociously clenched, seeming to crush something. In the Divine Dragon Empire's ancestor Dragon City in the central Great Realm, Jianghu had just sat down on the Emperor Dragon throne. The god-killing sword in the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand buzzed endlessly as it gave off a dense black light, trying to struggle free of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand. Whoosh! The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's expression changed dramatically. The god-killing sword struggled free of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand with irresistible force. Then, it turned into a beam of black light and shot into the sky. He is coming out. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's body trembled slightly, appearing somewhat fearful. As Xiaochen watched the distant beam of black light, he showed a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed, "The martial epic is over." Chapter 2360. Suddenly, the god-killing sword struggled free of the blind old man's hand and turned into a beam of light, flying far away. Xiaochen and the blind old man felt startled. They knew that the Black Dragon King was coming out. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epic's luck to seal the Black Dragon King. If the Black Dragon King broke the seal, it would mean that the martial epic's luck had reached its end. When the Black Dragon King completely came out, the martial epic would begin to end. Although the foe gods present did not recognize the god-killing sword, they were bound to the martial epic. They already sensed that something was wrong. Horror appeared in their hearts, acutely sensing that the world was about to change. Needless to say, the foe gods of the Heavenly Alliance and the Bushan Palace all knew what was going to happen. This day would come sooner or later. Many foe gods could not sleep at night, living in fear. They feared that the apocalypse would arrive, forcing them to fall. However, when this day truly arrived, most of them discovered that they were not as afraid as they imagined. Compared to the fear and horror of day and night, this was a form of release. Whoosh! Suddenly, a resplendent light burst forth in the sky northeast of the Divine Dragon Empire. In the next moment, scarlet light rained down like a meteor shower. Mu Zifeng looked up, and his expression immediately changed drastically. Then, he looked at Swearenji and Hua Tianyang, who were beside him. Swearenji and Hua Tianyang did not say anything, only silently nodding. "Zifeng, I'll leave the Heavenly Alliance to you in the future," Hua Tianyang said softly as he looked at Mu Zifeng with a smile. Hua Tianyang said softly as he looked at Mu Zifeng with a smile on his face. Mu Zifeng's expression changed dramatically as he grabbed Hua Tianyang. However, right after Mu Zifeng grabbed Hua Tianyang's hand, Hua Tianyang's physical body shattered, turning into ashes. Hua Tianyang's body shattered, turning into ashes. A beam of divine light soared into the sky. The resplendent light illuminated all of Ancestor Dragon City, so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. In the next moment, the light vanished, turning into a scarlet meteor that bloomed like fireworks. This sudden scene shocked the surrounding cultivators in Dragon God Plaza. How could a foe god die just like that? No. Although Mu Zifeng knew that this day would come sooner or later, he still could not accept seeing Hua Tianyang fall before him. Swearenji sighed softly. The old alliance chief was injured in the first place. He definitely wouldn't be able to last long in this great change. But I won't be able to hold on for long. The foe god flame in Swearenji's soul pool was like a fallen leaf drifting in the wind and rain. Swaying, the light dimmed bit by bit. Mu Zifeng turned his head to look. At this moment, Swearenji's face showed unprecedented signs of aging. "Where are you going?" Mu Zifeng asked softly when he noticed Swearenji's intention to leave. "Let's go back to the sect in the netherworld. Even if we're going to die, we should die where we want to die. I'll leave my family in the Heavenly Alliance to you. After fighting with you for half my life, I really did not expect such an outcome." Swearenji laughed at himself, turned around, waved his hand, and left alone. Be it the Heavenly Alliances or the Bushan Palace's foe gods, they all sensed the great changes in the world. He noticed that his foe god flame could no longer absorb divine energy from the world. Some of the world's laws had already been broken, unable to support the burning of the divine flame. Some people bawled, tears flowing down their cheeks endlessly. Some people felt dissatisfied, frantically consuming powerful divine herbs and searching for a place where the divine flame could continue burning. However, most of the heavenly alliances and Bushan palaces' faux gods remained calm like swearing. Before they died, they went to an old haunt in their hearts and waited for the divine flame to extinguish. In the past, these faux gods could summon the wind and rain, pluck the stars and grab the moon. They could crush countless sovereign emperors with a wave of their hands. At this moment, these faux gods showed unprecedented humbleness, inspiring sorrow in others. Xiao Chen looked at these departing faux gods, at their faces of despair, calm, or despair. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that many years ago, when the immortal epoch was destroyed, those helpless immortals were probably like this as well. After he comes out, he will definitely come to you first. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign said as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I know. I'll leave my friends in senior's care for now. Don't worry. I will do my best to protect them. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Then, he went over and said goodbye to Lu Riyue and Ao Jiao. Then, he instructed the two to remain in the Divine Dragon Empire and not to leave Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chen, I do not blame you for not becoming the Dragon Emperor. However, you have to destroy the Black Dragon King. Mu Zifeng enunciated every word as he looked at Xiao Chen, a heavy murderous intent gathering on his face. Xiao Chen looked at Mu Zifeng. Then, he looked at the worried Lu Riyue and Ao Jiao. Then, he looked at Jianghu. These were all familiar faces. If Xiao Chen could not defeat the Black Dragon King, these old friends of his, these beautiful memories of his life, would all be destroyed by the Black Dragon King, utterly destroyed. They would all be destroyed by the Black Dragon King, completely and utterly destroyed. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. After he walked out of the city gates, he looked back. Scarlet meteors already filled the entire sky of the Divine Dragon Empire. That was the blood of faux gods, turning into countless tiny specks of dust. Then, the world's most beautiful flowers bloomed in the dust, creating a tragic scene in this doomsday. You are going to the desolate sea, right? The clear-eyed she jumped down from the city walls. Then, he covered his mouth with his right hand and coughed heavily. The desolate sea had two powerful formations. The heavenly Dao killing formation and the great desolate blood dragon formation materialized with the wings of time as the formation core. Back then, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had poured his life's effort into preparing these formations for the Black Dragon King. The formations could only be activated by combining the Heavenly Slayer Saber and the Blood Dragon Cloak. Although you obtained the Blood Dragon Cloak and the Heavenly Slayer Saber, you can only activate the Heavenly Dao killing formation. If you want to activate the Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation, you have to kill me. As she looked at Xiao Chen, his stern face did not reveal much. However, she's right hand, which was clenched into a fist, trembled endlessly, revealing the struggle in his heart. She had hesitated for a long time before appearing before Xiao Chen and saying this. She did not want to die. Everyone feared death, and she was no exception. However, she was now seeking death from Xiao Chen. At this moment, the insufferably arrogant and terrifying Lord Shi, who once inspired fear in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, appeared incredibly weak. Xiao Chen replied softly, I know. The old dragon horse once said that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan would allow only one of them to survive. According to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan, Xiao Chen would become the Dragon Emperor, and she would become the Demon Monarch. Then, the two would fight, and the victor would receive all his inheritance. From that moment on, Xiao Chen had new thoughts about becoming the Dragon Emperor. Did Xiao Chen want to become the Dragon Emperor himself, or did a dead person from tens of thousands of years ago want him to become the Dragon Emperor? The answer was the latter. Xiao Chen had no desire for power or status, he was naturally free. For a long time, Xiao Chen had felt a sense of duty, passively wanting to become the Dragon Emperor. This was what it meant by having no choice. Shock filled Xi's face. He asked somewhat incoherently, "Then, why did you leave me alive? Did you kill my friends? Do we have an old grudge? Did you cross my bottom line? If not, why would I kill you? If not, why would I kill you?" It was just a simple sentence, but it stirred up huge waves in Xi's heart. His entire worldview was toppled. However, can you kill the Black Dragon King with just the Heavenly Dao killing formation? Anxiety filled Xi's eyes, urgently wanting to know Xiao Chen's answer. If I don't try, who knows? I can't possibly kill someone I don't want to kill just because of this. My heart will not forgive me. Outside Ancestor Dragon City, blood rain fell from the dark sky on the desolate land. As the blood rain fell like meteors, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. He said softly, "You escaped Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's karma and can live for yourself. Why seek death? Bless me. I will definitely kill the Black Dragon King. I believe in my own choice." With this smile, she suddenly understood why Xiao Chen could fight 1 against 3 and why he was inferior to him. This was because from the very start, Xiao Chen had a pure heart. Even though he ruled the world now, dominating the past and present, his original heart remained, never changing. Cloudwater Marsh, a spring every 10 steps and a river every 50 kilometers. The hazy mist lingered for tens of thousands of years. After putting on the blood-clad sage robes, Xiao Chen passed through the mist and arrived at the desolate sea. Then, he sat on a rock and hugged Heavenly Slayer, resting with his eyes closed. After some time, the mournful cries in the world grew louder. Then, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A scarlet light illuminated the sky of the entire central Great Realm. Thousands of meteors turned into a boundless blood rain. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and let a drop of blood rain land on his palm. Xiao Chen squinted and sent in his soul energy. Scenes unfolded before his eyes. These were the remnant memories of a certain faux god, the imprint that a legend once left in the world. However, they now turned into a sorrowful blood rain, sinking into the soil. Boom! A beam of black light fell together with the blood rain. When it landed, the black light coalesced into a human figure. This person was tall and wore heavy black dragon armor. His fingertips were covered in sharp metal armor. This person looked like the claws of a wild beast, holding a pitch-black sword that gave off a faint dark light. Veritable essence energy could be vaguely seen on the face under the helmet. Without a doubt, this person was the Black Dragon King. "You've been waiting for me for a long time, right?" The Black Dragon King looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. However, his smile was extremely horrifying, making one tremble in fear. "I have been wanting to kill you for a long time." The instant the flower bloomed, it illuminated 3 lifetimes. Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer and executed the 3-life flower at lightning speed, wanting to cross space and time to kill the Black Dragon King. However, when Xiao Chen was about to take that step, he was somewhat surprised to discover that he could not break the space-time barrier in front of the Black Dragon King. Unable to advance or retreat, the god-killing sword in the Black Dragon King's hand stabbed at Xiao Chen's chest, carrying a heavy state of ruin. Dang! The saber scabbard held horizontally in front of Xiao Chen's chest. This sword strike knocked him back. The state of ruin lingered in his ears, and a deep dragon roar echoed endlessly. "I've already seen your trump card in the Dragon God Plaza. As long as I keep my guard up, it will not be that easy for you to break the space-time barrier before me." The Black Dragon King revealed a disdainful smile as he said softly, "Actually, I can attack you the instant you break the space-time barrier. I can let the space-time tear you apart. However, that would be pointless. There is no point in boasting. Flawless Saber Dao, endless cycle." Xiao Chen gave up on instantly killing the other party. Then, he shouted coldly and pressed forward while holding Heavenly Slayer. He used the cycle Great Tao to materialize his own flawless saber intent. Then, he connected it with the Heavenly Tao's killing intent contained in Heavenly Slayer and unleashed a vast and boundless saber move. Excitement flickered in the Black Dragon King's eyes as he said softly, "Cycle Great Tao. I have yet to taste what it feels like to destroy the cycle Great Tao." Ha ha ha. The Black Dragon King laughed maniacally as he drew his sword. The two started a startling battle in the desolate sea. Xiao Chen's supreme saber Tao, which surpassed the epic, became incredibly sharp with the support of the power of cycle. Saber lights filled the sky. As they flickered, the sky alternated between black and white. Every saber strike contained the might to easily shatter stars. The continuous saber moves connected with the power of cycle. The saber lights turned into an ancient blue dragon that circled the world and roared ferociously under the guidance of the saber lights. The Black Dragon King fought strength with strength. Be it the cycle Great Tao's power of life or power of death, they all shattered. When the will of destruction touched him, it was completely destroyed. The will of destruction lingered in this world. It was like the will of heaven, unquestionable. It was like fighting against the Heavenly Tao. Xiao Chen brought out everything he had, bringing out his saber Tao to an unprecedented level. The dragon armor on the Black Dragon King's body was already riddled with holes from Xiao Chen's attacks. However, the originally fatal killing move penetrated the dragon armor and struck the Black Dragon King's body. This person seemed to be blessed by heaven, like the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao, possessing boundless life force. I am the incarnation of destruction, born from a calamity. I represent the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao's killing intent contained in the saber in your hand cannot injure me. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not kill me, what more you? The Black Dragon King mocked softly as he looked at the pale, blood-stained Xiao Chen, who appeared to be in a sorry state. The other party's trump card was the cycle Great Tao, tearing space and time. Aside from this killing move, which was somewhat strange and needed to be wary of, the Black Dragon King did not fear any of Xiao Chen's killing moves. Even with the cycle Great Tao's flawless saber intent supporting it, the Black Dragon King did not fear it. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his pale face. He said softly, "Have you never thought that there was no reason for me to force you here despite being covered in wounds?" The Black Dragon King's expression changed slightly. When he looked up, he saw a blood moon hanging in the sky. Moonlight poured out, encasing the Black Dragon King. Xiao Chen tightly grasped Heavenly Slayer and pointed it at the sky, activating the Heavenly Tao killing formation. Immediately, the Heavenly Tao's killing intent that had existed since the birth of the martial epic poured endlessly into the saber. The Heavenly Tao's killing intent came from all over the desolate sea and gathered on Heavenly Slayer. A dense scarlet light spread out. The terrifying killing intent made boundless blood-like snowflakes fall from the sky. Wings of Time, Heavenly Tao killing formation. When the Black Dragon King saw the Heavenly Tao's killing intent in Heavenly Slayer continuously strengthen, some fear finally appeared in his heart. No killing move in the world could truly kill the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King was the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao. Only heaven could subdue him. When the Heavenly Tao's killing intent reached a certain level, it could truly kill the Black Dragon King. You want to kill me with just this formation? You are too naive. The Black Dragon King withdrew his smile and slowly turned grave. The source of destruction in his body surged wildly. What if I join in? However, just at this moment, the Black Dragon King recalled a discordant voice. He turned his head in the direction of the voice. Whoosh! The Black Dragon King's eyes immediately got pierced. He saw a blazing sun, an extraordinarily huge sun, hovering in the air. The blazing primal chaos sun blazed fiercely in the sky above a figure. That figure's appearance could not be clearly seen under the piercing light. Only the smile on that figure's face could be seen. It was like the morning sun, resplendent with the sun and colorful clouds filling the sky. Chapter 2361. Chu Chaoyun. This startled Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, when he needed help the most, Chu Chaoyun would step forward at this moment. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was the smile on Chu Chaoyun's face. Back in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Chu Chaoyun had been extremely gloomy and uneasy. He had not smiled like this in a long time already. Don't just stand there. Kill this black loach first. Chu Chaoyun shouted at the dazed Xiao Chen as the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Got it." The sun and moon shone together in the boundless desolate sea. A blood moon materialized by the wings of time and a blazing sun materialized by the universe origin. True flame's origin flame materialized, a miraculous scene that the desolate sea had never seen before. The two cooperated with each other. Chu Chaoyun used the universe origin true flame's origin flame to materialize thousands of killing moves, continuously harassing the Black Dragon King. The blazing sun above was the heavenly flame's origin flame that the Holy Lord had collected since the start of the martial epoch. Xiao Chen had accumulated it for an entire epoch for this day. Even though the Black Dragon King had tough skin and startling defense, it still burned the Black Dragon King's origin flame. The Black Dragon King roared endlessly. The Black Dragon King's origin flame, which merged with the heavenly Tao, materialized boundless attacks that continuously charged at Chu Chaoyun. "Little bastard, I'll kill you." However, Chu Chaoyun possessed the primal chaos great Tao. As his figure flickered, space and time rippled. Even the Black Dragon King could not pinpoint Xiao Chen's position. The Black Dragon King's horrifying attacks looked incredibly horrifying. Even the shock waves could severely injure Chu Chaoyun. However, the Black Dragon King could not injure Chu Chaoyun. Instead, he ended up playing with him. Rage filled the Black Dragon King's heart, causing openings to appear. Xiao Chen seized the opportunity. Xiao Chen used Heavenly Slayer to drive the Heavenly Tao killing formation. The vast ocean-like Heavenly Tao killing intent materialized all sorts of killing moves. Xiao Chen's flawless Saber Tao, which surpassed the epoch, could easily suppress the Black Dragon King in the first place. However, the other party had the Heavenly Tao's protection. It was born in response to tribulation to begin with, the embodiment of the Heavenly Tao that destroyed an era. Its vitality was practically boundless, and it was impossible to kill it at all. But now, with this Heavenly Tao killing intent that was as dense as the sea, he could borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao to launch an attack, and the situation was completely different. Although the universe origin true flame burned the Black Dragon King in unbearable pain, even burning his soul, the Black Dragon King was in great pain. However, it was not fatal. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's attack, which was infused with the Heaven's Path's killing intent, was a completely different story. It could directly touch his origin of destruction. The clouds rolled in and out, the sun rose and the moon set. The cold blood moon and the blazing sun rose and fell in the desolate sea's sky, perfectly displaying the sun and the moon shining together. This was an unprecedented mysterious phenomenon. The originally hopeless situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. Blood spurted out. Saber lights pierced through the Black Dragon King's body, continuously draining his life force. The Black Dragon King's expression turned sullen. He, who had been roaring furiously, fell silent. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun exchanged glances. They immediately understood that the Black Dragon King was preparing to make a desperate counterattack. Since they already knew, they naturally would not give him a chance. Everlasting Primal Chaos, Ancient One Sword. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation, Kill without mercy. Chu Chaoyun roared, and the Primal Chaos Great Tao spread out from his body. His physical body immediately became like a black hole. Primal Chaos spread out like the beginning of the primordial chaos, when the world had yet to be divided, and the sun and moon did not exist. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light shot out from that primal chaos, turning into an azure beam of light. This sword split the world, projected the sun and moon, immortal for all time. Xiao Chen drove the heavenly Dao killing formation and gathered the boundless heavenly Dao's killing intent in his body. The saber hum in Xiao Chen's body did not stop, and a terrifying crack tore open in the sky. There seemed to be an eye slowly opening in the crack. If heaven had feelings, it would grow old. Since ancient times, the heavenly Dao was the most emotionless. If heaven wanted someone to die, they had no choice but to die. Kill, without mercy. The two worked together seamlessly. Observing the Black Dragon King's expression, they took the initiative and executed their killing moves at the same time. Boom! A sword light and a saber light pierced through the Black Dragon King at the same time. A sorrowful dragon roar came from the Black Dragon King's body, reverberating in the surroundings. Pu Ci. The Black Dragon King's facial features twisted as he vomited a mouthful of black blood. His life force drained continuously. Bang! The saber light and the sword light rampaged around the Black Dragon King's body without any fear. Then, they merged and exploded. In that instant, the insufferably arrogant Black Dragon King's physical body exploded. The sun and moon shone together in the desolate sea. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun showed fatigued expressions as they slowly approached. Is he dead? Xiao Chen asked doubtfully. He did not believe that the Black Dragon King died just like that. Chu Chaoyun's eyes were like lightning, piercing through the starry heavens. Then, he saw a flash of black light vanish from his vision. This blazing sun should be the trump card that the Holy Lord left behind, Xiao Chen said. Xiao Chen looked at the sky, at the blazing sun that shone as brightly as the moon. Then, he looked at Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen had thought countless times that the blood moon was the trump card that Xiao Yun materialized with the wings of time. In that case, whose trump card was the blazing sun in the desolate sea? After thinking about it, there was only one answer. Chu Chaoyun did not deny it. He smiled faintly and said, "You are right. After I completely sever the karma, you can tell me." Boom! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a dragon roar suddenly rang out. The expressions of Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun changed slightly. When the two looked up, they saw an unknown object continuously falling. The two slowly approached the desolate sea from the starry heavens. When they saw it clearly, their expressions changed drastically. This was actually a black dragon head. It was just a head, but it encased the entire desolate sea. It's the Black Dragon King's main body. He executed a forbidden art. We cannot let him come down. Otherwise, the entire central great realm will suffer a calamity. Chu Chaoyun said hastily, his expression turning pale with fright. The two roared ferociously and threw a palm strike at the same time. The sun and moon rose into the sky. The blood moon and sun soared into the sky at the same time and smashed into the Black Dragon King's head. Rumble. As the shock wave spread out, the entire central great realm, from the 8 great empires to the Xuewu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, the Shenwu dynasty, and the Tianwu dynasty, shook intensely. The world spun around like the end of the world had arrived. Let's go. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun soared into the air, instantly arriving in the boundless starry heavens. When the two clearly saw the Black Dragon King's main body, they both inhaled sharply. The Black Dragon King's colossal body stretched across the starry heavens. The sun, moon, and stars were as insignificant as the glass balls in a child's hand before the Black Dragon King. We absolutely cannot let him appear in the central great realm. The two immediately made up their minds. Given the Black Dragon King's horrifyingly colossal body, it would be an irreversible disaster if he appeared in the central great realm. Chu Chaoyun, do you trust me? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Chu Chaoyun. If I did not trust you, why would I come and help you? Right after Xiao Chen said that, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun both revealed smiles. They both felt like they had said something pointless. I have a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. If I can control the blood moon and your sun and materialize the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, I will definitely be able to knock him back. I understand. Without needing to say anything more, Xiao Chen spread out the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram with a wave of his hand. Then, a painting unfurled in his hand and covered the vast starry heavens. Xiao Chen took the lead, absorbing the blood moon into it. The two watched as the Black Dragon King roared in the depths of the starry heavens. Countless stars shattered with a horrifying might. The entire starry heavens trembled. Here. At the critical moment, Chu Chaoyun shouted and finally succeeded in embedding the sun into the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Sun and moon cycle, endlessly multiplying. Xiao Chen pushed his hand forward. Immediately, the blood moon and the blazing sun turned into a black and white fish. A Taiji yin-yang flame diagram formed in this boundless starry heavens, turning into a light screen that forcefully knocked the Black Dragon King back. The two gathered their strength and materialized the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. In the starry heavens, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun worked together to push this diagram, continuously pushing back the Black Dragon King in the boundless, pitch-black starry heavens. The Black Dragon King's colossal body continuously crashed into the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. However, he could not stop himself from being pushed back. The two forces clashed in the starry heavens. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded and shattered. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared in the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen quickly said, "Withdraw." After withdrawing the blood moon and the blazing sun, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun each landed on a star. The star that Xiao Chen landed on was desolate, devoid of spiritual energy. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw a vast, boundless wasteland. Just as he was about to soar into the air and meet up with Chu Chaoyun, the ground under his feet suddenly exploded. The ground under Xiao Chen's feet suddenly exploded, and a black spear appeared without any warning, thrusting at him. Bang! Closely following that, the entire star shattered. Intense, fiery shock waves erupted from the core of the star. One of the Black Dragon King's claws directly shattered the star, nearly injuring Xiao Chen. It was not over yet. The instant the star exploded, the surrounding space shrank. A suction pulled at Xiao Chen. This startled Xiao Chen. He knew that the Black Dragon King's dragon claws had grabbed him. However, the other party's dragon claws were too large. Xiao Chen did not have time to grab the Black Dragon King. Xiao Chen immediately swung his saber, illuminating the surrounding starry heavens. Then, he forcefully chopped off a dragon claw and jumped out. But the danger did not stop. In the depths of the universe, in the vast starry sky, the Black Dragon King, who used a forbidden art to revert to his ancestral roots, erupted with strong combat prowess. Although Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun did their best, they were too insignificant before the Black Dragon King. Chu Chaoyun, protect me. Xiao Chen sent a voice projection. Then, he merged Heavenly Slayer into his physical body and bloodline before retreating continuously. What are you doing? When Chu Chaoyun saw Xiao Chen, he showed a grave expression. Something was wrong with the situation. Previously, we severely injured this Black Dragon King. In a desperate situation, he executed a forbidden art. In reality, he is already a spent force. As long as I successfully execute the forbidden art and revert to my ancestral roots, I will definitely be able to destroy him in one go. In that case, I'll protect you. Before you successfully execute the forbidden art, I guarantee that you will not be injured. Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, he bit his lip and did not say anything else. Then, he brought out his primal chaos Great Tao to the limit, and countless stars continuously gathered over. When the stars approached, the primal chaos Great Tao shattered them. As the stars shattered, space twisted, and a huge black hole appeared. Chu Chaoyun paled as he roared. At the cost of overdrawing on his life, he drove the primal chaos Great Tao without a care for anything else. He used the horrifying black hole to block the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King felt danger. However, a distorted black hole formed by swallowing countless stars lay in front of him. Even with the Black Dragon King's current body, he still felt some fear when he looked at that black hole. He sensed the aura of a primal chaos god fiend in it. However, when the Black Dragon King saw Xiao Chen, who had merged with a soul tool behind Chu Chaoyun, his aura turned increasingly dangerous. The Black Dragon King had to make a move. He opened his mouth and spat out pitch-black dragon flames of destruction, continuously attacking Chu Chaoyun's body. The Black Dragon King wanted to kill Chu Chaoyun and force him to give up on maintaining the primal chaos Great Tao. However, Chu Chaoyun allowed the waves of dragon flames to strike his physical body. He remained as unmoving as a mountain, continuing to drive the primal chaos Great Tao. Dragon's Gate Forbidden Art, God-Demon Body Disintegration. Boom! Xiao Chen's eyes turned scarlet as he watched Chu Chaoyun block the Black Dragon King's attack with his body of flesh and blood. Xiao Chen had long felt anxious and enraged. Now that the forbidden art finally succeeded, an ancient dragon roar resounded in the starry heavens. Xiao Chen's body wriggled continuously. Soon, he turned into an ancient blue dragon. However, this was not enough. Xiao Chen continued to execute the god-demon body unsealing art. The ancient blue dragon reverted to its ancestral form, finally turning into a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. When the ancient great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon appeared, some mysterious existences in the depths of the starry heavens trembled in fear. The ancestor dragon's body was even larger than the Black Dragon King's, and its dragon might was even stronger. Horror immediately appeared in the Black Dragon King's heart. No matter how strong he was, he could not change the dragon race bloodline in his body. When the Black Dragon King saw the ancestor dragon's fear, it instinctively turned around. The insufferably arrogant Black Dragon King, who claimed to be the incarnation of destruction, fled in panic. "You want to leave?" "No way!" Xiao Chen roared. Then, he infused the heavenly Tao's killing intent materialized by Heavenly Slayer in his bloodline into his dragon claws. Pa! The primal chaos ancestor dragon pounced forward and struck the Black Dragon King's body with its claw. The Black Dragon King, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, was already a spent force. The Black Dragon King, who was already a spent force, let out a miserable shriek, and his colossal body crumbled, exploding in the depths of the starry heavens. With one strike, Xiao Chen's thoughts turned chaotic. Many chaotic memories of an ancient ancestor dragon appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen felt like his head was going to explode. His entire body twisted uncontrollably, causing stars to explode. The side effects of the forbidden art had arrived. If Xiao Chen could not maintain his original heart, he would not be able to recover his physical body. This would continue until his bloodline drained, his soul fell, and he died of exhaustion. Seeing the ancestor dragon instantly descend into madness after killing the Black Dragon King, Chu Chaoyun quickly retreated. Xiao Chen had nearly injured him. When Chu Chaoyun saw the situation, he frowned slightly. After a while, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Then, he took the risk to approach Xiao Chen, who had already turned into an ancestor dragon. Using his soul energy as a voice, the name Xiao Chen continuously echoed in the ancestor dragon's mind. This helped Xiao Chen maintain his original heart and not let it fall into chaos. After a long time, just as Chu Chaoyun felt some despair, a light flashed in the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's eyes. The berserk aura on the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's body slowly dissipated. After a while, its terrifyingly huge body shrank and fell towards a star. "I'm back." Chu Chaoyun revealed joy on his face as he said softly. Then, he gave chase. About 7 minutes later, Chu Chaoyun saw the fatigued Xiao Chen lying on the ground on a desolate star. "Can you still stand up?" Chu Chaoyun asked with a faint smile. You are not dead. Naturally, I can stand up. Xiao Chen stood up with much difficulty. Then, he looked at Chu Chaoyun and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow was really not dead. Earlier, when the Black Dragon King spewed waves of destructive dragon flame at Xiao Chen's physical body, it frightened Xiao Chen badly. I'm not dead yet, but I'm almost there. Who knew? Chu Chaoyun said something that stunned Xiao Chen for a long time. What's wrong? Ha ha ha. I thought that with your intelligence, you would have guessed it long ago. Unexpectedly, you are still so shocked. As Chu Chaoyun wiped away the blood on his lips, he revealed a radiant smile. His laughter was melodious, calm, and carefree. However, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to smile. I already felt that something was wrong with you in Black Wind Ridge. When that sun appeared, I roughly guessed it. Chu Chaoyun sighed softly. Sometimes, I feel really helpless. It was not easy for me to come to this great thousand realms from the Kunlun realm. I thought that I could fly freely, that I could have a new start from here on out. Unexpectedly, I still could not shake off my fate. Back then, the Tianwu dynasty of the Kunlun realm was established by the Holy Lord. His bloodline flows in me. From the start to the end, I was just a pawn that he used to suppress you. Is it strange? Back then, when the Blue Dragon race was destroyed, the Blue Dragon Palace preserved its inheritance and flew to the Kunlun realm. This did not escape the attention of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord followed the Blue Dragon Palace to the Kunlun realm and established the Tianwu dynasty in the Sky Dome realm, leaving behind this plot. My fate has been intertwined with his from the very beginning. If he lived, I lived. If he died, I died. From the very start, I was a pawn that he used to deal with you. When I learned the truth, I nearly collapsed. When I saw you in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I wanted to say something several times but hesitated. At that time, I really admired you. You clearly had no choice, but you still dared to draw your saber and make your own choice. Xiao Chen said, actually, don't say anything. Listen to me. In the future, you won't be able to hear much. Chu Chaoyun interrupted Xiao Chen. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Then, he said softly, 1 day ago, I was still uncertain whether I had no choice but to follow the trend and use the trump card that the Holy Lord left behind to kill you and become the new epic master. Or, I could just not resist and die at your hands. However, in Dragon God Plaza, you gave up on the Dragon Emperor position and the luck of the Divine Dragon Empire. At that moment, I knew that I already had my answer. No matter how helpless I was, we all have our own choices in life, and we all have our own perseverance. I don't want to be the epic master or any pawn. I just want to be myself, to be Chu Chaoyun, to be your close friend, Xiao Chen. Ha 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 ha. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Chu Chaoyun guffawed, his laughter filled with boundless joy and delight. The facts prove that I did the right thing. I feel joy in my heart. Since I was born, I have never felt as relaxed and happy as I do now. As Xiao Chen faced Chu Chaoyun's carefree laughter, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to laugh in his heart. This was clearly a matter of boundless misery. However, Chu Chaoyun spoke casually. If Xiao Chen did not become the new epic master, the Holy Lord would definitely die. If the Holy Lord died, Chu Chaoyun, who had the Holy Lord's bloodline and was connected to the Holy Lord's fate, would die as well. In Xiao Chen's life, he had friends, lovers, and masters. However, there had never been anyone like Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun was both an opponent and a close friend, with such a deep bond. However, this person would soon die along with the Holy Lord. Let's go. I'll help you with one last thing. The Holy Lord is astute. He still has a trump card that he used to threaten you. I'll help you get it back and easily sever my own karma. What is it? Come with me. The instant Chu Chaoyun turned around, he staggered and nearly fell. Clearly, Chu Chaoyun had overdrawn on his life force to block the Black Dragon King's dragon flame of destruction earlier. Now, it was not as easy as it seemed. The two arrived in the starry heavens. Not long after, they discovered a corpse floating in space. Zhen Yuan? Stepping forward, Xiaochen clearly saw the corpse's appearance. Then, a complicated expression appeared on his face. The Black Dragon King was killed. As the host, Zhen Yuan's soul completely merged with the Black Dragon King and died as well. It looked like the Venerable Xian Bei's instructions from back then could not be fulfilled. Let's go. Xiaochen did not feel much sympathy for Zhen Yuan. He brought this upon himself. 1 hour later, under Chu Chaoyun's lead, the two entered the tattered Faux God world. The void god realm that was once bustling with activity was now completely empty, without the slightest bit of life. All the faux gods were already dead, falling along with the destruction of the martial epoch. The two arrived at the holy city and entered the divine palace step by step. A skinny old man wearing a mask lay weakly on a high throne in the depths of the palace. This old man's aura was weak, and his life force was faint. When the old man heard footsteps, he did not open his eyes. He said weakly, "Chaoyun, you're back. Did you kill Xiaochen?" "Yes. I killed Xiaochen. I will become the new epic master." "Really?" The incredibly weak old man on the throne shuddered and sat up. He was so agitated that his voice trembled. The old man looked like he came back to life, brimming with energy. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. He happened to see Chu Chaoyun. His eyes narrowed, and he smiled craftily like a white fox. "Sorry, I lied to you. Ka Xie." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a sword light flashed. Then, Chu Chaoyun killed this dying holy lord with one sword strike. Chu Chaoyun stepped forward and searched under the old man's throne. Joy appeared on his face as he took out an item. Then, he turned around and said, "For you." Pu Ci. Before Chu Chaoyun finished speaking, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His pale complexion turned even scarier. A dragon head. Xiaochen caught the item that Chu Chaoyun tossed over. Then, he showed a startled expression. This was the Azure Mountain's dragon head that he had been searching for. Chu Chaoyun coughed intensely a few times. Then, he smiled and said, "This old man is very sinister. If I failed to kill you, he would use this to threaten you. If this item is destroyed, even in the new epoch, the blue dragon bloodline will not be able to rise again." The Holy Lord died. Chu Chaoyun, whose fate was linked to the Holy Lord, visibly lost his life force. However, Chu Chaoyun did not seem to notice. He looked at Xiaochen and asked, "Do you have wine? I suddenly recall that we have known each other for so many years, but I have never had a proper drink with you." Xiaochen took out heartburn and poured a cup for each of them. How unfortunate. It was not easy for me to live for myself, but I have to leave so soon. However, it does not matter. After this cup, we will be bosom friends in our next lives. There is no such thing as fate. There is no such thing as an undying old man wearing a mask. There is only a bond and friendship. My sword awaits your saber. Chu Chaoyun raised his wine cup and clinked it. The crisp sound of cups clinking rang out. Then, Chu Chaoyun coughed endlessly and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The blood fell into the two's cups, dyeing the wine red. This made one's heart ache. "It's dirty." Xiaochen changed to another cup, plop. Chu Chaoyun, who was changing cups, suddenly felt his hands losing strength to hold the wine cup. As the wine cup fell to the ground and shattered, he fell limply. It looked like he had fallen asleep. Then, he closed his eyes with a smile. "Chu Chaoyun." Xiaochen stepped forward and caught her. Then, he shouted, "Brother, you're not dead yet." However, that handsome and outstanding Chu Chaoyun, who always had a smile on his face, was already asleep forever. Drip. A tear leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chen's eyes as he closed his eyes. The tear fell into the cup and melted into the blood like heart burning. Xiao Chen drained the cup in one go. However, although this wine was called heart-burning, it did not make him feel any heartache. There was a kind of pain called pain at its peak. The heart could no longer feel pain. 5 years later, after Xiao Chen dealt with the matters of the Great Thousand Realms, he prepared to head to the Kunlun realm with Lu Riyue, Ao Jiao, and Mo Chen. Before parting, Xiao Chen looked at the starry heavens and spread his hands. Then, he merged his soul energy with the great Tao and said softly, I hope that all the men in the world have the heart of a gentleman, that the heavens move vigorously, that they constantly strive to improve themselves. I hope that all the women in the world have the heart to improve themselves, not inferior to men, comparable to the sky. I hope that all the people in the world are like dragons, having the heart of a newborn, not seeking eternal life, only chasing their dreams, not regretting it even if they die. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a crystalline, dazzling seed flew out of his palm and slowly drifted into the sky. Big brother Xiao Chen, what is this? Mo Chen asked softly. Xiao Chen replied gently, this is the epic heart that I condensed. It is also a seed, the divine dragon epic that I want. I hope that all the people in the world are like dragons, having the heart of a newborn, not seeking eternal life, only chasing their dreams. However, why not seek eternal life? Because eternal life represents all desires. Eternal life is lived for one's desires, not for oneself. Such a person living is worse than death. If everyone lived forever, then this epoch would end sooner or later. Lu Riyue, Mo Chen, and Ao Jiao entered deep thought, not really understanding. Xiao Chen smiled and said, stop thinking about it. Let's go. Let's return to the Kunlun realm. However, when Xiao Chen saw the bright moon in the night sky, his smile revealed a trace of bitterness. Back then, the bright moon shone on the colorful clouds. End of book.